Yep. You good? I think we're good. Let me just fix this PayPal thing. All right, we're ready for some Peace Walker. Actually, all the Peace Walker. Well, most of Peace Walker. Let's go. Wait, wrong thing. God, I have not been able to get a single good sleep session during this marathon, but we're making it happen. It's happening. Of course, Peace Walker gets no respect. One of the biggest injustices in the world. Peace Walker not getting recognition because it's a little PSP game. No, fuck no. Alright, we're gonna sit here for a second so that the intro plays. For some reason it doesn't play when you first start the game. Thank you for all the people who do appreciate Peace Walker. Seriously. It makes me genuinely happy. Maybe even makes me respect people a bit more if they know Peace Walker is a good game. Yeah? It's more than a little PSP game. But yeah. Yeah, but people associate portable console with tiny game. The real MGS5. In fact, it was literally called Metal Gear Solid 5 Peace Walker. At least that was Kojima's intention, but they don't let him do things usually. Alright, let's start a new game. Later we'll be switching to a more complete save. That means we gotta come up with a name. You can use the usual meme names. Should we try to come up with something new? There's large leader, big medic, large medic, enormous executive. Does that even fit? Massive manager, enormous employer. They have to be, they have to be alliterations, I guess, for the meme. Fuck it. We'll just do AJ Eponese Man, Chief Keef, Sizable Supervisor. Okay, you guys are going crazy with that. It won't matter too much. Because we'll switch saves, but let's see. We'll go for the classic. Large leader. Alright. All these saves. Large medic, large... I already had a large leader. Which end, DRK, which end Fox out. I need to clean these saves up a little bit. Let's overwrite large leader with a new large leader. Huge hobo would also be an option, yes, for big medic. One of the 3 games in the series that Kojima actually wanted to make. Yep. Just so happens those 3 games are my top 3 as well. It just happened naturally, yeah. 1, 2, and Peace Walker. T1, Peace Walker. Clearly after MGS4, Kojima was pretty depressed, or during MGS4, but combination of things led to the Peace Walker existing. The popularity of portable gaming in Japan, Kojima's son being obsessed with Monster Hunter in general, portable ops existence. Kojima was kind of salty about that one too. Peace Walker is a game that absolutely, completely maximizes the potential of the PSP. It does unbelievable things for being a PSP game. And it shows. You just gotta put some time into it, so it's not for everybody. Here we go. First gameplay session, scene, boss. And
wanna go around?
Already more NPCs than Phantom Pain can render. Let's go. Look at all these guys in the background seeing and shit.
Look alive, ladies! The boss is gonna join us! Show him how it's done, boss! Your first priority in enemy territory is knowing your surroundings. Your life depends on where you are looking and how fast you can identify your target. Therefore, you must first master moving your line of sight.
Yeah, this tutorial guy
To move your line of sight, use the right stick. Now when I give you an order, look in that direction. Look up. Good. Look down. Good. You should be familiar with the up and down controls now. Press the action button if you're ready to move on. Okay. Next, we'll check your left and right. Look right. Good. Look left. Good.
Man, it was hard.
You should be familiar with the left and right controls now. Press the action button if you're ready to move on. Okay. You can change the controls anytime in options. Go with the method that works best for you. Next, I'll explain how to change stances. If you just stand there like an idiot in front of an enemy, you might as well kill yourself now! At times, you will need to get low to avoid detection. You have 3 stances: stand, crouch, and lying down. To change stances, use the crouch button. Tap the crouch button to change between standing and crouching. You can move in either stance. Hold the crouch button and keep it held to lie down. However, you cannot move while you are lying down. I'll say that again. You cannot move while lying down. Is that clear?
This guy alone has more personality, and you know what? And then you might as well kill yourself now.
Good. Next, we'll work on your movement. Use the left stick to move around. Tilt it a little to walk slowly. Tilt farther to run. Decide which to use based on your situation. Remember that your footsteps are louder when running, making you easier to discover. Be careful!
Wait, Ocelot was in Phantom Pain music box? I didn't notice.
Good!
Maybe because he was busy
Now we have
being a
rolling.
ventriloquist time
Rolling is
traveler.
useful for knocking down enemies in your way, and for getting away when surrounded. You can also use it to jump over small ditches and other obstacles. To roll, tap the crouch button while running. You got that? Tap the crouch button while running! Don't forget it!
Sorry guys, I'll try to keep it down. Unfortunately, due to the extremely similar structure to the Phantom Pain, and also being better in every way, it's really hard to play Peace Walker without
Next,
comparing
I will
the two,
explain
yeah?
how to attack without gunfire. You may run into an enemy unexpectedly. You may not have a weapon on you, or you may be out of ammo. You'll still need an effective attack strategy. One well-placed strike and the enemy won't know what hit him. To strike an enemy, press the attack button while standing still. On my command, press the attack button repeatedly and take down your opponent. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fine work, boss!
Ah, that
Next,
would
we're gonna
explain a
practice
lot.
using the stun rod. Hitting someone with the stun rod will shock them with 1.5 million volts. Anyone on the receiving
Damn,
end of
this
that
dude
is
is
guaranteed
loud.
to be out cold. To use the stun rod, press the aim button to ready it, then press the attack button. You'll be glad to know we're using mock stun rods for this training session. When your partner attacks, make him believe it's the real deal. Prepare yourself for stun rod training. Go!
I'm ready,
1.5
boss.
million. He turned around this time.
Impressive, boss! Now we'll move on to CQC.
The mock stun rod has more charge, I guess.
CQC, or close quarters combat, refers to when engaging an enemy in battle at very close range. It is a quick and efficient way of eliminating a threat. There are various CQC techniques. We will go over each of them. Don't get cocky because you think you know them. This will be different from what you're used to. Pretend you are learning it for the first time. The first technique is throwing your opponent. To do this, position yourself near your opponent and press the attack button while you tilt the left stick. Be sure to press the attack button when the icon appears. Now, wait for my command and throw your opponent. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Impressive, boss! Next, I'm going to teach you how to restrain an opponent close to you. This is a cornerstone of CQC. Grab hold of an enemy, and the bastard's life is in your hands. What you do from there is up to you. Just know that if you restrain him for too long, the average person will most likely pass out. Something to keep in mind. Let's begin. To restrain your opponent, hold down the attack button while near them. Restrain your opponent on my command. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fine work, boss! Now we will throw your opponent after restraining them. To throw an enemy to the ground, press a direction on the left stick
Yeah,
when you
the
have
rain
them
on his
restrained.
character model.
Restrain your
There's
opponent
like
and throw them on my
MGS2
command.
rain, yeah.
Go!
I'm ready, boss.
The way that it's done in MGS2 is that the little droplets of rain are actually part of Snake's character model. They're not part of the rain model. But it works,
Impressive,
yeah.
boss!
I wonder if it's the same
now we will
here.
try CQC against multiple enemy opponents.
Maybe not.
You can also take out a group of enemies by throwing an opponent you have restrained.
The waves splashing in the background.
First, restrain an opponent by pressing the attack button near them. Then, tilt the left stick to throw them. By tilting the left stick toward other enemies, you can send your captive flying straight into them. On my command, restrain and then throw your opponent. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fine work, boss! Again! Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Now the hair's not clipping, it's just sticking out of the bottom of the mask.
Fine work, boss! All right! Why don't we do something special since the boss is here? Anyone who feels like getting their ass kicked, step forward. Don't hold back, boss. When you're surrounded by multiple enemies, you'll have to take them on one after the other. To do it, simply press the attack button again while throwing the current enemy. Just be sure to wait for the icon to appear. Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Fantastic! Again! Go!
I'm ready, boss.
Oh my, music box, you wanna have a CPC session with me?
Fine work, boss! And stop! That's it for today! Thank you, boss!
They're all beat up and shit now. That guy's just down. Nice.
Snake!
Here comes Ashley Wood, but kept in check by Shinkawa artwork. Which is it's less rough than
What's going on, cuz?
yeah, Portable
We've got
Lost.
guests. Time to move.
It's basically Shinkawa
Don't
keeping
worry,
Ashley
it's
Wood
not
at bay.
our friends from Langley. I brought him. Made sure we won't fall.
Thank you, big boss.
Call me Snake.
Sorry, Vic boss.
Listen up. For us, there is no victory.
But in revolution, doesn't one triumph or die?
We don't do either.
Now upgrade Ashley Wood as a dude.
Ah, thank you.
There's a
Feel
slight
like a
Johnny
new
reference,
man. There's no coffee like Costa Rican
but
coffee.
very tiny.
So, what brings a distinguished scholar from the Costa Rican government to Colombia?
Professor Galvez comes from Costa Rica's University for Peace.
You see, over the past year, there have been sightings of an armed group in Costa Rica. They're not ours, of course.
Costa Rica doesn't have an army.
Correct. Article 12 of our Constitution states that the Army as a permanent institution is abolished.
The Peace Constitution.
You think it's rebels who fled Nicaragua?
No, they don't appear to be guerrillas. They're far too organized.
What's your government's take?
The authorities in San Jose claim it's a multinational security firm, hired by the Development Corporation of Costa Rica. Lies, obviously. They're bringing in state-of-the-art weaponry and equipment by the shipload.
Where'd they get that kind of cash?
I fear La CIA may be involved.
The CIA.
As you both know, the United States views Central America as its backyard. Even after Cuba, we've managed to maintain a delicate balance with the US.
And your government can't just give them the boot.
We are not allowed to bear arms.
Japan's constitution has something similar. Article 9. It says Japan renounces war and can't maintain an army.
I understand that you and your men have neither state nor ideology. That you will fight any foe. Please, you must drive them out of our defenseless country. We come to you, the Militaires Sans Frontières.
So, you want to hire us?
Yes, as our deterrent. We can't afford to pay much, it's true. But we can offer you this. A forward operating base. An offshore plant in the Caribbean.
Sounds pretty good to me. This place is becoming a mess anyway. Snake, we need someplace we can settle down.
The government's agreed to cooperate. Unofficially, of course.
A chopper for transport would be nice too.
I'll see what I can do.
Hold it. You seem to think we're just a pack of dogs of war. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I've heard. You're an army without a state.
No, we've only left our countries behind.
Please, you must help us.
If your suspicions are true, force isn't gonna do any good. You'll have to find a political solution.
The government's hands are tied.
Go back to your bosses in San Jose. Tell them if they want, I'll introduce them to a negotiator I know.
No. I'm not here on their behalf.
So, what are you doing here?
For over 20 years, I've preached the virtues of peace at multiple universities. Tonight, I stand before you as an educator. This is my student. She came to me to study peace. Her name is Paz. Paz Ortega.
Paz. Peace.
No kidding. That's my name too. Kazuhira. It's Japanese for peace. Pleased to meet you, Paz. Call me Kaz.
They've got a supply port north of Puerto Limon, a town in la Costa del Mar Caribe. A few days ago, Paz stumbled upon that facility while searching for a lost friend. She was captured. She's only a child, 16 years old. They did terrible things to her, but somehow she managed to escape.
Oh, thank God.
She's huérfana. Her mother died when she was small, and she lost her grandparents in the Civil War. She hates war. with a
Just as they
passion
tell you
like
she's
no
16,
other.
you can do that.
My name
Supposedly
is Paz,
16.
and
Yeah.
I will do anything to protect my
Yeah.
namesake.
Thanks, Kojima.
It is my one and only purpose. Please, get them out of my country. Make them leave Costa Rica.
Sorry, kid.
We know who you are, Big Boss. That is why we've come to you.
November 10th, 1974.
Miller here. Do you copy, Snake? I see you've landed.
Damn.
That makes one giant leap for us. I'm sending this from the offshore plant, our mother base. The signal is unidirectional. I'll be giving you commands and advice through this channel.
That
Keep your
means...
headphones on at all times and pay attention. Also, make sure no one else can listen in. Snake, are you clear on the controls?
Yeah, I might have
Take
played
a
this
minute
before,
to refresh
cuz...
your memory. Use the left stick to move. Use the right stick to adjust your view.
Isn't Ground Zeroes like
To
March
change your
1975?
settings, use the start button to open the
That
menu.
means, man, Peace Walker's mother base
There's
was
no
only
one
there for
around.
like
Why
5
not
months.
Try some shooting practice. Select a target and squeeze off a round or two. Press the directional buttons while holding the R2 button to switch weapons. Ready your weapon with the L1 button. Then press the R1 button to fire. How about a little shooting practice? Try hitting a coconut.
Okay.
Select equipment by pressing the square or circle button while holding the L2 button. To check your map, press the start button to open the menu.
There's a few extra lines here if you fuck
The
around a little bit.
M16 is a standard assault rifle, capable of rapid fire. The Mark 22 tranquilizer gun can put enemies to sleep. The closer to the head you hit, the more effective it is. Tranquilizer rounds are hard to come by. Don't waste them.
Let's waste them.
That weapon won't help you put the lime in the coconut, boss. That weapon won't help you put the lime in the coconut, boss. The tranquilizer gun wasn't made to break things. Grenades explode. You throw them, Snake. Use the L1 button to ready throwing weapons. Once you ready the weapon, throw with the R1 button. When using throwing weapons, hold the attack button down longer to throw farther. You won't throw the weapon until you let go of the button.
Does it say anything for the magazine? No. Not a lot. Does it just go through it?
To use the stun rod, first unequip any other weapons. Then ready it with the L1 button and strike with the R1 button.
Apparently this conducts electricity. If only you knew how much you had to shoot this thing.
I think you got it, boss.
Oh man, we should play that in the fucking Viscount mission. I think you got him, boss. And then extract him dead. That's okay, I'm just trying to get more lines out of him.
And doesn't grow on trees, you know. Don't you think you could use a little more practice?
Man, he always says that, no matter how much you fuck around. Okay.
That's it. That's right. Nicely done, boss.
I wonder what they actually expect you to do. So if he doesn't say that.
That's it.
Oh no, the coconuts are gone. Ammo respawn. Wait, no, this is anesthetic.
That's right. Nicely done, boss. That's it. Perfect. That's right. Nicely done, boss.
You good now?
That's it.
Look, the ammo just pops up. Oh, I never noticed that. Does it just appear where you're looking? In the other games, you have to look away for it to appear. Now we gotta do this for science. Ammo doesn't grow and freeze, boss. And apparently it does in this game. Maybe we just had a weird angle and it showed up somehow. Or maybe it's not spawning anymore. Oh, no, there it is. You can kind of see it pop out of nowhere, though. Okay, let's go. We got a tiny portable ops reference here, which is basically just calling it crap.
I gotta thank you for agreeing to this, Snake. Man, am I glad to be out of here. Finally, we can leave all that crap in San Geronimo behind. And break into the mercenary business for real. Let me guess. You're doing it for her, aren't you?
And out of that portable op crap, this is the real portable Metal Gear, yeah? There was a lot of that going on in Kojima, I think. But he pretty much embraced the concept of a lot. So much that it made it into, you know, all the next few games after that.
Are they still here?
Come on, Snake. This could be good for us. They're willing to give us an offshore plant. A place we can finally put down some roots. This is our chance to expand MSF.
We don't need a place to stay, guys. We're nomads. We always
It's
will
actually my
be.
birthday too.
What?
Like in 5
You'd rather
hours.
keep wandering from conflict to conflict? Tools in the hands of whoever's fighting at the
7
time?
hours.
The second
Whichever.
we settle down, who's to say we won't become the warmongers?
Listen to me, Snake. We're not mercenaries. We're not a foreign legion. MSF's a business. A new kind of business. Look, it's not like we're trying to start a war here. All we need to do is find out who this security company really is.
Come on, Kaz. It's pretty obvious that they're backed by the CIA.
Wait a second.
Yeah, that reminded
that would
me.
mean
Our friend, the professor, is likely KGB.
I see.
We'd be making an enemy of our homeland.
And there'd be no turning back.
Yeah, that's why there's a 29.
Ah, this damn thing won't light.
Huh?
Put on some coffee, Kaz. It's time for a little chat with the professor.
Shit, yeah, I have to play Phantom Pain on my birthday now. Fuck. It's okay, I'm at that age where I'm not even thinking about it now, so it's okay. Just working for 3 Dog.
I was a heavy smoker. When I got my medal from the Secretary General, he gave me this prosthetic hand as well. But smoking was ruining my lungs, so I quit. I've not had much use for it since. It's quite an honor to meet the legendary Big Boss.
That's just a code name the CIA made up.
Then perhaps I should call you John.
I don't have a name. You stopped using that code name you liked so much 10 years ago. What about you, comrade? What do they call you back at Center?
Well then, allow me to get straight to the point. Land as slim as a whip, hot as torture.
That's the Chilean poet, Neruda.
Central America is the navel of the American continents, bridging north and south. We want this land. We'll build a socialist stronghold, then use it to split the Americas in two.
What do you need frames for? It's
America would lose its backyard.
comic book cutscenes.
And with it, its economic production, shipping lanes, and strategic value. We, on the other hand, would gain a base from which all of Latin America would be well within our reach. He who controls Central America will win this Cold War. First comes Nicaragua, toppling the pro-American Somoza regime. In preparation, we've begun instigating anti-Somoza sentiment and providing aid to the Sandinista National Liberation Front.
You're manipulating Sandinista into overthrowing Somoza for you.
After the revolution, Nicaragua will become a socialist state.
You think America's just gonna let that happen?
Certainly not. After all, the CIA is already here.
And that's the armed group inside Costa Rica.
Precisely. It's clear that they've been sent in to disrupt our efforts across the border in Nicaragua. Simply put, the army now stationed in Costa Rica is CIA capital. But it's more complex than that. The CIA's got something else planned as well.
What?
That is the million-dollar question. Big Boss, we want you and your unit to find the answer. Infiltrate and investigate the facility in La Costa, where Paz was imprisoned. Learn all you can of their operations. Then, drive them out of the country.
You're asking us to settle a turf war between the KGB and the CIA?
What about her? That was all just an act?
You mean her words about peace? She was captured, that much is true. But I've kept my KGB affiliation from her.
And you thought we'd fall for a sob story?
No. I had good reason to bring her along. She managed to escape with her life, but her friend was not so lucky. Why were they attacked? I believe this will help explain. Perhaps they saw something they weren't supposed to. Perhaps they heard something they shouldn't have.
A cassette tape?
Paz took this during her escape. She says her friend happened to record it by accident.
What is that?
A portable stereo cassette player. The first of its kind.
Ah. I heard they were working on something like that in Japan. Didn't know you guys were too.
I believe what you're about to hear will help you understand.
What is that? A Quetzal?
The Phoenix bird.
Paz's friend was researching birds. She went out into the jungle to record bird calls and stumbled upon this.
So? So what?
Now it gets interesting.
Poisonous. I need to get rid of it. I chase it back to its nest. You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's all... Many people. I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home.
Boss. Voice print analysis confirms that this voice is indeed that of the legendary hero and criminal, the Boss.
What?
The other hasn't been identified. Female in her 30s with a British accent. The song playing in the background was a hit in 1973.
What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your mentor? Your mission or your beliefs?
I am loyal to
Boss
myself.
is alive in Costa Rica.
As I understand it, she was your commander, fought by your side. And that you killed her under orders from the CIA, thus surpassing her to become the hero known as Big Boss. Well, what'll it be? Will you take the job?
Snake, it's gotta be a trap.
So you still can't turn your back on your country? Then I suppose you won't need this.
Wait!
Snake?
I'll do it for the girl. For Paz.
Okay. For peace, then.
are. CIA mercs. Snake, you've got to get past them undetected. Avoid combat whenever possible.
Here we go. Peace Walker with its amazing PSP and early missions difficulty and AI. Unfortunately, these guys are not the brightest.
Whatever it takes to stay out of sight.
What's up?
Your gun is a last resort. It could just as easily kill you as save you.
Okay. See how they have these bright orange jackets right now? But the game doesn't have a difficulty setting, but rather each mission has its own difficulty. So the later missions will be generally harder. You can see the difficulty level for each mission, but we're right at the beginning.
Pay attention to your surroundings. The
So
percentage in the upper right is your camo index. The
you can
lower the
spot
number,
them more
the
easily with these
easily you'll be
bright-ass
spotted.
jackets. Too.
Conspicuous movements and loud noises will compromise your camo index. Your fatigues will act as camouflage.
And also there's the fact that, well, it's a PSP game that got ported and, you know, HD'd into PS3, so it's a heck of a lot easier to play now than it was on PSP, but they didn't really adjust the AI for it. However, we do have this. The credits on screen, the dock area, the loading area, the crates, the forklift.
Stay sharp.
It's just like MGS1, see? Also, lots of numbers going on in this game. Lots of stats, numbers, and things, so you can quantify how much harder or how much better a soldier is or how much harder a mission is. There's loads of content and the grinding that comes with it. That's why it might be hard for some people to get into it, but once you do, if you do bother to see all the things that the game has to offer, it's definitely worth it, if you ask me. But not to mention all the co-op stuff. That alone, oh man, you can make some memories and some experiences in this game just from that alone that you cannot in any other game in the series. It's a little tough to chew through at first, Peace Walker, but once you do, you know, I've done so many saves, never regretted it. It's like that meme of the guy digging for diamonds and stopping right before he finds some.
Acknowledged. Spears are loaded.
See, the thing with a hypothetical remake is the structure of this game is so similar, or rather the Phantom Pain structure is so similar, but at the same time worse in every way, that it's hard not to compare them.
Where's it headed? What is it?
So, if they're gonna do that, don't. Just don't. You're recruiting your men, you're developing your base, you have your tapes, you're going from one mission area to the next, selecting it from a menu, because that's what you end up doing in Phantom Pain anyway, because open world is fucking useless in that game. So, it's just done with much more love and care and detail in this game. Really, really hard not to compare it. So there we are. And in a sense, we did get a remake of this game, and it went badly. Bad. I'm really happy it's playable on PS3, but probably, I mean, remakes in general just don't end up right most of the time.
This is Snake. Kaz, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You found a radio.
It's got a circuit that reverses the audio phase.
Let's switch frequencies from time to time, just to make sure we're not detected.
I found a map of their bases. The cargo's heading from the marshes west towards Irasu.
Nice going, boss.
Kaz, this place is full of film badges. Dozens of them.
Film badges? Like the ones used to measure radiation exposure?
The radio man was wearing one. And whoever he was talking to called the cargo Spears.
Wait,
That would mean...
Nukes. They're bringing nukes into Costa Rica.
Holy Mother of God. How's that map, Snake? Think you can use it?
It tells me where their bases are, but it's just a bunch of points. No routes. I need better intel on the lay of the land.
Snake, the professor said he's got the Sandinistas on his side. Said you should get in touch with the FSL and Comandante.
Do they know they're backed by the KGB?
Nah. As far as they know, they're really fighting for the revolution. The KGB is staying behind the scenes. I'm not sure the Sandinistas are aware of what's really going on.
Still can't believe anybody would bring nukes here.
Yeah, that's a shocker. Costa Rica's party to the Tlatelolco Treaty, which declares Latin America a nuke-free zone. Based on Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles, it bans the testing, use, import, or deployment of nuclear weapons. If word of this gets out, Opinol will be forced to act. It'll cause an international uproar.
The treaty was signed to prevent another Cuban Missile Crisis. If the U.S. itself is gonna scrap it...
Latin America's too close to spawning another Cuba or two already. The entire continent would become one big powder keg.
Well, if they did bring nukes, we can't let them get away with it.
Are they planning a test? Showing off? Or is it all to keep the anti-American movement in check?
Good question. Why bring them here? I can't figure it out.
Whatever the CIA's up to in Costa Rica, the professor wants it stopped. We need to find out what that something is.
We need to get ready first, Kaz. Repairs?
Working as fast as we can, boss. This place is pretty beat. Looks like hell. But as long as you're with us, we'll make it heaven. No one can bother us here. No state telling us what to do. This is the MSF's haven, our mother base. And with this foothold, we'll back you up even better than before. We're gonna turn this pile of junk into something big.
Hold on, guys. I need a couple minutes. Alright, well, I'm back. We got our little tiny mother base to start with here. It's cute. It'll get bigger. This is the starting mother base. It already has certain design choices that make more sense in a certain other game, but whatever. And let's take a look. These are all the people we start with. And if we take a look at their stats, well, for example, we have a little quote, little something. This is what they're supposed to be saying when they meet Snake. And you can find little things like Easter eggs, references, hints, gameplay tips, and hints at little things in these There's all their portraits. They can be little Easter eggs. Like this guy looks like Johnny in MGS4, for example. See, they could look like other characters, or they could look like voice actors, or other actors, or other people involved in the series. You know, this guy kind of looks like Gray Fox in Metal Gear 2. But yeah, the more you find, the more references, and you know, their combat skill is broken down into all the different icons here: shooting, reloading, throw, blaze, walk speed, run speed, fight, and defense, which is basically CQC and damage, I guess. So like the combat ability, it can vary from one thing to the other. When you're playing it, you feel it. When you reload faster. When you shoot, you have less recoil. You know, if you throw things, you're throwing farther. Your CQC does more damage, which you can see with the numbers. So when you're playing, for example, an S-rank soldier and everything, this guy looks like Haz. No, you can really feel it in gameplay. I'm like, is there another game? Okay, I will omit the unlike a certain other game part from now on, because it's just implied, yeah? Now, the unique characters have their unique skills. We can auto-assign these guys for now. We only have a combat unit R&D. And if we put Miller in R&D right now, we can't make more stuff. No, I don't need a tutorial. See, in this game, when you start the development, for one thing, you can interrupt it if you need to. But since we just barely met the requirements, for example, for the smoke grenades, you can't just start the development and then move people away from the team. And it's like, now you can't develop this anymore because you don't meet the requirements, right? It'd be really stupid if you could just move everybody in one team, start a development, and then move them out, right? Right? Oh, fuck me, man. So it's a bunch of little things, but mostly, you know, we're gonna have a lot of tapes. A lot of these characters, a lot of these tapes are really good. But remember, this was designed as a portable game. So yeah, the beginning is a little overwhelming because they throw all the context of all the characters, all the places, all the things going on all at once. And this was supposed to be a portable game. So yeah, the idea is, I don't know, think how big portable gaming is in Japan. People commute on the train all the time. They have all the free time, so you would like listen to these tapes on the go, one at a time, at your own pace, whenever you want. So it's not exactly made to be just, you know, played all in one go like we do here, but still really good stuff. It'd be really stupid if somebody did that in a home console, main console game that is not portable, right? Certainly that'll never happen. But anyway, another cute detail here is these extra missions. Yeah, there's extra missions, but they have context to them. See, for example, we just knocked out that guy in the cutscene earlier with the QTE. Now there's a Fulton recovery mission about that guy. So they have context, they have little plays in the story too, in between things, and you can't do it to Snake because someone else is doing it. Snake has knocked out a radio soldier, so now you have to go get him. So even the extra ops have a lot of variety. It's not just Fultons all the time. There's a lot of vehicles, but those also have their quirks to them. And they have a little bit of context. There's even extra ops where you get contacted by Snake himself because you're doing other stuff in the story and he's doing something else. Yeah, so it's more than just go Fulton, this random asshole in the desert all the time.
The boss has infiltrated the area around the coastal supply facility and knocked out the soldier there. But we can't just leave him there to be found. I need you to get in there and capture the unconscious soldier using the Fulton recovery system. Do it quickly before he comes to.
But like for this mission, we cannot use Snake because someone else is doing it. Also, okay, so our next best guy is Alligator, who sucks, but hey, he's trying. Yeah, there's 2 mine clearing missions, and they have more detail. Here's a tiny detail actually. When you select somebody, their portrait, like their face, is what you see in the background of this menu. It's really zoomed in, so it's a little hard to tell, but it is different for everybody. I think what you see there, right under where it says details, like that's probably their eye. Like if you select Snake, he gets the eye patch. It's all blacked out there. So I don't know why it's so zoomed in, but yeah, it's just little details, little things that matter, you know. For example, when you select your uniform, it influences how many weapons and how much ammo and how many items you can carry, and also your running speed. Imagine that. If you're naked, right now we don't have that many camos because these are all variations of the same one, but if you're naked, for example, well, these guys are not really naked because they still have that undershirt, which is probably to cover the scar. But if you're naked, you can carry less ammo, less items, but you go faster. For example, you can see Snake's scar modeled after the boss's scar, but you know, his has a purpose. Yeah. There's a lot of funky little silly camos you can unlock in this game, and some really OP and useful ones. But yeah, right now we're at the beginning of the game, and we don't have shit. Oh yeah, we can't do Snake. Let's see. We don't really. Oh yeah, Fultons. You have to equip the Fulton. You have to manage your Fultons. The amount of Fultons you can carry actually matters and determines whether you can S-rank some missions or not for most of the game until you have the bandana that gives you infinite Fultons. So you can't just keep getting Fulton refills endlessly, for example. If you spend all your Fultons in a mission, chances are some of the better soldiers in the mission will be later in the mission, so that if you just mindlessly Fulton everybody you see, you run out, and then once you get there, you don't have any left for the really good people or the slightly better people or prisoners, you know, in the later area in the mission. But there's all these little details. Even the side ops have, you know, tapes to them, unique tapes. And there's a whole bunch of tapes, like I was saying. We're just starting out the game, so all the context of everything that's going on, all the characters, you know, these tapes are really good. They're actual conversations between Snake and other people, and you know, all the characters you find. They give you a buttload of tapes every time because these characters actually have, you know, motivations and backgrounds and things that they talk about. Yeah, anyway, let's do this mission for now. Then we will get started on all the Kaz and Paz tapes. This guy runs really slow.
Recovery to bring back knocked out soldiers. To use Fulton Recovery on a soldier, get up next to them so the icon appears, and push the action button.
The mission is to get that guy, but we might as well get all of them, maybe. Or just this guy in the way. But let's see if we can get the others. They're super mega blind anyway, and slow to react.
Fulton Recovery to
What's up?
helicopter is complete.
This guy's punch only does 150. Snake's punch was doing like 200 or 300 there.
That's too tall to climb.
Hey,
If only
what's
you
up?
had some equipment. Fulton Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
The wall slam, though. Gives you extra stun damage. God, this guy runs so
Hurry up
slow.
and send those knocked out soldiers back here. Don't mess around or they're gonna wake up. This is Miller. Hearing you loud and clear.
Oh, we can
you know
call
you
him.
can assign the radio to the
Nice.
select
That's
button
right. Oh,
by
we already
choosing
found the
options
just
from the menu
thing to call
window.
back there.
Let me worry about. Okay, you're done with. Head for the recoveries. Okay, you're done with that
Oh, and
area.
that's all
Head
about
for the goal.
leaving. And imagine that, an animation for Fultoning yourself.
Hey, that was great. Can't wait to see what else you can do.
Yeah. Not only is this game 60 FPS, it's also the only one currently in the HD edition, the HD collection at 1080p. Yeah. Because Peace Walker HD was not made by Bluepoint. Therefore, it's not a colossal fuck up of missing and wrong things, yeah? Okay, let's go. We'll do a few extra ops here and there, the useful ones and the unique ones and the cute ones. Not all of them, of course, because there's a lot.
Snake, I rigged that radio so you can contact our young lady friend Paz.
Is she okay?
No need to worry. She's tougher than you think.
Still just a kid.
Which is exactly why she could be an effective source of information. Besides, that little Angel de la Paz is the one who gave us this mission, right?
I guess.
I'll put her on.
Snake,
Paz, where are you?
Ciudad Colon. A school. The teacher told me to stay here until things quiet down.
Teacher? Oh, him. He's... Yeah, that's probably good advice.
See, he has a radio in his room, so we can talk anytime.
Pretty fancy for a teacher.
Promise me, Snake, that you'll bring back peace, and
I know. I'll contact you if I find your friend.
thank you. Snake, if you need to know about Costa Rica, the geography, the climate, the wildlife, anything, just ask me. I know about its history and laws too. We learned it all in school.
Got it. I have a question. I'll ask. What?
In school, I also learned that peace is an unnatural state for human society, and that war is a constant threat to our relationships with others.
That's right.
So, to achieve peace, we have to create it ourselves. Crying about it won't bring it about or make it last. Each one of us must go and seek it out.
You won't find it without making sacrifices. No offense, but I don't know what peace is. Never felt what it's like. Never even been interested in it.
Snake?
Oh, sorry. Listen, Paz, I think your ideas are admirable. I hope they turn out to be right.
Yeah, me too.
Peace is in your name. Who better to help bring it back?
Thanks, Snake. I will be here whenever you need me. See you later.
Snake, use your radio to call people, but stay alert. You're in the middle of a mission and can't afford to let your guard down.
Got it.
Need to know more about Costa Rica? Haas can help you out.
Good to know.
We'll follow their transport route. This should take us straight to their main base.
From what I've seen, it looks like nukes.
Agreed. The key thing now is to confirm whether those spears really are what we think they are, and if so, why they're here.
Follow the transport route. Find the nukes.
That's what I'm thinking. First, we should make contact with the Sandinista Comandante. They can tell us more about what's up ahead. But it looks like their hideout's already come under attack.
We better hope they're still alive.
Snake, infiltrate that cabin and secure the Sandinista's Comandante. Neutralize any guards by knocking them out, putting them to sleep, or even using the Fulton recovery system. You choose how to handle it, boss.
Alright. Let's do this. We'll do most of these right now, and then we'll leave the... I like to do the political tapes after. It's not too much at once, but damn, there's a lot, because we're just starting out, you know? We're introducing all the characters, the concepts, context, shit. Alright, let's just go in order.
Kaz, what kind of shape is that plant the professor gave us in?
First time I laid eyes on it, I thought it was some kind of joke. It was a giant birdhouse, seagulls everywhere. We eventually scraped off most of the rust and bird crap. The underlying structure's intact. Little elbow grease? Man, we should be in business.
Who used to own it anyway? Whatever shape it's in now, somebody sank some serious money into building it.
From what I can tell, an American university built it as a research platform for ocean thermal energy conversion. The name's still on some of the rusty old power turbines. I'm guessing they must have had government and corporate assistance to build it too. But they couldn't solve the thermal efficiency problem, and the project was canceled. Then after the university abandoned it, a KGB front company scooped it up for next to nothing. At least that's my theory.
How'd the KGB manage to buy a plant built with American capital, front company or not?
Yeah, that professor is quite the operator. One other thing. The plant's set up so that it can join up with other plants of the same standard.
So, they were originally planning on expanding the place, huh?
Hey, let's give it a shot. We can get some more people together and build this place up into a proper home for MSF. You're with me on this, right, boss? Snake, you can use the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system to send prisoners and unconscious mercenaries you encounter back to Mother Base. I know you've used the Fulton before, but just to make sure I'm not missing anything, let's review the steps.
Okay.
First, attach a balloon to the unconscious enemy or captured prisoner.
Right. I hook a wire to their waist, and on the other end of the wire, there's a helium balloon.
Right. Then we'll send over a chopper to catch the floating balloon with its recovery hook and reel it up into its cargo hold.
And that's it?
And that's it. We finished installing the recovery hook on the Huey.
Wait, Kaz. Something doesn't make sense about this whole process.
This again.
Well, normally, Fulton recovery is for when you're using fixed-wing aircraft. With a helicopter, isn't it simpler to land and pick up directly?
Listen, Snake. You're going to be calling for recoveries repeatedly throughout your mission. We want to keep the risk of taking enemy fire to a minimum. The best way to get that done is to do the recovery in a high-speed flyby. That's what the Fulton surface-to-air recovery system is for.
Uh-huh. What's the real reason?
Helicopters are cheaper, and the repair bills will start adding up once the bullets start flying.
I thought so. Kaz, I know we need to keep costs down, but...
Boss, you really need to get rid of this whole army mentality. We're not the Pentagon. We don't have billions of taxpayer dollars to play with. And besides...
Fine. Just pick a reason that makes sense.
Helicopters have quicker response time. Sounds strange, yeah, but it works great. I promise. You'll get used to it before long.
Yeah, I hope so.
Remember why we created MSF, Snake. To provide military force to whoever needs it, wherever they are, regardless of nation or ideology. Our beliefs aren't all that lofty.
We just won't be the tools of any one country.
Exactly. We know only how to fight. But we refuse to live our lives at the whim of the state. The MSF seal is patterned after Pangaea, the supercontinent from 250 million years ago. Back then, the whole world was one landmass, one world. No gaps, no rifts.
Our strength will take us back there. What about you, Kaz? Any interest in expanding MSF?
You'd better believe it. I want to make us into an organization that doesn't take orders from any country. Just like you were saying, we have to be strong. Strong enough to defend ourselves. We need money, too. Money to train soldiers to fight. The way I see it, we make MSF into something along the lines of a new kind of business. A contractor providing the full range of military services. Not just combat, but logistics, training, weapons, outfitting, and R&D. Combining the small footprint and exceptional performance of special forces with the raw military might of a full regular army. Only with that kind of power can we break free of nation-states. What I need from you, boss, is to go out and find guys we can bring back here using Fulton Recovery. Then tell us what assignment to use them for. I'll take care of the rest. Your old mentor, the boss. She was known in the West as the Mother of Special Forces, right?
Nothing but propaganda.
Actually, it's not all that far from the truth. I heard the KGB just set up a counter-sabotage cell. Alpha Group, I think they call it. There's even a rumor that West Germany created a counter-terrorist unit within its border police after the debacle at the Munich Olympics. Back home in the States, they've got the illustrious Green Berets, the SEALs, and your personal creation, Foxhound. The seeds sown by the boss are beginning to sprout. Same goes for MSF, right? In creating it, you were carrying on the will of the boss.
Yeah. She taught me how to fight the hard way. She beat it into me.
And now, thanks to her, we can take on missions other than just conventional combat. After all, we've got the same mother as the Army's Special Forces. Still can't believe Professor Galvez was KGB.
Well, like the professor said, Moscow's hell-bent on communizing Latin America.
Yeah, the Cuban intel services are all in the KGB's pocket. You don't think he's got some kind of ulterior motive?
If the CIA is up to something, it's only natural that the KGB wants to know about it. But I doubt they're showing us their full hand.
We'd better watch our backs.
What do you think, Kaz? Why did Paz come all the way to Colombia herself?
It's a long trip to make just to be Exhibit A in Galvez's sales pitch. She's only 16, still a kid. Maybe we should take her wish for peace at face value. Don't forget to give the MSF staff assignments. Where you place people will determine how Mother Base grows.
Right.
That goes for me too. Assign me wherever you think is best.
You? I thought you were second in command.
Don't worry, I've got that covered. But MSF is still small, and I don't have the leisure of sitting around on my butt all day.
I see your point, but...
Not to brag or anything, but I kick ass at whatever job you gave me. Put me in the area you want to focus on developing most. I'll take real good care of the staff there.
Easy, Kaz.
Life's funny sometimes, isn't it?
What brought that on?
We first met as enemies on the battlefield. And now here we are fighting side by side.
You mean Colombia?
Yeah. After I quit the JSDF. I made my way there and got myself a position as a drill sergeant for a band of revolutionaries. Despite the fact that I'd never seen a day of combat.
I see you had the gift for talking business in Spanish even back then.
Oh, come on, stop it. You're making me blush. Unlucky for me, though, you were in the service of the Colombian Army. I remember it like it was yesterday. It all happened in an instant. You guys ambushed us, and half my unit was taken out. My mind went totally blank. I couldn't keep it together. My whole unit was wiped out. And I was left half dead from a bomb blast.
Then, as I was leaving, you yelled out at me. I came all the way from Japan to be here. My place is on the battlefield. Then you asked for my help, saying, I want to be the one to end it. I remember being surprised that there were still samurai in Japan.
You guys came over to me. I had a grenade hidden under me, but even then you were too fast. The second I pulled the pin, you grabbed the hand I was using to hold the grenade with both palms.
I didn't want it to go off. I'd heard samurai were a proud bunch. I wanted to know why one of them would stoop so low as to try to take his opponent with him.
And I said, I'll never lose again. We'll never lose again.
Yeah. We'll do whatever it takes, but we'll never be beaten again.
Then, I passed out from the blood loss. When I woke up, I was in your camp's infirmary, stuck full of tubes. Why'd you save me? Your enemy after I tried to kill you.
Because you swallowed your pride and fought with everything you had.
I just didn't want to lose.
You found a way to fight back, even in the face of death, even when you knew you were going to die. That's the mark of a true warrior. It's not about gain and loss, or victory and defeat. I looked at the way you lived your life and saw the path I needed to take as a warrior.
Wow, I never knew that. And that's why you...
I realized then that the battlefield doesn't only divide people into allies and enemies. Sometimes it tells you more than just who's an ally or who's an enemy. Sometimes it helps reveal your true comrades.
Like you and me, huh?
That's right. And 2 years later, here we are.
Alright guys, so you'll be happy to know that this tape about how Miller met Snake actually goes a lot more in depth than this. This is only what we got in the game, but there's an entire Japanese radio drama about this, which starts out just like the tape does, you know, the first few lines, and then it goes much more in depth. So we're doing that. We do that as extra content because, you know, there's not enough tapes. We need more tapes. So in order to do that, the only way that you, unfortunately it's Japanese only, but you can get official English subtitles for it if you play none other than the Japanese version of Ground Zeroes. Because Ground Zeroes has an option for English subtitles, you know, so even if you play the Japanese version, which is the only version that has these tapes about how Miller met Snake, you can get English subtitles for it. So we got it right here, and there's a cute little detail about anything Japanese Ground Zeroes has Kaz on the cover, or on, you know, the art or the disc or whatever. It's not just Big Boss, it's Kaz as well. They didn't do that in the West because people were afraid. They were afraid that people wouldn't know who the fuck that guy is, because Peace Walker doesn't get much appreciation, unfortunately, in the West. So, in Japan, anything Ground Zero has Big Boss and Kaz in the background. So yeah, we're gonna have to read subtitles, but it's worth every second of it. It's so good. It's not just tapes, it's a radio drama. You know, there's the sound effects, there's the music, there's all the different parts of it. And yeah, Ground Zeroes runs like shit on PS3, but I don't care. We're only here for the tapes and the subtitles, so we'll manage. And we always have to put a big fucking warning on the screen because it's Peace Walker content, and people come in and see Ground Zeroes and be like, "Are you done with Peace Walker already?" No matter how big of a fucking thing on the screen you put. Yeah. So we'll put this on the screen, but maybe it needs more. Maybe it needs to be highlighted because seriously, every time it's a challenge. Try to have people not ask about it, even though it's like right there. All right, so I don't want to log in. You can't even log in. Servers are dead now. Yes. So if we go to cassette tapes in Ground Zeroes, we have an extra menu. Peace and Kazuhira Blues. All the encounters. So, like I said, if you don't know about these, they're really, really good. They're worth going through at least once, and we do that as, you know, extra content for Peace Walker, because it is basically Peace Walker content. Actually, it says right here, hold on, if I move this, listen to recordings from Peace Walker. Shit, I don't want to put it in the way of subtitles though. Okay. Alright, let's do this.
人生ってのはわからないもんだな。いきなり何の話だ。戦場で敵同士として出会った俺とあんたが今はこうして共に戦ってるってことがさ。コロンビアでのことが、ああ、自衛隊を飛び出してコロンビアに流れ着いた俺は実戦経験もないくせにいきなり革命勢力の指導教官というポジションを得た。スペイン語での営業トークは当時から得意だったと見える。茶化さないでくれよ。ついてなかったのはあんたが政府軍側に雇われていたことだ。今でも忘れられない。あっという間だった。あんたたちの待ち伏せ攻撃で俺の部隊は瞬時に半数が倒され、泡を食った俺は頭の中が真っ白になっちまった。 おかげでその後の指揮はひどいありさま。結局部隊は
待ち伏せだ。どうします、教官。ミラー教官。
ああ、
教官。
二手に分かれる。お前はついてこい。
待ってくれ。俺は
あっちだ。言うことを聞け。
あんた俺を大鳥に。
違う。
急げ。
走れ。こっちだ。
教官、そっちは。ミラー教官。
おい。
仕掛け爆弾か。畜生。しまった。
負傷者の抗争を急げ。鹵獲兵器は可能な限り持ち帰るんだ。遺体は道端に並べてタープをかけてやれ。おい大将、武器を捨てろ。両手は頭だ。英語はわかるか。
手が
聞こえん。
手が上がらない。
大将、いらんことは考えるな。お前の部隊は全滅だ。
俺は日本から来た。自ら望んでやってきた。それは戦場が俺の居場所だからだ。
分かったから両手を見せろ。
解釈を頼む。
解釈？
切腹、腹切りだよ。俺は侍だ。自分で腹を切る。その時俺の首を落としてくれ。これが解釈だ。後ろから円髄の下めがけて一気に振り下ろせ。だが皮一枚で刃を止めるんだ。振り切ると首がどっかに転がっちまう。鳥の餌は嫌だ。できないのか？
マジェット。
はい、ボス。
悪いな。すぐ済む。じゃあ
グレネードだ。ボス。
安全レバーが外れなければ手榴弾は起爆しない。
手を離せ。
そうはいかん。
ボス。
待て。お前自爆しようとしたな。
俺たち日本人は二度と負けない。たとえどんな手段を使おうと決して負けない。負けな。野戦病院、いやテントか。
政府が建てた臨時収容施設だ。思ったより顔色がいいな。動くのは無理だ。日中は暑いだろうが我慢してくれ。
帰れ。
話が終わったら帰る。武器もない。お前も手榴弾はなしだ。
帰れ。
永久に痛みを忘れさせてやってもいいんだぞ。こっちも仲間をやられたからな。ほら、差し入れだ。開けてみろ。
何しに来た？尋問か？
違う。お前のことはもう知ってる。和平ミラー。日本陸上自衛隊出身。戦争をしない軍隊か。
軍隊じゃない。
米国を経てなんか目立った実戦経験はなしにもかかわらず、2ヶ月前から反政府勢力の教官として一個小隊を指揮。大したもんだ。
見舞いならもう帰れ。
それも違う。そっち座るぞ。
静かに座ってくれ。
スカウトに来た。お前を仲間にしに来たんだ。
仲間？
そうだ。どうした？本気だぞ。
革命軍には俺のクライアントがいる。支払いも悪くない。
まるでビジネスマンだな。
この国の混乱は当分続くだろう。なのに政府軍にくら替えしろってのか？
そいつも違う。
どう違う？
政府当局との契約は昨日で切れた。お前とやり合ったのが最後だ。
そうか。あんたも俺と同じ金で雇われた。
金のためじゃない。俺たちはみんな自分のために戦う。
つまり金のためだろ
う。日本が奇跡の経済復興を遂げるわけだ。お前の説得には時間がかかりそうだな。
いらないよ。もう帰ってくれ。
お前回復したら監獄入りだそうだ。連中の尋問は過酷だぞ。何しろ俺の仕込みだ。
それが？
例えばフランス人がインドシナで好んで使った爪の間に薄い竹べらを差し込むってやつだ。
爪？
こいつはひどく痛い。大の男が赤ん坊のように泣きわめく。垂れ流すぞ。
脅しか？
だが生き物ってやつは痛みだけで死に至ることはない。両手両足爪は20枚ある。そいつを1枚ずつ時間をかけてじっくり痛むる。それが終わったらまだ爪がなくなっただけ。人間の痛点はまだたっぷり残ってる。歯なんてどうだ。28本あるぞ。お前親知らずは？差し入れ開けてみろ。
これはおむつ？
その時役立つおしめだ。
笑えね
え。外見てみろ。正規軍の奴らが言う処刑。ここじゃ見慣れた風景だ。どうだ？俺んところに来るんなら全部チャラ無罪放免にしてやる。
雇われ兵のあんたに何ができる？
ここの基地司令官と俺は仲良しでね。
仲良し？
奴の上層部に知られたくない秘密が俺の日記帳に書いてあるくらいのな。
ブラックメールか。
奴にとっちゃ命だ。
おい、病室だぞ。
お前しかいない。
だがなぜ俺を？ここを抜け出したら軍隊復帰するかもしれないんだぜ。
いや、噂を聞いた。
噂？
和平ミラーは反政府組織を壊滅させるために潜入した政府側の工作員だったというな。
でたらめだ。
政府軍のディスインフォメーション工作、 CIA の入れ知恵か。
くだらんな。
だが反政府組織はどう思う？部隊は全滅。お前の死体は残っていない。お前を疑うよな。
あんたか。あんたがその噂を。
いや、だがどっちにしろお前はもう戻れない。 反政府軍は裏切り者和平ミラーへ報復に出るだろう。単独のフリーランサーとしてはやりづらくなるな。少なくともこの辺じゃ。かといって出国も命がけだろう。反政府勢力に加担するのは割が合わん。金も装備もないが責任は重いからな。だが政府軍もやめておけ。権力の復讐が体に染みつく。俺んとこに来い。装備は自前で揃ってる。イデオロギーもパワーバランスも関係ない。戦いを求める者の理想郷だ。
俺があんたにつくだって？いくら雇われでも敵方のあんたに？
戦うことしかできない人間がいる。生まれつきか誰かにそうさせられたか、戦いにしか生の充足を得られない奴が。あだが何のために戦う？国？家族？金か？
俺は
どうでもいい。だがそういう連中が同じ境遇を持った奴ら同士が仲間になった方がいい。殺し合うくらいならな。
勝利かさもなくば死か。俺はあんたへの負けを認めてない。
そうか。
あんたにつく理由がない。そうだ、勝負をしないか。
勝負？
あんたが勝ったら仲間になってやるよ。だが負けたら俺を逃がしてく
れ。何をする気だ？
あんたと決着をつけたいだけだよ。どうだ、傷を治して1週間後だ。勝負の内容と場所は俺が決める。
いいだろ
う。おい、俺が勝って自由になったら噂を流す。あんたは工作員で反政府勢力に情報を流してるってな。何がおかしい？尋問はあんたが受けるんだ。こいつもあんたが使え。
分かった。何か必要なものがあったらここの連中に言え。俺から伝えておく。
そうするよ。
あ、そうだ。
ん？
脱走は考えるな。ここの兵隊は従順だが気性が荒い。下手に動いたら勝負は永遠にお預けになるぞ。
ああ。
じゃあまたな、和平ミラー。
おい。俺は金のために戦ってるんじゃない。
じゃあなんだ？
いや、あんたに話すようなことじゃない。なんて呼べばいい？
俺か？
ああ。
ボスと呼べ。俺はスネークだ。
スネーク。1週間後だ。
ああ、これここは置いとくぞ。
ああ、あんたが言ってくれたおかげだろう。キャンプの兵士たちは協力的だったよ。監視役の兵士はついたが、病院の敷地内なら自由に動けた。監視役はこう言った。ボスにそうしろと頼まれたからな。目がまっすぐだった。不思議だ。あんたはもう政府軍を離れている。だがこいつは未だにボスと呼び、しかもそのことに喜びを感じている。自由に歩き回ったおかげで残念なことも分かった。脱出は無理だ。見張りは厳重。24時間隙がない。ま、想像はしてた。勝負に向けてと称して必要なものを調達してもらった。ゴーグル、時計、森、マッチシューティング用のセミカスタムガバにまで OK が出た。気前が良すぎる。だが兵士は言った。ボスに銃は無駄だ。一瞬で撃てなくしちまうからな。手品でも使うのかと思った。だがそいつは笑って試してみればわかると付け足した。 ここの兵士はみんな戦士としての、それか指揮官としてのあんたに深い敬意を抱いていた。軍を辞めてついていきたがってる奴もたくさんいたんだ。あの人のためなら命も惜しくない。かつての部下にそこまで慕われる軍人、それがあんたの強さの秘密ってやつか。俺は革命軍の連中をまるで無知で追い立てるように扱っていた。連中もそれなりに動いてくれたが、俺についてこいと言って従う奴がどれくらいいただろうか。部隊は全滅、もう確かめようがない。最後の準備だ。取り寄せたスコッチを打賃にしてミエールって呼ばれてる地元の行商人に手紙を渡した。しばらく観察していたが、兵士はみんなこいつには気を許していた。酒瓶をちらつかせるとミエールはその名の通りミツバチのように寄ってきた。よし、行け。宛先は俺が目をかけていたゲリラ戦士たち。優秀で信用できる。あの時は居残り組だったからまだ健在のはずだった。すぐに蜜が運ばれてきた。説明を理解、計画も了解。これでいい。この時は勝利を確信していた。1週間が経った。よし、この辺で止めろ。あんたも降りてくれ。
ミラー、この辺りはダメだ。場所を変えよう。
ビビるなよ。前人未到のジャングルだ。ここのワニは人肉なんて食べたことないさ。
メガネカイマンのことじゃない。
危険な動物はいない。毒蛇はあんたのお仲間だろ、スネーク。ここなら邪魔者も入らない。
山賊風情のゴロツキがこの辺りを根城にしていると聞いたことがある。麻薬を栽培してカルテルに売ってるような連中だ。よそ者がうろつくのは好まないだろう。前人未到だって？よく見ろ。人間が通った跡だらけだ。折れた草、木の幹に刃物の傷。あそこ見ろ。裏返った小石がまだ湿ってる。数時間以内に誰かがここに来てるんだ。しかも一人や二人じゃない。おい侍、ここはやめた方がいい。これ以上面倒を背負いたくないならな。
場所はここじゃなきゃまずい。
なぜだ？
ああ、待て。何をおじけづいてるんだ、スネーク。あんたの兵士に見張りをさせておけばいい。そいつらが近づいてこないように。それに俺が逃げられないようにな。
もちろんそのつもりだ。
この人数と装備を見たら誰も近づいてこない。そうだろ。
分かった。で、何をする気だ？
森で魚を突く。スピアフィッシングだ。やったことは？
ナイフでなら。
ナイフで？
こんな便利なものは持ってないからな。
そうか。まあいい。取った魚の数と大きさで競う。平和的だろ？ほら。
うん。これで俺が勝ったら納得するんだな。
もちろんだ。あんたをボスって呼んでやるよ。
よし、長居は無用だ。始めよう。よし、来た。どりゃ。でけえ。アロワナだらけだ。いい穴場を知ってたな。だからここにしたかったのか。
まあな。
何匹取った？
2匹。
小さいな。これじゃモズの餌だ。
あんたは 7匹。しかも全部1メートル近い。
へえ。よし、お前にハンデをやる。
ハンデ？
この先たった一度でもお前が勝てばその時点でミッション完了だ。お前を逃がして俺は完全に手を引こう。で次は
腕相撲、アームレスリングはどうだ？
分かった。
始め。勝負あり、ボス。さすがです、ボス。
他に得意なことは？
銃の分解組み立て競争といこう。日本じゃ一番早かった。
じゃあ目隠ししてやろう。
始め。
あれ、これが、いや、待って、この先、ぬるっとした。おかしいな。
よし、
そこまで。
なんだそりゃ、月着陸船か。
次は早食いだ。
早食い？何を？
あれだ。
さっき取った魚、アロワナを。
そう。しかも煮たり焼いたりはなしだ。
生でか？
そうだ。生は嫌いか？
好んで食べはしないが。
兵士たるもの、食える時に食えるものを食えるだけ食う。そんな胃袋を持っているべきだ。
そうだな。
だからそれを競う。
いいだろう。8年ぶりか。懐かしいな。サバイバルビワー。
サバ、え？
うん。
あ、そんな一息に。
ああ、うまい。
あんた生魚食えたのか？
ローフィッシュを食べるのは日本人だけだとでも思ったが。
いや、日本人でも魚ごとかぶりつくことはあまり。
うますぎる。何してる？お前も食え。
ああ。
最高だ。
腹渡まで食ってる。
この柔らかいとこがうまい。
あ、寄生虫が。
よく噛めば死ぬ。
待った。もういい。
そうか。で？もう観念して俺の部隊に来い。
いや、これからだ。よし、次の勝負は。
まだやるのか？
もちろんだ。
今度はなんだ？柔道か？わんこそばか？
詳しいな。いや、違う。射撃、スピードシューティングだ。
大声出すな。
順番に銃を撃って6つの的を打ち倒した時間を競う。
分かった。だがそろそろ日が沈む。それに銃声が聞こえればゴロつきが近づいてくるだろう。これが最後の勝負だ。
もちろんだ。もし俺が負けたら今度こそ認めよう。
その言葉忘れるな。誰かガバをくれ。
スタンバイ。2秒62。
やるね。
今度はお前の番だ。
ああ。だがターゲットはスネーク、あんただ。
囲まれた。
よう待たせたな。やっとお前たちの出番だ。
さっきの大声は合図か？こいつらは山賊じゃないな。
俺が一番信頼してる奴らだ。
あらかじめここに集めておいた。だからお前はこの場所に固執した。
まあそんなところだ。
さっきまでのお遊びは日が暮れるまでの時間稼ぎか？
楽しかったよ。だが あんたの飼い犬になる気はない。
飼い犬？俺のところに来いと言っただけだ。
同じことだ。覚えているか？俺は金のために戦っているんじゃない。
ああ、何のためだ？
俺には夢がある。
私には夢がある。キング牧師か。
そんな器じゃない。だが俺も世界を変える。変わる世界にこうする。新しいビジネスを作る。
経営者だったとはおみそれした。
この冷戦はじきに終わる。敵味方の区別がつかない混沌の時代が来るだろう。その時俺は必要な場所に必要な兵員、物資、整備、情報、あらゆる軍事力を派遣する。国も主義も思想も関係ない。世界中にだ。民営化された軍隊が世界情勢と経済を動かす。俺はこの来たるべき時代のポイントマンになる。
傭兵の口利き屋なんて珍しくない。
そんなケチなもんじゃ。あんたの説得には時間がかかりそうだ。
いらないな。
どうだ、あんたこそ俺の下で働かないか？こいつらと一緒に。
そのゲリラ兵たちとか？
そう、教官をやってた時に目をつけた精鋭たちだ。最も信頼できる俺のビジネスの立ち上げメンバーだと思っている。どうだ、あんたも加わらないか？
それは難しいな。
交渉決裂か。残念だ。
俺を撃つのか？
命を取る気はない。無事逃げたいだけだ。
来る。
くそ、俺の銃のスライドがない。
これのことが？
いつの間に？お前らこいつを捕まえろ。
いいぞ。
おいおい、違うって。俺じゃない。スネーク、離せ。
ミラー教官、すみません。
なんだと？
ミエールだ。ミエール、ミツバチ。お前が治療中に手紙を渡した相手だ。
なぜそれを？
あの手紙をあいつは真っ先に俺に見せたんだ。
あれもあんたの仲間か？
で、俺は宛先のメンバーを回った。するとこいつら俺のところへ来たいと言ってくれた。
裏切ったのか？
決断をしたってことだ。あ？
はい、ボス。
それにしてもお前、監視役が一人だけだと思ったのか？諜報活動はまだまだだ。
忍者の家系じゃないからな。
だが兵士の選別眼は悪くない。お前が選んだこいつらはみんないい兵隊だ。お前が政府軍の工作員だっていうブラフの件もすぐに理解した。
どうやって抱き込んだ？
正面向かい合って話をしただけだ。さあ、これでお前も観念しただろう。
そうか、カリスマの違いってわけか。
さあ、だって。
どけ！
待て！
俺は一人でも生きる。
止まれ！撃つぞ！
待て！
森を持ってきました。
あっちはまずいぞ。
山賊ですか？
日も暮れる。お前たちここで待ってろ。
ボス！気をつけて。
さあ、諦めろ。立て。おい。どうした？かかってこい。
くそ
好きなだけだ。お前の朝知恵も好きだらけだったから。
くそ
いいぞ、つけ。俺を刺してみろ。正面から堂々と突っ込め。ダメだ、先がブレてるぞ。
離せ。首が折れる。
さあ、俺の仲間になるか、あるいは今度こそ本当に切腹するか。解釈はしてやるぞ。どちらも嫌なら俺の腕の中で果てるか。 さあどうする？
あんたからは逃げられない。まさに蛇に睨まれたカエルってわけだ。
観念したが。
あんた強すぎる。しかも俺の部下まであっさり手なずけちまった。
じゃあ降参するな。
いや、俺は負けてない。
なんだと？
まだ最後の決着はついてない。俺は負けていない。
お前まだ。
だがあんたと一緒にやりたい。協力しよう。つまり共同経営者ってやつだ。
金儲けをする気はない。
そうじゃない。俺たち日本人はエコノミックアニマルだなんて呼ばれてる。金の亡者だってな。だが違う。誰も心を動かされない者に金を差し出したりしない。俺はその期待に見合う価値を売る。それに見合う対価はもらう。だが俺の目的は金じゃない。
なんだ？
認められたい。証明したいんだ。俺には夢がある。あんたにも夢がある。
俺のは夢なんかじゃない。
俺にはわかる。あんたとならそれができる。そう確信したんだ。
だが
運営は俺に任せればいい。あんたが望む主義も思想も国境も越えた軍隊。一緒に作ろう。戦う者の理想郷を。あんたが望む理想郷を。
国境なき軍隊。
あ
お前はコネも実践経験もない外国人がなぜ教官職の契約を取れたのか理由が分かった気がする。
そうか。
結局失敗した理由もな。
相手があんたとはついてなかったんだ。
立てるか。
起こしてくれ。よろしくな、ボス。
スネークでいい。
決着もいつかつける。
いいだろ
う。そうだ。あんた、女は何人くらいだ？ものにした女だ。
お前は？
これくらい、いや、これくらいだ。あんたは？
俺か。俺は
スネーク。
気づいたか。囲まれた。
縄張りに入り込んじまったようだな。
来る。二人だ。連続4、9、4。
見事だ、スネーク。
銃を持っていた。使えるか？
古いな。
ないよりいい。
この辺りは政府軍、反政府勢力、どちらの勢力圏でもない。
やはり無法地帯の山賊風情か。
ほぼそうだ。
あいつらが危ない。戻るぞ。
まずは包囲網の突破だ。
これは戦いだ。避けられないこともあるが救える命は奪うな。
了解。
戦友の腕前を拝見といこう。
コンタクト10時ケーキ。コンタクト正面サブガン。クリアムーブ。
Oof, okay. Revolver Skull Face with a $5 donation. Thank you. Thanks for moving on to Ground Zeroes, but not really, right? And let's go back. This is all Peace Walker stuff. Oh shoot, we might have to quickly skip through the first couple tapes just to register that they played. I forgot to save before quitting, huh? But that's okay. It's just a couple. How many people were genuinely confused about Ground Zeroes? How many were just trolling? Yeah. Yeah, that radio drama is so good.
Kaz, what kind of shit?
Snake. Still can't believe Professor Galvez was KGB.
Well, like the professor said, Moscow's hell-bent on communizing Latin America.
Yeah, the Cuban intel services are all in the KGB's pocket. You don't think he's got some kind of ulterior motive?
If the CIA is up to something, it's only natural that the KGB wants to know about it. But I doubt they're showing us their full hand.
We'd better watch our backs.
What do you think, Kaz? Why did Paz come all the way to Colombia herself?
It's a long trip to make just to be Exhibit A in Galvez's sales pitch. She's only 16, still a kid. Maybe we should take her wish for peace at face value. Don't forget. Remember why we created MSF Snake. To provide military force to whoever needs it, wherever they are, regardless of nation or ideology. Our beliefs aren't all that lofty.
We just won't be the tools of any one country.
Exactly. We know only how to fight, but we refuse to live our lives at the whim of the state. The MSF seal is patterned after Pangaea, the supercontinent from 250 million years ago. Back then, the whole world was one landmass, one world. No gaps, no rifts.
Our strength will take us back there. What about you, Kaz? Any interest in expanding MSF?
You'd better believe it. I want to make us into an organization that doesn't take orders from any country. Just like you were saying, we have to be strong. Strong enough to defend ourselves. We need money, too. Money to train soldiers to fight. The way I see it, we make MSF into something along the lines of a new kind of business. A contractor providing the full range of military services. Not just combat, but logistics, training, weapons, outfitting, and R&D. Combining the small footprint and exceptional performance of special forces with the raw military might of a full regular army. Only with that kind of power can we break free of nation-states. What I need from you, boss, is to go out and find guys we can bring back here using Fulton Recovery. Then tell us what assignment to use them for. I'll take care of the rest. You're all...
Costa Rica means rich coast in Spanish.
Is it true that Columbus was the one who came up with the name?
Your guess is as good as mine. But it is true that Columbus landed his ships near Limon back in the age of exploration. He wrote in his diary that when he landed, the indigenous showered him with gifts of gold, hence the name. It sounds a little strange to me. There's no way they could find that much gold in Costa Rica.
Columbus originally set sail in search of the legendary land of gold. Maybe he was just nuts about the stuff.
Costa Rica is rich enough without it. Look at the forests and the animals and the peace-loving people. That is what I want to protect.
I know how you feel.
Democracy took root in Costa Rica before anywhere else in Central America. Sure, we had coup and dictators and all, but never a total meltdown. That is, until 26 years ago.
The Civil War. Yeah. I understand you lost your grandparents.
It started with a dispute over alleged fraud in the presidential election. What I do not understand is why friend turned against friend, when they could have talked it out instead.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Even today, some buildings still have bullet holes from the Civil War. A quarter century later, and it is a tragedy we Ticos cannot forget, must not forget. It was the year after the Civil War that the army was constitutionally abolished. A new president was elected this year, President Otaber. He seems to be distancing himself from the United States. He has limited the privileges granted to American banks, lifted the sanctions on Cuba. Our last president was so pro-US, people suspected he was in bed with the CIA.
You think the CIA is doing this because it feels threatened by the president's shift in policy?
It is possible, but would they really bring in such a huge army just because of that?
Part of our job is finding out.
Exactly. Thanks, Snake. Peace.
So, are you a student at the University for Peace, Paz?
No, I am still in high school. But Professor Galvez lets me visit his office and study with him every now and then. International law, security, conflict resolution, human rights. We study all these subjects and then use them to build the foundations of peace.
Yeah, I get it. I just never heard the UN had a University for Peace before.
Oh, that. Well, to be precise, it is still being set up. They have started conducting research, but the UN has not passed the necessary resolution yet. Professor Galvez couldn't wait that long.
Oh, right.
Costa Rica abolished its army and has also hosted the Central American Court of Justice. It is the perfect place to build a university like ours. Don't you think?
That coffee you guys brought us is pretty damn good.
Isn't it? Costa Rican coffee is the best. The Central Basin has all the right conditions for growing coffee. It is high in elevation, with steady temperatures and well-drained volcanic soils.
The professor certainly seems attached to it.
The coffee we drank on the boat coming over was awful. It put him in such a terrible mood.
Well, how come I never hear about Costa Rican coffee then?
Because it gets bought up by wholesalers and mixed with beans from other countries. It is really a shame. Such wonderful beans, and nobody knows they are from Costa Rica.
Huh. They should launch an ad campaign or something.
Right. I hope one day people will recognize Costa Rican coffee for what it is.
I'm with you there.
My mother was the one who named me Paz. She said it was an expression of her wish that the country stay at peace. It is a pretty common name in Central America. My mother always used to tell me, never make war. Always help keep the peace.
I remember. Your grandparents.
Yes. They died in the Civil War. I think that is why my mother hated war so much.
That's another thing you've got in common with Kaz.
His mother named him Peace, too.
See, because Japan also suffered through war. I think I know how Mr. Miller's mother felt.
You like the peace sign, huh?
See, as a gesture, it connects every peace-loving person. Here, you try it, Snake. Peace.
No thanks. It doesn't suit me.
Too bad for you.
You know, the V in the peace sign comes from the V in victory. When did it start standing for peace?
I am not completely sure, but I guess it came out of the protest movement against the Vietnam War. Oh, and do not turn your hand around when you do it, especially around British people. It is insulting.
So, you live alone now?
No, not alone. I've been living in school dormitories since I started junior high. After my mother died, my relatives took me in, but they were not my real family.
You didn't fit in there.
In a way. My aunts were kind to me and all. But I know how difficult it must have been to suddenly have a child thrust into their lives. When you live with someone, there are no secrets. I could tell my being there was a burden on them.
Sounds like a rough childhood.
I would not say that. I was lucky just to have people take me in. There are huérfanos living out in the streets because their mothers died. It is even worse in countries with frequent civil wars. So, who am I to complain about my childhood?
You're a pretty tough kid, you know?
Not at all. I am not strong at all.
Sorry guys, I'm going through some shit right now. Okay, so this is stuff about, oops. This is stuff about the starting location. Okay, if we do it now from the get-go, we can do all the location stuff.
Playa del
Sorry, I was on
Alba
the phone.
means Beach of Dawn. The morning sun is so beautiful over the Caribbean.
Beach of Dawn, huh? Perfect place to start a mission.
The clear blue water, the white sand, the swaying palm trees. You cannot get more South American than here. It is paradise on earth.
Yeah, guess I should have packed my Hawaiian shirt.
The coral reefs and mangrove forests protect the small fish in the area. Sea turtles come to lay their eggs on these beaches. We are not the only ones who enjoy this place. It is heaven for more than just humans.
And then we can do all the political stuff tapes after a couple missions.
Bosque del Alba means Forest of Dawn. Naturally, it is situated on the east coast. It is your standard tropical rainforest. Everything you would imagine in a jungle.
No sign of morning sun here.
The foliage is too thick for direct sunlight to hit the floor. I do not know how easy it will be making your way through here.
I'll be fine. This isn't my first trip to a jungle.
The mercenary supply base is situated on elevated ground by the coast. I heard them call it Puerto del Alba, Port of Dawn. They have perfect visibility of the area from up there. We did our best to sneak in undetected, but one of the guards spotted us and we...
What is it?
I'm sorry. You'll have to ask Professor Galvez the rest.
It's okay. You've been through a lot.
I am sorry. I just cannot.
You did great, Paz. I won't let your efforts go wasted.
Would have been nice to have a couple Zadornov tapes, actually. Maybe before he turns, yeah. Okay, so we'll do... Let me see if I missed anything here. We already did this, we did a big version of this. Skip through it quickly. Yeah, there could have been a couple Zadornov tapes. Yeah, maybe have his name changed from Galvez to Zadornov later. Maybe interrogation tapes when he gets captured. Yeah. Okay, we can leave these for later. And then we have tapes about this mission.
Going by this map, you've got a lot of different terrain types between you and the hut where the Sandinista Comandante is being held.
Looks that way, doesn't it? Starting with jungle.
The enemy won't be able to see you very well. But your visibility won't be so hot either. Stay alert. Next, you've got the swamps along the river. Make sure you get a good feel for how robust surveillance is before diving in.
Will do.
Finally, there's the boat repair cabin. The Commandante's in there. It's a key enemy outpost, and security is going to be tight. You may have to let brute force do the talking. You still have a long way to go, Snake. Use caution and don't make a racket out there. Got it?
Maybe Steve Blum was too expensive. Yeah. I'm not sure why the game thinks that these political tapes are about this mission, but okay. We got the location stuff here.
This is a tropical rainforest, just like Bosque del Alba. The temperature and humidity can be brutal. El Senegal means place of mud.
No, mud. Great. I'll watch my step.
This area often gets flooded by the river. There are canals here and there carved out by water.
Good places to hide.
But they will also make it harder for you to see. Be careful, Snake.
Planned? I mean planned, like the order tapes and stuff. It helps a lot if you have a new save, because, you know, when the tapes, you can play the tapes as they show up, instead of having a complete save and having to pick exactly what needs to play when. But generally, most tapes, I mean, they're all good. Sometimes you don't do the location stuff, sometimes you leave a couple here and there,
There should be a
but
suspension bridge around there.
it works. You just switch to the more
The
complete
ground
save
nearby is harder and higher than usual.
for the second
The
ending.
river cut through it, eventually creating a valley. There might be another way to get across the river somewhere.
I wouldn't want to run into someone on the bridge.
The valley tends to be misty, so you might not be able to see the water from up there. Fall and it will leave more than a bump.
I'll be careful.
When a river floods an area, the banks can collapse, creating a marsh. You see a lot of them around here.
I'll need to watch the noise my feet make in El Senegal.
There is a marsh on the other side of the river too. The suspension bridge will take you there. The river running through here is Rio del Jade, or the Jade River.
Jade? Are there minerals around here?
No, it refers to the color of the water. You will have to go to Guatemala for jade.
Doesn't look all that pretty from where I'm standing.
We are still in the rainy season, so the river is a little muddy. It will return to normal once the dry season starts. Rivers are an important means of transport around here. They are relatively calm, and there are plenty of canals along the coast too.
A boat would be more than enough to transport some good-sized cargo.
Like a nuclear weapon.
We don't know enough yet. I'll keep looking.
Thank you, Snake.
Yeah, sometimes the Spanish in this game is a little wonky. Alright. Who put gameplay in my tapes? And let's put the Fulton on the first slot. So we have it. Don't really have anything else right now. Oh yeah, the French is also pretty terrible. But I'm starting to think they do it on purpose. It's like a TV trope, you know, or a movie trope. And games too. I get it, they do the stereotypical accent, but completely mispronounce things. I don't know. And all the stuff that shouldn't be pronounced in French, you know, all the letters are supposed to be silent. And go fuck.
Button near the enemy to initiate close quarters combat.
Stun run to the dick.
You can
That's
use
what
the
we're
radio
initiating.
you just picked up by pressing the start
And I
button
guess
to
we'll
open
get
the
these
menu
fools.
window. You know you can assign the radio.
I only have 9 though.
by
Like I said, if you just Fulton on the first 9 people you'll see. Usually, you're better off Fultoning people later in the mission. Especially when there's prisoners and stuff. But it doesn't really matter for story missions. If you want any kind of serious development, you have to do the side ops and you have to, you know, look up whatever mission has the best people for that team that you're trying to build up. Now, a technology moment. We are on the mud and the water here, so if we zap it, those two guys get zapped. And it even counts for resistance, I guess, because it takes multiple zaps to get them.
What's going on?
But it does work. And this guy
There must be hostiles
notices
in the area.
You won't have to worry about
Snake's wearing rubber boots.
none of his buddies show up anyway. Go ahead
I
and use
also
full
found out recently that you can. There's other stuff that you can conduct electricity through, like some of the switchboards and panels in the underground base later in the game. I found out my mistake
The boathouse should
by
be
a complete
close by.
accident.
Neutralize the security detail and make contact with the
I was
Commandante.
just stun rodding a guy next to it, and the guy on the other side got stunned too. I was like, "Oh shit, you can do it here too." These guys are just completely blind. Who's that? Is there somebody there? Maybe? Can't quite see. Let me get closer. Okay. Oh no, you don't have a zapping stick in the Phantom Pain. You have a zapping arm later if you develop it.
Fulton recovery subject
You don't have any
onboard
sort of
helicopter.
support weapon, knife type thing. This is kind of weird. I mean, you do have a knife, but you can't equip it. You can only use it for stabbing people in CQC. It's weird. Just what you'd expect, I guess.
Good. Now meet
Yeah,
the
the Fultons in this game don't even care about ceilings. See that? Fuck it, just go through it.
Stay away!
Don't touch me! Get away!
¿Quién es? Eche?
No way. What do we do?
Sandinista's right. I'm looking for someone.
Mi viejo!
Shh. He's dead. They killed nuestro viejo.
You're his daughter. Then that makes you his delegado, right? Relax. I'm not your enemy. Cuban.
A cigar?
I'll take whatever you've got. I owe you one. But I prefer cigarettes, you know. How do I look? A little like El Che, no? You Cubano?
Colombiano. A photographer. I came to Costa Rica to take pictures of birds.
Birds?
Yeah, quetzals.
You've got no telephoto lens. How do you get your shots?
Telephotos for amateurs. It's all in the timing.
Oh.
Let me smoke
Okay.
too.
We can talk until I finish this. Chico!
Tell me what's going on here.
This place is crawling with soldiers. They don't look like private security. More like hired guns. They're loaded with the latest gear from all over the world.
I heard they're a security force hired by Codesa.
Yeah, and I'm Papa Noel. Those guys are UCLA's.
UCLA's. La CIA.
I saw them, setting up shop in town. They're planning to do here what they did in Chile.
If that's the case, what are they after?
Whatever it is, it's not us.
You don't think they're here to push you back into Nicaragua?
Impossible. Too much hardware. Too many bases. Didn't you see? They've got helicopters, tanks. It's like we're in Da Nang. There must be something else.
They have a base near here.
There's a factory to the north, across a suspension bridge.
Factory to the north, across a bridge. Have you seen the big transport boat? Mercenary crew on the Rio del Jade.
You mean the barge? It's upstream from here. Up toward Irasu.
Any idea what's on it?
I could introduce you to some of our compas up there. But I don't recommend going to the mountains. We've lost a lot of people there. They take us captive, torture us for information about our compass, and then they kill us like pigs.
Got it! Alright!
This was our last hideout, the final refuge for El Frente, after being pushed out of Nicaragua and into this peaceful paradise of Costa Rica. Then, El Monstruo attacked.
A monster.
Y mi viejo. Mi viejo, Papa, he was la esperanza, our hope.
Now that Papa's gone, my sister's la comandante de la revolución.
Do not listen to him. Papa was a hero who fought by Sandino's side. I am only his daughter. You need a special talent to become cacique. It takes someone great to unite all of Las Compas.
Sorry to interrupt, but leaders don't choose themselves. Neither do heroes. You carry on his legacy of La Esperanza, and they'll follow you, no question.
You think so? My compas trust me, but not one of them calls me Comandante.
Amanda!
See what I mean?
El Colibri!
What the hell?
Es un hombre nuevo, an unmanned weapon, a robot! Chico!
No, he won't survive the fall.
Out of my way! Better for him to die at the hand of a compa than suffer their torture. Stay here. As long as I'm still alive, I might as well be king. Over here! Fine, Chico! ¡Venceremos!
Snake, what was that thing?
Whatever it was, it looked unmanned.
Unmanned? I'd heard rumors, but an operational unit?
What the hell is going on here?
Not to quote Amanda, but the hardware they've got here isn't just unusual, it's overkill, which means one thing. It's nukes. So the question now becomes why?
We can't make that call yet. We need more intel.
How? Our source is dead.
But his daughter isn't.
Good thinking. We can follow her. Head for the next outpost, and make contact with Amanda if she's still alive.
Roger.
Nanomachine, son.
Costa Rica isn't alone. All of Latin America is getting swept up in the superpowers' Cold War. The whole ideological split between East and West. In the end, it's just a greedy scramble for wealth by the ruling classes. The Western bourgeois stand to lose everything if their countries go communist. After all, the communists want to abolish private property altogether. So the capitalist rulers desperately tried to halt the global spread of communism. Hence the phenomenon of red baiting. And the communists, for their part, didn't exactly stay true to their principles. They tried to escape class-based society, but between Stalin's autocracy and the rise of the nomenklatura, they ended up creating one anyway. Once people have power, they stop caring about equality. That's where communism, where society in general reaches its limits. The rulers only care about their own gain. The opposing side becomes a risk factor that threatens the profit, and thus the ongoing struggle between capitalism and communism was born.
And now, nuclear deterrence is part of the picture.
Exactly. They say nuclear weapons are the reason we haven't seen conflict on a global scale since World War II. The thought that your opponent might launch nukes against you sort of makes it tough to start an armed conflict, especially now that they've got intercontinental ballistic missiles. Nowhere is safe.
Of course, all that has caused military expenditures to skyrocket.
Well, the only way to ward off a preemptive strike is to flaunt your own nuclear stockpile, and that's caused their numbers to increase exponentially, not just with regards to destructive power, but in terms of targeting technology too. Now they can hit a target halfway across the world with pinpoint accuracy. In a way, the space race was a demonstration of that technological progress.
And as a result of all that, we now have mutually assured destruction.
It's the ultimate form of deterrence. No one's going to launch their nukes knowing they'll be obliterated in return.
I don't know. The chance of somebody hitting the button by mistake is never zero.
You're right. Even with peace guaranteed by MAD, there's always the risk of an accident.
Nobody wants the world to end on account of some machines malfunctioning.
On the other hand, thanks to deterrence, we haven't had a world war since 1945. You gotta admit, it has been pretty peaceful.
Not that it matters to us.
People point at the nuclear arms and space races and call it a Cold War. I say if they're not shooting at each other, why not call it world peace?
Doesn't mean war is gone. Look at Korea. Look at Vietnam.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking in relative terms here. Besides, if war died out completely, we'd be SOL.
We're not warmongers.
And yet, we can't survive in a world that's at peace.
You got a point.
So it's been more than 10 years since the Cuban Missile Crisis, huh?
I don't think we'll ever forget it.
No kidding. Those 13 days starting October 15th, 1962, were probably the closest we ever came to all-out nuclear war. The Russians deployed nuclear missiles to Cuba. America responded with a naval blockade. Then Russia shot down an American spy plane. I was still a teenager back then, but I remember what it felt like to be one step away from nuclear war. The adults were freaking out.
If it wasn't for the Cuban Missile Crisis, there might never have been an Operation Snake Eater. And...
What's the matter, Snake? It's not like you to get all hypothetical.
I guess not. It was the reassessment after the missile crisis that paved the way for the hotline between Moscow and Washington, and also for détente. That's irony for you.
The Treaty of Tlatelolco was enacted to make Latin America into a nuclear-free zone. It bans the testing, use, manufacture, production, acquisition, storage, and deployment of nuclear weapons. The impetus was pretty obvious. The series of crises triggered by the deployment of nukes in Cuba.
Not hard to imagine. Those 13 days had the whole world frozen in fear.
Of course, the country that started it all, Cuba, hasn't actually ratified it yet.
Still, the treaty's backed by over 20 countries. Anyone flouting it risks becoming an international pariah.
True. Opinol would investigate, no doubt. I heard they used Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles as their model when they drew up the treaty. I think the Treaty of Tlatelolco might have been their way of asking nuclear powers not to use nukes against them. That's the biggest difference between the treaty and the 3 principles. I guess you could call it a 4th principle.
So Costa Rica abolished its army back in, what, 1949? Pretty gutsy move for a Central American nation at the time.
Yeah, well, they'd just come out of a civil war. I'm sure they were driven by a desire to avoid another tragedy like Paz said. But I think they had a more compelling reason. Army coup d'etat are a way of life in so many Latin American countries. Imagine seeing that up close.
No army, no coup. Makes sense.
Plus, their economy was in ruins, so they honestly didn't have any money to spend on an army anyway.
Yeah, but weren't they on less than friendly terms with Nicaragua?
Yeah, and in fact, Nicaragua did end up invading. But the Civil Guard fought back and the OAS brokered a ceasefire. The US and the rest of the OAS had their back, and they used it to full advantage. For a quarter century, they survived in the powder keg of Central America. That must have taken some serious diplomacy, even if the Civil Guard is pretty decked out for a police force.
Must be tough to be a country without an army.
Hey, Snake, mind if I ask you something?
Since when did you start asking permission?
So, you used to be part of a CIA paramilitary unit, right?
That's right.
Ever do any ops in Central America?
No, not personally. But there were other units who did all kinds of stuff.
I remember the Bay of Pigs invasion back in '61. The papers had a field day with it.
Operation Zapata. That was the CIA code name. The whole thing went south.
Then there was Che Guevara, being hunted down in Bolivia. I heard the CIA had a hand in that, too.
There were several units similar to mine. MSP, SOG. They'd recruit former special forces, train them as intelligence agents, and send them on deniable covert paramilitary operations. One of those units trained the Bolivian army in counter-guerrilla tactics.
And then had them shoot El Che.
So the story goes.
Around here, they say La CIA instead of CIA, huh?
Nothing strange about it. That's how it's pronounced when you read it in Spanish.
It has the feminine noun ending a, so they use the article la. Apparently, some people have taken to using the term UCLA.
That's a new one to me. What's it mean?
It stands for Unilaterally Controlled Latino Assets.
Meaning they're local agents?
Yeah, that's the idea. Washington uses them like pawns. Nobody knows who they really are or what they're doing.
You were saying Japan has a peace constitution too.
Yep. Japan renounced war in Article 9 of its constitution, aspiring sincerely to an international peace based on justice and order. The Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation, and the threat or use of force as a means of settling international disputes. In order to accomplish the aim of the preceding paragraph, land, sea, and air forces, as well as other war potential, will never be maintained. The right of belligerency of the state will not be recognized.
You know it by heart.
Some things you never forget.
Impressive. There were some parts I didn't quite get, though. Like the whole means of settling conflicts thing.
Yeah, that's been the subject of debate. Whether or not it forbids any and all use of force. The current Constitution was originally drawn up under the Allied occupation. The first draft was even submitted by Allied GHQ. So naturally, there are some who feel the Constitution was imposed on Japan by foreigners.
Things like that are never simple. Same for every country, I guess.
One thing's for sure, though. Not having an army let Japan focus on economic recovery after the war. In that sense, it's the same as Costa Rica.
Kaz, you were in the Japanese Self-Defense Force, right? I thought that Article 9 you were talking about earlier prevented Japan from having an army.
Yeah, and that's another subject of controversy. The Self-Defense Force is an organization for the purpose of defense. Article 9 of the Constitution does not deny Japan's right to self-defense. Therefore, the SDF is constitutional. That's Tokyo's official stance.
Sounds complicated.
Call it what you will. It's a distinctly Japanese way of interpreting things.
The U.S. has military forces stationed in Japan, right?
Right. Even though the Allied occupation ended, American forces are still stationed there under the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty.
Unlike Costa Rica.
Part of it stems from the occupation. But Japan also occupies a key strategic position from America's perspective. It's next door to the Soviet Union and close to China and North Korea as well. It's integral to the security of Pacific Asia. For America, Japan represents a barrier against communism.
What about for Japan?
As you might expect, there's deep-rooted opposition to the alliance. In 1960 and 1970, when the treaty was up for revision, there were mass protest movements against it, especially in Okinawa. The U.S. only gave it back to Japan 2 years ago, and American bases are still concentrated there. It's a heavy burden for the Okinawans to bear.
Then why don't they scrap the treaty?
Lots of reasons. There's the imbalance of power with the U.S., of course, and if Japan pulled out, they'd be losing the nuclear umbrella America provides. And as for whether the JSDF could defend the country after the Americans left, I really couldn't say. Costa Rica is in a similar situation. They depend on the Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance, the so-called Rio Pact.
So, the countries with peace constitutions end up having to rely on other countries' armies. Kind of ironic.
On the flip side, not everybody in America is satisfied with it either. Some people argue Japan is freeloading off America's security guarantee. And you know how Japan's industrial exports are making inroads in the States.
Yeah, I've got a Japanese camera myself. Best damn camera around.
Japan's low defense spending allows it to invest more in economic recovery and expand its share of the American market. That's a bitter pill for Americans to swallow.
Oh, I missed a donation from Tacohead, $4. Thank you. He asks, if you had to play Twin Snakes or Phantom Pain for a month straight, which game would you choose and why? Why would you choose one out of the other? Let the hate flow through you. See, this comes up pretty often. Twin Snakes versus Phantom Pain. Like shit or vomit, yeah? But definitely, the Phantom Pain is a lot more fun to show off all the glitches and nonsense and bugs, you know? Yeah, no, definitely. I genuinely have fun. That's how I cope with how bad that game is. Twin Snakes is just enraging. Twin Snakes is just a rage. Phantom Pain is disappointment. But I don't know. But no, I think I would die for in a month Twin Snakes. Unless I guess I get paid every month for it. I mean every day for it. Like, yeah, $1,000 each run. That's the rate, because fuck that game. But no, Twin Snake in Phantom Pain, imagine how much shit you could find in a month. Damn. Or even if we do, you know, the same stuff, imagine how many new people would be enlightened to see the state that that game is in. It's a pile of nonsense, but it's genuinely fun to stream and show off. So yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, Twin Snake is just bad. Phantom Pain is so bad, it's fun. Yeah.
You know that today, Japan is under the American nuclear umbrella.
Right.
The U.S. vowed to retaliate against any country that launches a nuclear strike against an allied country. That promise deters nuclear attacks against America's allies, hence the term nuclear umbrella. But suppose the Russians nuke Tokyo. Would America really nuke Moscow in return? If they did, the Soviet Union would undoubtedly
It's the
retaliate.
copium guppy.
Would Washington really be willing to risk having a bomb dropped on itself in order to avenge Japan? I'm not so sure.
Don't tell me you're still worried about Japan. After all these years?
It's not that. I just...
To be honest, I'm not convinced either. But Moscow faces the same dilemma. Maybe Washington wouldn't retaliate on Japan's behalf. Then again, maybe it would.
So you're saying Moscow wouldn't want to risk being attacked either?
The whole concept of nuclear deterrence is entirely hypothetical to begin with. When you get down to it, it's all smoke and mirrors.
Japan shall not possess, manufacture, or allow the introduction of nuclear weapons into Japan. Those are the 3 non-nuclear principles set forth by the Japanese government.
Allow the introduction? That's funny. Some of the U.S. warships that visit Japanese ports are armed with nukes. Or are you going to tell me they transfer them at sea onto other ships every time they visit?
You raise a good point, Snake. But the Japanese government doesn't recognize it as such. The introduction of nuclear weapons into Japanese territory would need to be agreed upon in advance. America hasn't made any such agreements. Therefore, they aren't bringing nukes into Japan. That's the official excuse.
Doesn't sound like much of an excuse to me.
I don't blame you. Keep in mind, though, Japan suffered actual nuclear attacks. Anti-nuke sentiment there runs deeper than you think. I suppose the government's not really in a position to admit that sort of thing.
Nice. People always going off about the political stuff in these tapes and the tapes. Nice. We probably won't do another chronological order marathon. It was kind of cringe. Think about it. We haven't done one in years because these games just it's not about the chronological order, you know. It's way more to it than that, so kind of doesn't work anyway because, yeah, like you said, Phantom Pain would be in the fucking middle of it, just completely killing the vibe and the timing of it. Ugh.
So tell me, Kaz, how's the self-defense force you were in different from an army?
The JSDF is set up for national defense. It's not configured for aggression against other countries. It's what you'd call exclusive defense.
Exclusive defense?
It's the fundamental strategic posture of the JSDF. No preemptive attacks. Only the minimum defensive action necessary after an enemy attacks.
Anything defined as self-defense, then?
The JSDF originated as the National Police Reserve. Back then, American forces stationed in Japan were being sent over to fight in the Korean War. So in a sense, the NPR was filling a gap.
Police, huh? Reminds me of the Costa Rican Civil Guard.
Yeah, exactly. They're also dispatched to provide disaster relief. The year before I joined, they had a hell of a time trying to rescue some buses that got hit by landslides.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. The games are prequels. They're still made with the previous game in mind, you know? MGS3 is a typical example. MGS3 is made heavily with MGS2 in mind. Peace Walker is made with MGS4 in mind, you know? So, and Phantom Pain is made with a little bit of everything and nothing in mind, so... It's, yeah. Miller foreshadows the war economy in MGS4 in this game. And so, yeah, doesn't matter if they're prequels. They're still meant to be experienced in the release order easily. Yep.
So why'd you quit the JSDF?
Because I didn't have a reason to be in Japan anymore.
A reason?
My mom had died 3 years earlier, so I didn't have to care for her anymore. With her gone, there was no point hanging around in Japan.
Yeah, but a man with your talents could have risen pretty high in the ranks, I imagine.
I don't know what they made of me. Could be it actually alienated me from the brass. And personally, I could never get used to the idea of exclusive defense.
Meaning?
On a strategic level, I can see how a country could go with the exclusive defense model used by the JSDF, and I've got nothing against my fellow soldiers who believe in it. On a tactical level, though, it just rubbed me the wrong way. To put it simply, I was itching for a real fight.
I figured.
And I felt as long as I was in the JSDF, I'd never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with my father, who was in the U.S. Army. Seeing Yukio Mishima's suicide didn't help either.
Yukio Mishima, the guy who wrote The Temple of the Golden Pavilion.
The way he questioned the status quo hit home with me. Not that I admired his vision or anything, but it did get me thinking, that's for sure.
Okay. Get these out of the way and then continue.
Paz, you said Costa Rica has no army, right?
Correct. Article 12 of the Constitution declared that the army as a permanent institution is abolished. It does permit us to organize armed forces for national defense based on inter-American treaties.
Only temporarily, then.
In effect, yes. But in the years since the Constitution took effect, Costa Rica has not once raised an army.
Paz, how does your country defend itself without an army? Especially in a rough neighborhood like Central America.
With the right kind of diplomacy. If we live up to our ideals and earn the respect of other countries, the international community will support us. The 2 times Nicaragua actually did invade, the conflict was resolved diplomatically under OAS auspices.
Doesn't that leave you depending on the U.S. after all?
American influence is unmatched, it is true. San Jose was critical of American policy at the time, but America supported us all the same. It was because we practiced peaceful diplomacy. That is what I like to think.
That's one way to approach it, sure. But there are countries out there who will use force no matter how bad it looks.
Maybe so. I know my way of thinking probably looks naive to you, but it is not like we expect peace without working for it. Diplomacy is a battle in itself, and we have to make the effort to seek out causes of misfortune and nip them in the bud. It was that kind of thinking that got me trapped in their base.
I'm not blaming you. You haven't done anything wrong.
The army was abolished 25 years ago, the year after the Civil War. I learned about the sorrow of civil war from a very young age, the futility of countrymen fighting each other, and the tragedy. Costa Rica learned the hard way. That is why it abolished its army. It decided to pour its efforts into education instead. More teachers than soldiers was the slogan.
Education is essential, no question. Even Che used to teach reading and writing in between guerrilla campaigns.
Costa Rica was poor at the time. We did not have many resources. I suppose we had to pick one or the other. The military or the schools.
Kaz was telling me Japan has a peace constitution too.
That is right. Apparently, when Costa Rica was drafting its constitution, they looked to the Japanese as a model. Only, Japan's constitution renounces war itself.
Unlike Costa Rica.
But Japan has a self-defense force, right? That I do not get. I think I will ask Mr. Miller about it next time I see him. He said he used to be in the JSDF.
Huh. You're a curious one, are you? Don't study too hard. What was that you were saying? Peace is not the natural state of men? You said you learned it in school.
That is right. They are the words of the German philosopher Immanuel Kant. In 1795, he wrote a book titled Perpetual Peace. Kant argued that it is precisely because peace is unnatural that we have to make it ourselves.
How?
That is what his book is about. Is the concept starting to sound interesting now?
Not really. I belong in a more natural world.
Is that so? My grandparents died in the Civil War. If only we had been at peace, they would not have lost their lives. You actually wish for war?
It's not like I want to hurt innocent civilians, but if someone attacks you, what are you supposed to do? A country needs the strength to defend itself. Otherwise it faces invasion, oppression, political subjugation.
If they would simply stop using force to tangle with each other, countries would not need force to defend themselves.
And how would you guarantee that?
Sorry,
but you have to understand how the world works in order to protect the ones you love. That's not to say ideals aren't important too. They are.
You are right, Snake. Thanks. Peace. Costa Rica's forests are more diverse than you might expect. Not all of them are tropical rainforests. Costa Rica is close to the equator, it is true, but it is also very mountainous.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Go up 4,000 feet in elevation and the temperature drops more than 7 degrees.
There are basically 3 types of forests. The lowlands are covered in tropical rainforests, the highlands by tropical cloud forests, and areas where there is a dry season have tropical dry forests. The lowlands along the Caribbean coast are mostly covered by hot, humid tropical rainforests, what most people envision when they think of jungle. The closely packed trees spread their branches out at great heights to soak up the sun. Their shade makes it dark near the ground, so be careful. Of course, with so little light, few plants can grow on the ground, so it might actually be easier to walk.
So even if you could photosynthesize, it wouldn't do you any good.
Photosynthesize? People cannot do that.
Most people, anyway.
Costa Rica is said to have about 87,000 species of living things. That is about 5% of all the known species in the world.
A tiny place like this? Huh. I'll be damned.
I want to protect that biological diversity. When diversity is lost, the environment weakens. Just look at the plantations.
I think I know what you mean. It's like trying to assemble a unit from similar guys. It usually doesn't work out. Throw a few square pegs in there and everything falls into place.
There are so many species here that a lot of them have not even been classified yet. I am hoping I can help do that someday. Kind of like a parataxonomist.
Say that again?
Parataxonomist. Someone who helps a taxonomist.
Oh. Huh. I thought you were going to say it had something to do with parachutes.
You're weird.
Yes, clearly the photosynthesized reference is foreshadowing Quiet. Totally not an MGS3 reference for the end, you know? Just like we had one here for a paramedic. Yeah, there's quite a few tapes like that where Snake will randomly reference MGS3 things to the characters and they have no idea what he's talking about.
The Development Corporation of Costa Rica, or CODESA, was established 2 years ago. Since President Oduber was elected this year, the state has been putting a lot more effort into development.
The corporate state, so to speak.
Growth is good and all, but there is one thing that bugs me.
What's that?
I cannot help but wonder whether CODESA is not just a front for the CIA.
You mean what the professor was saying about the CIA mercenaries posing as security guards? They were using CODESA as camouflage?
I am worried that development is going to destroy the forests, but I do not suppose it has anything to do with this.
Holy shit, we're out of tapes. But wait, there's more. Never mind. About this mission.
The direction Amanda's Sandinistas were going corresponds to the location of the next outpost, a supply depot. We should be able to make contact with her there.
We should go back to base after this.
Can I ask you a favor, Snake?
If you ask nicely.
To make MSF bigger, we need to do some recruiting.
Yeah? What's your point?
I want you to avoid killing enemy soldiers as much as possible and send them back using Fulton recovery. Not much we can do with a corpse except give it a funeral.
Obviously.
Put him to sleep, knock him out, hold him up even. And if you do have to fight, try to leave them near death instead of dead.
And then use the Fulton recovery system. Sounds easy enough.
You know what'd be really nice, though? If we had a way to Fulton recover anybody at any time. To get to your next objective, you'll need to backtrack along the way you came for a bit. Don't get too comfortable just because you know the terrain. The enemy knows you're out there now. They'll be out in greater force than before. Proceed with caution. Refrain from using firearms unless absolutely necessary.
Looks like I'll have to cross the river.
Yeah. There's a suspension bridge you can use. It's the only way across. You'll have to be a little creative to keep from being spotted.
So, I cross the bridge, go through the swamp, and come to a banana plantation.
Complete with its own factory by the looks of it. It's going to feel a lot different moving through that area compared to the forest. Stay on your toes.
Got it.
Also, you may encounter Sandinista prisoners along the way. Try and save as many as you can with Fulton recovery.
I'll keep an eye out.
There's a lot of banana cultivation along Costa Rica's Caribbean coast. The area is dotted with banana plantations. Bananas have been Costa Rica's main crop since they were introduced from Panama in the 19th century. They bring in a fair amount of foreign currency.
A real fruta de oro, huh?
See, but exporting all those bananas require a ton of land.
Hence all the plantations.
Clearing all that forest just to grow bananas robs animals of their habitats. I do not know how good that is for Costa Rica in the end.
Gotta roll his R's, yeah. Oh, I have binoculars here. At least go ration. We don't have a 1911 yet. Which is extremely useful in this game. There are all these fools here. You can just avoid all of them.
Careful. They've got reinforcements coming.
Bye. After playing my complete save for a while, Snake feels so slow. The Snake only has an A and everything, so his running speed is slow compared to S-rank soldiers too. There's all these guys that are much better than him. But I guess they had to make it that way, otherwise there would be no point. If Snake was perfect for everything. He has lower health and lower stamina too.
You might be able to get past the enemy by hanging from the bridge. Press the action button near the bridge's handrail to
We don't need to hang. This game looks shitty. If only.
Wait. Somebody.
He's just a little blind.
The enemy's here.
Oof, reflex mode.
Careful now. They might be holding FSLN soldiers prisoner.
Apply stun rod to Dick.
What's that?
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Press the
Thank you.
action button in front of a prisoner to take them to Mother Base using the Fulton recovery system. Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Oh man, if it's hard to get into as it is, unfortunately.
Helicopter is complete.
Imagine on PSP with those controls, frame rate. Target FPS for this game on PSP is 20 FPS. And that is the target FPS. And the controls are what they are. Oh man. It's a miracle that
Fulton recovery subject
they put
confirmed onboard helicopter.
all of this content and all this detail in the PSP game, really. Yeah. This is PS3. It's hard to get into on PS3 with PS3 camera controls and resolution, frame rate. Then damn, on PSP, I played this game once on PSP. I can see why, but the thing is, this game was only a PSP exclusive for like a year, maybe a year and a half. Came out in 2010, and then at the end of 2011, we got the HD collection, yeah? So, it really wasn't that bad. If only... Well, I guess it doesn't matter, it was always designed as a portable game. I find it hard to trust anybody with remakes, man. Yeah, Blue Point.
Listen, boss. We both know you're the reason MSF's grown so much, but it's time we started putting more thought into provisions.
Good point. A place this big needs a good stockpile on hand.
The Japanese say, you can't fight on an empty stomach. Something we learned in World War II.
Obviously. Maintaining a steady supply of provisions is one of the basic principles of logistics.
So I went ahead and set up a mess hall team. The team members' numbers and abilities will affect the amount of grub to go around. Without enough food, morale will drop. They get hungry enough, and we
Blue
can
Point
start
doesn't have a
losing
good
people.
track record with
Anyway,
me.
I need you to assign guys to the mess hall team.
Copy that.
I've seen them fuck things up in Metal Gear games. That's all you need. Yeah. Oh well. Look at the sound design. There's a boss fight, there's a vehicle fight, and the menu music changes. More tension to it. It is called sound design. A thing that apparently you can only do on PSP. And previous consoles. Okay.
That's an armored vehicle unit, Snake. Either destroy the vehicle or neutralize the soldiers. Take it out.
Twice, what are you on about? Okay. He's memeing? Okay, I don't know.
Enemy tanks, armored vehicles, and attack choppers are always accompanied by a combat squad. The soldiers aren't particularly tough on their own. What makes them formidable is how well they work together as a team. As if you didn't have enough to worry about with the machine.
Good. I like a challenge.
Yeah, we'll see how you feel when you actually have to face them in battle. Snake, whatever you do, don't let them surround you. The last thing you need is to get pushed into the vehicle's kill zone. And pay attention to what your enemies say to each other. You can improve your chances by figuring out what they're planning and using it to preempt their movements. You don't always have to go toe-to-toe to win a fight. Think like a gorilla.
Got it.
Panama disease was rampant here about 20 years ago, putting a lot of banana plantations out of business.
Panama disease?
It is caused by a type of fungus. Apparently it killed off almost all the banana species that used to grow here.
How could that happen?
Cultivated bananas do not produce seeds. You have to remove and transplant part of the stem yourself. You plant them in the fields.
So you've got acres of identical plants?
See, when one plant is infected, the disease spreads quickly. Species lacking genetic diversity become weak. They grow different bananas today, one said to be resistant to Panama disease.
Right.
No need to take out the armored vehicle just yet. Neutralize the troops first. The accompanying soldiers are armed to the teeth. Watch yourself.
So the vehicle story missions are really simple. There's only like one resupply of enemies. Let's put these guys down. Shit, I forgot to go back to Mother Base.
Somebody's here. What is it?
They're blind as fuck. Oh, Dedge. They accidentally the whole thing. That's okay, I don't need them. There's only one resupply, so there's gonna be another 4 guys coming out of the vehicle. And we just gotta wait.
Recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
The problem, if you will, with these guys coming out of the vehicle is that they can't see you until their animation for getting out is complete. But you can hit them during that animation, so they're essentially blind until they go all the way out. So we just simply wait here and get them before they get out. And later when you have other things like the mines, the smoke grenades, all that sort of stuff. But this is the weakest kind of, it's a story version of the weakest kind of simplest vehicles, so it's like, yeah. But they do get more involved later, and especially if you want to S-rank them, which you're gonna have to get everything. It gets more involved and your gear actually matters. But right now it's funny. And now we do this. Okay. Helicopters are faster, but you gotta destroy the cockpit. But yeah, other than that, the armored vehicles are much easier than tanks. This guy's out already. Now it doesn't matter if I get spotted. Crazy guy driving with his feet. He's gonna get his helmet. And then dodge. He's not even aiming right. Look at him go. What? You can dodge most of it like this, because I think the game checks whether you're moving or not to register a hit. But even if you're moving in place, it doesn't hit you. Hey, calm down, holy shit. And then this guy, like I said, is the simplest mission of this kind, so his aim is pretty bad too, so I guess there's that. Not the smartest guy. Okay. We should complete it now.
Amanda.
tobacco.
Oh, yeah.
Chico.
Hold still.
I treated him like a kid again. We fought. I didn't want Chico to know. Kept it a secret. Somoza's Guardia chased us out of Nicaragua. Across the Rio San Juan. And we ended up here. The only reason we've been able to keep on fighting.
Amanda.
The factory. You saw it?
The banana factory.
A front. It's a drug refining plant. The KGB set it up for us to run. We used the income to buy food and weapons. Mi viejo never said a word, but we all knew. Everyone except Chico. Everything we have, our weapons, our compass. He brought it all together. We were going to rebuild our country. Rebuild Nika with our own hands. Even if we had to dirty our hands to do it. But it's all over. We lost our cacique. Papa. I could never replace him. Now they've taken the plant from us too. There's no place left to regroup. No way to fight la revolución.
Here, I rolled you one.
What about you? You're going after that cargo?
Yeah.
Must be important,
Looks that way. It looks like it could be nukes.
What? Nukes? Madre de Dios. No time to waste. We must get to Irazu. The transport route leads there. It must be where they're holding Chico and my compas, too. Whenever Chico and I argue, he goes off to be by himself. That's why he knows more than anybody about their bases. Chico.
You're pretty worried about your baby brother.
This is why I'm not fit to be a leader.
Fine. It's a little bit out of my way, but just tell me where I need to go.
There's a prison. Up in the mountains. That's probably where he is.
A prison in the mountains.
You must do something for me. If you can't save Chico, I want you to ease his pain, end his humiliation. If he gives in, if he's about to sell out his compass, please, at least let him keep his honor.
That's a promise I can't make.
Why?
Amanda, we gave up our homes, but we're still alive. We're still fighting. And there's always another reason to keep on living.
I feel alive again.
Amanda, join my unit until you've healed up.
Your unit?
Yeah,
Who are you? Why are you here?
I'm Snake. Serviente.
Snake? Could it be? The great cacique has come to lead us.
Kaz, can you hear me?
MSF here.
One for recovery. She's wounded.
Acknowledged.
Kaz, the cargo on the barge. I was right. It's headed for the mountains.
You think that's where they're taking the nukes?
I'm sure of it. Let's move.
And now have Doritos and Mountain Dew.
Snake, Amanda's reached the plant.
Snake,
Amanda, how do you feel?
some first helicopter ride. I'll be perfectly happy if it's my last.
As you can see, she's doing fine. I set Amanda up with her own frequency, so call her anytime you need to.
If you have any questions about American bases or mercenary units, or about El Frente, just ask. And please, do not forget my compass and Chico.
Don't worry.
It's good to be working with you, boss.
Snake, we can monitor her condition in sickbay. Remember to assign roles to any POWs you bring back to Mother Base. How this outfit gets built depends on who we assign to what jobs. That'll determine how Mother Base grows. It's one of your most important roles, boss.
Yeah, I know.
Boss, one more thing.
Now what?
It's about sickbay. Naturally, we can use it for the sick or injured like we did with Amanda. But we can't expect people to get better without the proper treatment.
Uh-huh.
So I figure we'll need a medical team for that. The number of team members and their abilities will determine how quickly the sick and injured heal. They can also monitor everybody's health.
Right. Prevention is the best medicine.
You got it. Remember to wash your hands often and gargle twice a day, boss.
If only I had the time.
Alright, let's take a look at Mother Base. We now have medical team. Birth of a legend. The mess hall team. They actually eat in this base. They have a mess hall. Imagine that. Okay, hold on. Now let's assign these guys. Make 1911, we can make Doritos. Now Amanda's injured. She's in sickbay. But does her model always have the injury on it even after she's healed? I don't remember. Her leg is, it's her leg that's broken, so it's different maybe. So normally if you move somebody out of sickbay, they die after a while, after a mission or two or something. You really want them to recover first, all their stats are down. But you know what? Amanda's a story character. She can't die. She's a unique character. So you can go to the kitchen. You don't need legs to peel potatoes after all, right? I think she recovers naturally anyway at a certain point in the story or something like that. Yeah. I mean, canonically, according to Paz's tapes, you know, she cooks. So it's not my fault. Let's see. Okay. And now I know that Malak is a much better character, but unlike Malak, see, Amanda actually has a personality and motives and things to talk about. So now that we got Amanda, there's a whole bunch of Amanda tapes. I know. Malak is a much more deeper character. Imagine. Yeah, normal soldiers, you have to wait for them to heal, otherwise they die. They just straight up die.
Since it was founded, my country has not once been able to choose its own path. First Spain, then America. Over 100 years of this.
I know.
In the 19th century, an American mercenary named William Walker seized power in Nicaragua.
I'd heard he exploited rivalries between the political parties.
Even after we expelled him, the Americans sent in their Marines under the pretext of quelling political unrest.
And the real reason?
To intimidate the government and thwart the construction of the Nicaragua Canal.
I thought the U.S. already has the rights to build a canal in Nicaragua.
They never intended to build a canal there. They'd already started digging in Panama. A canal in Nicaragua would break up the Panama Canal's monopoly. Reason enough for America to stick its nose into our affairs.
They snagged the rights so nobody else could build there.
It was General Sandino who finally stood up to los Yankees. General Sandino waged a guerrilla war against the Marines, at last driving them out. He was a true hero, and to us Sandinistas, like a father. But when they pulled out, the Americans left us something to remember them by.
The National Guard.
Yes, La Guardia. In name, a peacekeeping force, but in reality, Commander Somoza's personal army, answering to no one else. Unable to stay silent, General Sandino went to protest and was assassinated by Somoza as he made his way home. It was then that Somoza and Los Sapos began to eat our country alive from the inside. It has been 40 years since the Somoza family became the rulers of Nicaragua. With La Guardia at their command, no one can challenge them.
You came here on the run from the National Guard, right?
See, they took everything. Our land, our homes, our jobs.
Now belong to Somoza.
See, the law too. He's even got the judges in his pocket. You defy him, you face death. Everyone bows and scrapes before La Guardia. Even then you might get a beating if they are in a bad mood.
And you're trying to change things.
That's not all. These Somozas have used their power to line their pockets. They confiscate people's land and hand it to members of the Somoza family. By now, close to half the farmland in Nicaragua is theirs. We were powerless until... You remember the earthquake 2 years ago?
Yeah, I heard the capital was hit pretty hard.
We lost Managua, our capital city. People sent aid from all around the world. Tears of sorrow turned to tears of joy. Yet almost all of it was embezzled by the Somozas. They sold out those who'd lost everything for money. They feasted on our country's suffering. Public resentment is at the boiling point. The Somozas' days are numbered. We will see to it. The first Somoza was originally no more than the commander of La Guardia. Ordinarily, a man of his station could never hope to become president. But the president at the time had no power to back him. The only one with the strength to oppose him was General Sandino. No, better to say the general was the only one who dared oppose him. There was nothing special about him. Above all, it takes a strong will to see justice done. That is what he taught us.
It's also what motivated Somoza to have him killed.
Yes, the rest was easy. He got rid of the president, taking office in a sham election. And once he had the power, he never gave it up.
Talk about heavy-handed.
He had the Americans backing him, that's why. They didn't want to hand over power to a rebellious general.
Even so, it's hard to believe Washington would give its blessing to a guy like that.
The American president at the time put it this way. Somoza may be a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. In other words, better a dog or Los Sapos than an anti-US regime. The Managua earthquake struck 2 years ago, the day before Christmas Eve. Giant cracks opened up in the streets. Sleeping children were crushed in collapsing houses. No chance to escape. No visit from Santa Claus. Thanks to Somoza, the old houses could not even get rebuilt. It was a nightmare.
I heard the epicenter was right in the middle of the city.
Even today, it's too dangerous to build on top of the fault line. The city center is still in ruins.
And to make things worse, Somoza stole the recovery money.
We must not fail. We owe it to those who lost their lives. We will defeat Somoza. Augusto Cesar Sandino, general and hero of Nicaragua. 50 years ago, conflict broke out between the political parties of Nicaragua. The U.S. Marines intervened in the name of restoring order. The only one who refused to listen to their call for reconciliation was General Sandino.
Huh. One man against the Marines. That takes guts.
The general wasn't a professional soldier. Neither were his compadres. And they certainly could not match the Marines' equipment. But he used the land to his advantage, lurking in the fields and hills of Nicaragua, and using surprise attacks to harass the Marines.
I know. I've read plenty of textbooks on guerrilla warfare.
In the end, he drove them out. He was truly a role model for us.
Yeah, but that was the 30s. Didn't the Depression have something to do with it? It takes cash to wage war.
Perhaps. But there is no denying what the general accomplished. The people hailed him as the General de Hombres Libres, the general of free men. They loved him. And then he was assassinated by Anastasio Somoza Garcia, commander of La Guardia.
The father of the current Somoza.
Somoza had the Americans' backing. That is the way things were. The general may be dead, and the times may have changed, but his will lives on inside each of us. We are the sons and daughters of General Sandino.
Hey, how's the watermelon business these days?
Not bad. I hear the compas back home are hanging in there too.
Good to hear.
You know our nickname. I'm impressed. No wonder they call you boss.
You used to hide your weapons in hollowed-out watermelons, smuggle them right past the National Guard. You even transported pineapple grenades that way. The name caught on among sympathizers in the region and...
What are you talking about?
Huh?
They call us watermelon sellers because the general's name sounds like the word for watermelon. Sandia.
Really?
Si.
Damn it, Kaz. A revolution to bring peace to your country, huh? No matter how much we fight, peace never gets any closer, does it?
I do not like it, but it is the only way. If we do not fight back, they'll just keep exploiting us. You want proof? Look at our country's history. Revolution is a means and not an end. I know. When the revolution is victorious, I want my country to be at peace. But to bring peace, we have to first eliminate that traitorous scum.
It's an old saying. We make war that we may live in peace.
Who said it?
Aristotle.
You know your history.
I had a good teacher.
It has always been like this. People making the same mistakes over and over. And still, all we can do is fight.
I hear you. If you've got a goal, you've got to keep moving forward. I noticed you called Che Guevara El Che.
Not just us. Everyone in these parts does. Che was always his nickname. It does not feel right to call him by his last name. I was shocked the first time I saw you. You look so much like him.
I look like El Che, huh?
Sort of. Not in the face. It's more the way you carry yourself.
I guess Che's a hero to the Sandinistas, too.
Of course. The FSLN was formed in the spirit of the ideologies championed by El Che and Fidel.
Fidel Castro. So, you're trying to bring the Cuban Revolution to Nicaragua.
Well, we were. But Cuba isn't what it once was. Not since El Che left. El Che was a true revolutionary. He fought and died for the people. He worked harder than anybody, and he was a righteous man. Even as a minister of Cuba, he gave up his weekends to work on the farms and public works. As a volunteer, no less.
Yeah, I've heard the stories. But when you think about it, wasn't it that obsession that did him in?
How do you mean?
We can't all be supermen. He thought the ideals he applied in Cuba would work in Bolivia, but he failed to win converts and the support of the peasants, and it cost him his life.
Maybe you are right. But at least he did not steal from those peasants, no matter how hard things got.
Yeah, I can sympathize with that. There's plenty of guerrillas out there who'd rob their own people to feed their revolutions.
If we had a comandante like him, the Sandinistas would find the will to fight.
You called that giant chopper an hombre nuevo.
Si. It means new man.
New man?
There was nobody piloting that thing. It must be controlled by machine.
Yeah, it seems that way. No human being could pull off those crazy maneuvers.
But it's not crazy. It's smart. It sings, too.
When we first saw it, one of your men said, "Pilot must be an hombre nuevo."
Me? I do not like the name.
Why?
Hombre nuevo was what El Che was striving to become. What all of us who joined the Sandinistas strive to become. That's why. An hombre nuevo is one who finds joy in virtue and voluntary labor. It makes me furious to see that name given to such a monster.
I'll bet. Chico called that helicopter El Colibri.
Our name for the hummingbird. You saw how that chopper moved, how it hovered in midair like a hummingbird?
A hell of a lot bigger than a bird, though.
True, but better than hombre nuevo, don't you think? When you get kidnapped by El Colibri, it's all over. They take you to a prison camp and torture you until you snitch on your compas.
That's what took Chico.
They have no mercy. Once you talk, they toss you out like trash. I knew this, and still I could not save Chico. If he cannot be saved, I will do what must be done.
Don't write him off like that. Sometimes you have to survive, even if it means sacrificing your honor. I'll get him back. I promise.
The land in our country belongs to us, and yet it does not belong to us.
How so?
Along the coast, it is all banana groves, and in the mountains, it is coffee. I guess in that way, it is not so different from here.
Plantations.
Almost all the bananas and coffee are sold as exports. The landlords keep the money for themselves, leaving precious little to the farmers. Worse, the biggest landowners in the country are Somoza and his family.
But it does bring in foreign currency.
I doubt even that, at least for bananas. The plantations are owned by American corporations. The bananas are processed in factories on the plantations and exported to America from private ports. It's like having little American enclaves along the coast of Nicaragua.
But the farmers have no choice but to go work there.
Es ridículo. The people have to take their land back. It is one of the things we are fighting for.
Tell me, when exactly did you realize your dad was working with the KGB?
About 6 months ago. Up until then, we only had beans to eat. And then suddenly we started to get eggs and flour. Our bullet shortage simply disappeared.
How'd he get the cocaine?
Ask the KGB. All we did here was process it. Coca plants grow here too. But to my knowledge, almost all of the stuff we used came from Colombia and Bolivia.
It's processed in a factory and then shipped to ports on the Caribbean Sea. Where does it go after that?
I never thought about it. I mean, I did not want to think about it.
The biggest cocaine consumer in the world is the United States. I'm guessing they smuggle it in on vessels disguised as fishing boats.
Wait. La CIA uses that route too. Are you telling me they're selling cocaine to their own country?
Looks that way.
Those bastards are turning their own children into junkies? Are they insane?
No, just afraid. Afraid of a communist Central America. Amanda, when did you join up with the Sandinistas?
About a year ago, when I went into the mountains with mi viejo and his group.
I thought your dad was with the FSLN from the start.
No, he fought alongside General Sandino, but after that, he retired for a while. He found a job, got a wife and a house, and raised us kids. Then one day, some Sandinista students came by.
And he felt the old fire in his belly.
Something like that. All he did was help them escape from La Guardia, though. But then La Guardia showed up. They broke into our house and began pushing him around, shouting questions.
I'm guessing he kept his mouth shut.
No matter how hard they hit him. Our house was trashed. After that, he was on their list. They harassed him day and night. It was only then that he gave himself over to the Sandinistas. He kept it hidden from us at first, so we would not get hurt.
He sounds like a good father.
He was. But my mother got fed up with it. She left us. I don't blame her.
Why didn't you go with her?
It was a hard decision for sure. But like my father, I could not let Somoza get away with his crimes. But most of all,
Chico.
He is too much like his papa. One way or the other, he was going to stay. And I could not leave him behind. Soon enough, La Guardia drove us out, and we found ourselves in the mountains. It just kind of happened.
Well, for an accidental revolutionary, you sure put up a hell of a fight.
The mountains make men into warriors. The training is harsh, but it brings us that much closer to being hombres nuevos.
Chico couldn't ask for a better sister. I can see why they picked you to be Comandante.
When I was little, I came down with malaria. Unlucky for me, it was the bad kind. I was in a daze the whole time. And at one point they said I was not going to make it.
Malarial encephalopathy. I hear it's pretty common in tropical malaria cases.
Even today, my memory sometimes gets a little fuzzy. Since then, I've had this fear of mosquitoes. When I hear them buzzing nearby, I get jumpy.
Ah, that explains the chain smoking.
See, I thought it might help keep the mosquitoes away, just a little. Maybe it is all in my head. You're the same way, right?
Well, I will say this. I prefer a cigar over mosquitoes.
Me too.
I've got to hand it to you. It takes guts to conquer your fear like that and live a guerrilla's life in the wild.
It is nothing. El Che did not let asthma stop him from leading the revolution. Compared to him, I am no hero.
I'm sorry to hear about your dad.
Thank you for saying that. Mi viejo was the leader of the Frente. He was the last of the generation that knew General Sandino. He saw the general's exploits firsthand as a boy. He would tell us stories about it all the time and about how the general was assassinated.
Did you know he was getting money from the KGB?
I had some idea, but I did not have the courage to confront him about it. I know it was a painful decision for him to make.
I can imagine.
Yes, my father was a good man. I loved him as a daughter, and his soldiers believed in him. Thanks to him, La Frente held together even in the worst of times. I don't know if I can ever fill his shoes.
Chico's 12, right?
Right.
Isn't he a little short for his age?
Malnourishment. Food is hard to come by when you're running around in the jungle.
He's got quite an appetite.
I know. I didn't want him to come in the first place, but there was no one to take him in. I had no choice but to look after him.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Sometimes it's better for a kid to be with his family than far away in a safe place.
Thank you.
Promise me this, though. When your fight is over, make sure he gets a proper education. Give him a chance to be something other than a guerrilla. It's not too late to teach him something other than fighting.
Okay, I promise. You know what book Chico really likes? The World Encyclopedia of Mysterious Creatures. The Loch Ness Monster, the Yeti.
UMAs. Yeah, I know.
He's still so much like a boy. I worry about him.
He'll be fine. I know plenty of grown men who still go crazy over UMAs.
Are you serious?
Oh, I missed one here.
We are Sandinistas, the heirs of General Sandino's will.
Sandino.
Hey, good night, me.
The father of modern guerrilla warfare.
To you, maybe. To us, he's more like a real father.
That why you named yourselves after him?
Of course. La Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional. The Sandinista National Liberation Front is named in his honor. We share the general's goal, to take back our country's freedom. In his day, from America. In ours, from the despot Somoza.
Times have changed, but the song remains the same.
Patria libre o morir. That is our slogan. El Che used to say the same thing, you know.
Patria o muerte. The slogan of the Cuban Revolution. So, you're fighting for a socialist revolution too, then?
No, it's not about ideology. We only want to live normal lives. We are sick of living in a country where you can be beaten for walking down the street, where you never know if your neighbor is snitching on you. Our goal is to give back the country to its people.
Yeah. The Cuban Revolution started out like that too.
We are few in number, but we will win. Victoria o muerte. For a revolutionary, there is no other fate.
Alright. Let's see. On the next main mission. Of course, rescue Chico.
Snake, the nukes appear to have left the coastal marshes and reached the mountains around Irazu. But without a guide, it's gonna be tough tracking those things in the mountains. So we need you to infiltrate one of their bases, a prison facility.
I hope nothing's happened to Amanda's brother.
I hear you. There may be other Sandinistas held there too. To bring them back safely to MSF, use the Fulton recovery system. As I'm sure you know from experience, it's completely harmless. After all, you won't have time to sit there and convince every single one of them to join.
One other thing, Snake.
Amanda.
Those CIA bastards confiscated some of the houses in the village. Chico's got to be inside one of them.
Houses, huh? How do I tell which ones?
When they took over the houses, they installed new front doors for security purposes. The new doors are blue, with peepholes, so you can see what's inside.
Blue doors. Got it.
You're getting close to the end of the transport route. Good luck, Snake.
Areas with a distinct dry season, like the Pacific coast, have tropical dry forests. During the dry season, the trees drop their
I
leaves.
guess so, viewer.
It gives you a clearer view, but at the same time, there are fewer places to hide. So be careful.
Sounds dull.
It is not really. A lot of trees flower during the dry season, including my favorite, the tabebuya. It has these amazingly vivid yellow flowers. Costa Rica has several active volcanoes, Irazu being one of them.
That's where Camino de Lava comes from, huh?
The tropical dry forests around here are quite different from our rainforests. They lose their leaves in the dry season. Tropical forests are not all thick jungles. A few of them even have cacti. Some of Costa Rica's greatest assets are its diverse forests and natural landscapes. Costa Rica got its first real railroads up and running about 100 years ago. Their primary purpose was to move coffee harvested in the Central Basin to the Caribbean coast.
They built railroads here 100 years ago? That's impressive.
It was even more difficult than you would imagine. Later, they started using the railroads for shipping bananas too. There still might be some branch lines around here. Aldea de los Despiertos means Village of the Awake.
Weird name.
The area is littered with coffee fields, and there is a factory nearby. The villagers are fans of coffee, so...
Nah, they don't get much sleep, huh? They've got a sense of humor, all right.
I cannot believe they would take over a place like this and use it as a prison. It is unforgivable for both the CIA and the thugs they employ. All the villagers wanted was to live in peace. What gives the CIA the right to crush them like that?
They don't care about anyone's rights but their own. It's just the way some people are.
You really think so?
Don't worry. It just gives me the right to teach them a lesson.
Oh, nice. Thanks, Tim.
Amanda, how do I get to the prison camp?
First, head up the narrow mountain path. The path will gradually open up and you'll come to a fork in the road. Watch yourself up there. You'll be lower than the surrounding terrain, so if you head down the middle, you'll make for an easy target.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up.
Take the leftward path to reach the prison camp.
can you tell me about the prison camp?
Well, it used to be a village until they took control of it. It's a maze of paths, so watch out for soldiers on patrol.
I'll be sure not to stop and say hi.
Use the paths carefully, and you should be able to stay out of view.
Where are they holding Chico?
One of the houses, most likely. You can peek through the doors. Just press the action button when the icon appears. You could also listen to any sounds inside for clues.
Good idea.
Guards will still be on the move while you're looking inside. Make sure you don't get caught. And Snake.
I know. I'll bring him back.
Thank you. I know I can count on you.
Oh shit, Until Alone isn't done yet. Okay. Accidental gameplay.
Chico's in a prison camp north of here.
This game actually has a lot more gameplay than tapes, but you'd have to do all the optional stuff and unlock everything, and actually, technically, you do need to do all the side missions to get the very last story tape. So technically, yeah, it has more gameplay than tapes. Although you wouldn't know just by doing the main story and then switching to a more complete save for the second ending like we do. But we gotta do it this way, otherwise it takes a long time. Upgrade with the raid, nice. Yeah, and ironically it's my birthday, but meh, you know. Life is kind of a fucking mess right now anyway, so. Not really doing anything for it, but thanks guys.
Chico's in one of these houses. You've got to
Let's
find him,
see.
Snake. To check inside a house, press the action button in front of the door.
Sleeping guy in here. Okay, we don't need to look at him this whole time.
Not this one. Chico, is that you?
Who's there?
Chico, it's me.
You're that photographer.
That's right, a war photographer.
Huh? I thought you were here for the birds.
Yeah, the birds of the battlefield.
Whoa! Is that chess? Can I see it? Wow, the same kind of chair used!
You can't keep it, kid. Here, have these instead.
Those photos! Huh. Oh no, Amanda!
She's safe, don't worry.
You sure?
We're patching her up back at my place.
She's hurt?
I said, don't worry. It's just a broken leg.
You got any cigarettes? A cigar, huh? Hey!
It's not for kids. Chico, do you know where they took the cargo?
Cargo? What cargo?
Let me rephrase that. How do they get stuff from the coast up here?
Oh, that I can tell you. When the cargo gets to the harbor, they first send it up the marshes on a barge. Then, they load it onto a jungle train past the banana plantation and transport it by rail. The train stops here. When it gets to the train terminal past the coffee plantation, they reload it again. This time onto a truck, which disappears into a tunnel heading toward the mountains.
Disappears? Chico, what's on the other side of that tunnel?
Nobody knows. None of our compas ever got close enough. He's protected by a spirit.
Spirit?
Yeah, a giant monster. El Basilisco.
The king of snakes.
No, really, I saw it. I was camping up there one day, and just as I was waking up around dawn, I heard this loud noise. I opened my eyes and saw an enormous shadow. Must have been 30 bara at least. He was walking on legs as big as trees.
Where did you see it?
At the terminal near the tunnel. But I only saw it that one time.
What exactly were you doing there?
Well, me and my sister got into a fight.
And you just happened to go camping.
You know, their train should be arriving at the place I saw El Basilisco right about now.
Is it far?
No, really. Go past the coffee plantation, and it'll be to the north. What are you chasing?
Something that could keep the world in balance. Or destroy it.
Huh?
I heard that place was a narcotics plant before those guys took it over. But you already knew that, didn't you? Look, I get it. Even revolutionaries need to pay the bills. Still, must be tough for a kid like you to swallow.
You're damn right it is. The route they use to transport stuff is the same one mi viejo used to smuggle drugs. He sold the drugs to the Norte Americanos and used the profits to fund the army. They tried to keep it hidden from me.
Is that why you went camping?
Yes. I managed to sneak into the plant a few times and I tried to set it on fire. Everyone treats me like a child. I couldn't stand it anymore. I'm not a kid, I'm 12.
Couldn't do it though, could you? Chico, growing up means choosing how you're gonna live your life. To do the right thing, you sometimes have to leave the things you care about behind. Parents, family, your homeland.
But mi viejo. Papa.
Chico, look at the photos.
Mi viejo.
He's gone, but there's one thing you don't ever leave behind. Your memories. Keep them safe. You want to get out of here, Chico?
I do, but...
Come back with me. Your sister's waiting for you.
I can't go back. I can't face everybody.
You told them where your compas are. I see. Nothing to be ashamed of. Pain gets the better of us all.
I wish I was dead.
Okay then. I'll put you out of your misery.
What?
Any last words? Shoot. You are only going to kill a man. I just wasted a bullet. Don't waste your life. Listen to me, Chico. You died here today. You understand? You're hombre nuevo. A new man. Now, give that new life to me.
Huh?
Fight with me, little soldier. Show me how strong you really are. Dry your tears, then promise me one thing. No smoking until you get older. Remember, real heroes are never as polished as the legends that surround them.
You got it, boss.
Snake is fine.
What's that? Ah!
Extraction failed.
Snake, Chico made it over. Snake!
Chico, you made it.
Yeah, I went back and watched it here.
You say you're gonna give me a new life,
That was
and you
worth
nearly
it.
kill me.
That was worth 20 minutes of
I take
work.
it you didn't enjoy the trip.
What's the big idea? Dragging me off in a balloon. I might as well have taken a Calibri.
At least you got a nice view. Or are you afraid of heights?
Whatever. I just wish you would explain it to me first.
Would you have agreed to go if I did?
Thank you for saving us, Snake.
Amanda, a word of advice.
What?
Stop treating him like a child.
Yes. Yes, I know. You're right. I shouldn't.
Amanda, you're coming back after your leg heals, right?
Of course. We still have work to do.
We, huh? Are you sure you've got Chico's future in mind when you say that?
What do you mean? We're sworn to our father's cause, to helping the revolution succeed.
Revolution or no revolution, you pick up a gun and sooner or later you're going to hell. Are you prepared for that?
I am. If the alternative is giving up the country I love, I'll take hell.
Really? Well then, you're gonna have to stop treating Chico like a brother and start treating him like a soldier.
You're right.
Welcome to hell.
Snake, can I ask you a favor?
Shoot.
You find any prisoners from El Frente, you bring them back alive. Cause...
You're trying to make amends for talking.
Not just that. Because they're compas.
All right. But first, I've got to catch up to that cargo.
I'll do whatever I can to help. Call me if there's anything you need to know about the area.
And what?
Let me know if you encounter any wildlife you've never seen before.
Never seen before. What, like that basilisco you were talking about?
I'm talking about UMAs.
UMAs?
You know, like ancient dinosaurs or legendary monsters. One day, I'm going to be a hunter.
Is that right?
Yeah, hunter with boobs.
Okay. Sure.
If you want to know more, I'm happy to tell you.
Right. I'll be in touch, Chico.
Okay, Snake. The enemy's cargo is headed for the next outpost, a rail terminal.
Chico says no one's ever set foot past there.
Their main base is probably on the other side of that tunnel. Unless we catch those spears before reaching it, they'll be in enemy hands. You've got to stop them. Hurry, Snake.
Yeah, but it makes sense though, because he says it to Huey, he says it to Cecile, I think.
Boss, I have an idea.
Our place is outer heaven.
Let me guess. You want to start running ads in a local gossip rag.
So it should have been that. Should have been the same for Chico, I
I
guess.
thought that with all the new guys we've got, we should get an intel team going. We'd send agents around the country to scout out different locations. That way we're better prepared, no matter where we end up.
That's actually not a bad idea.
They could probably develop recon equipment for us too. We could also have them transport goods and direct the mother base support strikes. You can send an item to a co-op teammate from the delivery menu.
Alright, Chico and Intel team. Chico is going to be the entirety of the Intel team right now. Just send him out to scout and report. Yeah, by himself again. This is our big medic right now. Let's see, we're gonna need a C4. Now that we have the Intel team, we should be able to... There it is. Suppress 1911. But we're nowhere close to team levels to do it. So, yeah, I guess that's okay for now. 26 and 10. I suppose that maybe we can move people around. Ah, they suck. They suck so much. Never mind, it's kind of early in the game for that anyway. Alright, Chico tapes.
Amanda's so bossy. It's always follow me or stay here. The other day she told me, chew your gallo pinto before you swallow. Can you believe it?
Knowing your sister? Yeah, I can.
The enemy could strike at any time. I can't sit around taking my sweet time eating. I'm a Sandinista, just like the others. I don't need some woman telling me what to do.
Some woman? She's your sister, and she's doing the best she can to fill your father's shoes.
I know, but lately she hasn't been doing so good. I should be strong for her.
Now you're talking. Sorry to hear about your dad.
Don't be. He is a guerrilla warrior. We pledge our lives to our country and its people. I'm ready to die too if I have to.
You sure?
You better believe it. Like mi viejo used to say. Patria o muerte.
Che said it first.
My dad used to tell us all kinds of stories. About General Sandino and his fight against La Guardia. About my mom before she left us.
You didn't want to go with her.
It's not like that. La Revolucion comes first, that's all.
You must wish you could see her, though.
I don't know. But I know I'll see her again when this is all over. Somehow, I just know it. When I do, me and my mom and papa are all going to live together again. At least that's what I thought. Now,
Hang in there, Chico. Your sister needs you.
Okay. Have you ever heard, shoot, coward? You're only going to kill a man?
Che's last words. He'd been captured in Bolivia and said it to the soldiers just as they were about to execute him.
El Che. He was something, wasn't he? Coming up with a line like that knowing he was about to die.
After the Cuban Revolution, Che gave up his position in the new government to aid in revolutions in other countries. He knew he could die at any time, and he was ready for it.
Me? I couldn't even take a little torture.
But you've been reborn as an hombre nuevo, right, Chico?
Right.
Don't you ever get lonely, living away from your mom?
Not really. My compas are my family now. A lot of them are from the same village as me.
So you had plenty of people to take care of you.
Take care of me? I'm a warrior, like any other Sandinista. We look out for each other. That is how it works.
Sorry. Guess I misspoke.
Now we're scattered because of that colibri. Wonder where everybody went.
What the fuck is that
Hey,
MGS4
Snake,
clip? I've
if
never
you see
seen that
any
before.
Frente prisoners, please, you gotta get them out, okay?
Wow.
Those guys are solid, every one. You could use them in MSF.
I think as our PS3s start breaking down more and more, we're gonna see more shit like that, yeah. Like the thing with the executions that I was doing earlier that happened, and that thing that happened 3 days. It's gotta be the chips wearing down, man. The more the PS3s wear out, the more fucking glitches we'll see. Bam. No way, yeah, no way. That's not a thing usually. Yeah. It's kind of sad to think about. Jelly Alves, thank you for the 42 months.
Hey, Snake, are there any jobs for me here at Mother Base? I can do anything.
You don't have to work, you know.
Don't treat me like a kid. I'm a man now.
Okay, then. What are you good at?
Let me think. Everything. Put me on any team. I can pull my own weight.
Well, you are young. You'll probably be a fast learner. I'll think of something.
Anything you need, boss. You'll see. I can fight as good as anybody.
Wow, what's that? Holy shit, that video. Oh, what the fuck? No, I've never seen that before. 15 years ago. Damn. Yeah. Cool. Let's not do that shit for now.
The supply staging point.
I think this is part of this mission anyway.
Snake, a According to Chico, the nuclear materials will be loaded from a train and onto a truck at a rail terminal near the eastern foot of Irazu. If we can't cut him off at that terminal, we'll be in a world of hurt. Hurry, Snake.
Of course, they started talking about Che Guevara now, so... And time for people to get triggered.
So I hear Amanda mistook you for Che Guevara, Snake. That's not too bad, huh?
Yeah, right. I'm not even worthy of polishing his boots.
Don't be so modest. From where I'm standing, your men see you as a great man.
As great as the century's most complete human being.
That's Sartre, right? Well, there's hardly been a more iconic figure of his times than Che.
Oh, he was more than that. He was a true revolutionary, and a great warrior.
I'm with you there. Can you believe that when he first went to Cuba with Fidel, they had only 12 guys with them?
But they rallied. They brought in new recruits, won the support of the peasants, expanded their organization.
And in the end, they overthrew the Batista regime.
People flocked to them because they were honest. They won because they were strong. Those are the qualities that make men great.
You know, we're kind of in the same boat they were back then. Here we are, a handful of mercenaries taking on an army backed by the United States.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go.
But we've got to keep on going. It's not just about winning in battle. You need to think about recruiting people and growing this operation.
Got it.
Boss, did you ever read Che Guevara's book, Guerrilla Warfare?
I can't remember if I got to that one or not.
You should have. That's why I lent it to you. A lot of the guerrilla tactics it covers apply to sneaking missions, too. Che was one of the first people to articulate the theory of guerrilla warfare. T.E. Lawrence, Lawrence of Arabia, was another one. And Mao Zedong and his On Protracted War. Theory aside, Nicaragua's General Sandino was one of the first to put guerrilla tactics into practice, which explains why the Sandinistas named themselves after him.
If you think about it, guerrilla warfare itself has been around since ancient times. There's only so many ways a small group can upset a large army.
There was a samurai in Japan who excelled in guerrilla warfare.
No kidding.
Tsunoki Masashige. He was a warrior who lived in the medieval era. He used unconventional tactics to help overthrow the Kamakura shogunate.
Like what?
Trojan horse-style maneuvers and decoys to confuse the enemy. The best one was when the enemy was climbing the castle walls. He dumped boiling water and human excrement on them.
Sounds great. Let's put it in the MSF playbook.
You're not serious, are you, boss?
Why not? We've got plenty of crap to unload.
Yeah. I'll think about it. The year the Cuban Revolution was won, Che visited Japan as a member of an economic delegation. While he was there, he visited Hiroshima.
Hiroshima?
Since he was there to discuss economic issues, Hiroshima wasn't part of the original itinerary. Some said the Ministry of Foreign Affairs didn't want to let him go, but he went anyway. He snuck out of his hotel and took an overnight train.
Traveling guerrilla style. Sounds like Che, all right.
He visited the Peace Memorial Museum and the Atomic Bomb Survivors Hospital. Apparently it gave him quite a shock. As a doctor, it must have been painful for him to see how the victims suffered.
Nukes destroy everything.
He was quoted as saying, "They put you through this, and still you do whatever America says." Those words really hit me hard, especially when I think of my mom. He said something else, too. Let us all love Hiroshima and its people.
I can believe it. Che never managed to numb himself to other people's pain. That's why people loved him. And why he died.
That message tilted me for a second, and I saw it's furious. That's okay. It's just shit posting. Right, thank you for the 100 bits. Like, wait, 100 months? That's too many.
That bandana you're always wearing, that thing's a real antique. Ever think about getting a new one?
This one's fine.
Come on, we can't have our boss wearing a raggedy old thing like that.
It was a gift, okay? It wouldn't be right to get rid of it.
It was. Okay then. Speaking of which, Che supposedly had a black scarf he used to take everywhere with him.
A scarf?
One of his comrades gave it to him when he broke his arm in battle. Che used that silk scarf as a sling, and the comrade who gave it to him became his second wife.
Alida, right?
Even after his arm healed up, he never went anywhere without that scarf. What about you? You get that bandana from someone special?
No, nothing like that. It's important to me. That's all.
Snake also uses it as a sling in MGS3, so maybe they were referencing stuff there already. Okay.
La CIA has taken control of this coffee factory too, all to produce its drugs. It was famous once for its fine beans.
Cafe tal aroma encantado. Enchanting aroma, huh?
See, once we have thrown the mercenaries out of Costa Rica, I know it will make wonderful coffee again. And then you must come and try some, Snake.
Sounds great. I wouldn't mind a cup of joe after all this is over. Oh, wait.
What is wrong?
No, I just remembered this guy I knew who wasn't big on coffee. English. Get rid of that muddy water and get a cup of black tea down your gob, he'd say.
That is too bad for him. It is delicious.
Nice. It's funny because she knows that guy too.
As I said before, building railroads in Costa Rica was a dangerous job. A lot of men died, and sometimes they stopped work altogether. This is one of those places. They had to cut through steep terrain, so when they finally made it through, they just built the rail terminal right there. And that is why they named it
El Cadalso. The gallows. Charming. I'm surprised the construction money didn't dry up the way things were going.
Actually, it did. But the bananas helped complete it. So they say.
You mean the energy the workers got from eating bananas? Oh, I suppose they do have plenty of vitamins and...
No. I meant the money they got to finish it came from exporting bananas.
Oh.
But one thing is for certain. The owners of the railroads expanded into the banana trade after construction was completed. That was the start of banana cultivation in Costa Rica.
Amanda, do you know the way to the rail terminal?
Remember the locomotive by the fork in the road before the village?
Yeah, back in the jungle.
Follow the train tracks from there, and you'll come to the terminal. But there's a plant along the way.
Disguised as a coffee factory?
Yes, it is their drug refining plant. La CIA controls it now. Cutting through there is the shortest way, but it'll be crawling with soldiers. If you want to go around...
No, forget it. If that's the shortest way, that's the way I'll take. Besides, it's one of their bases. It'll be good intel.
Very good. A number of guards at the plant are positioned on high walkways. Be sure to study their movements before you advance.
Or I could just snipe them first.
The plant's layout is another maze, I'm afraid. Stay cool. Make your way out of the plant and you'll arrive at the terminal.
You know a lot about this place.
What are you saying? I've been there before, when the KGB ran it, yes. But it is not as if I enjoyed it.
No, I just meant you know a lot about how the enemy works.
I hope so. Anyway, did you talk to Chico about the terminal?
He said it's where they transfer the cargo onto trucks.
Meaning the facility is of considerable importance to them. Don't get careless.
I won't.
By the way, I've heard of a shortcut that cuts straight to the coffee factory, to the east of the village. But I've never used it myself. Check it out if you're interested.
Thanks for the tip.
The supply staging point is at the eastern foot of Irasu. There's a rail terminal there. They'll probably transfer the nuke from the train onto a truck.
Gotcha. I'll have to catch them while they're moving the cargo.
But you might run into El Basilisco. Keep your eyes peeled, Snake.
An 80-foot-tall walking behemoth. The CIA's new weapon?
Could be. Too bad it's not actually a dinosaur. I think they're testing it up at the base on top of the mountain.
I met a guy in Russia who described it as a metal gear linking infantry and artillery.
Metal Gear.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Like maybe it's connected to everything that's happening here somehow.
The nukes? You don't think...
What else could it be? If it is up there, I'll just have to improvise. Either way, I won't know until I get there.
Watch your back, Snake.
Dame's always going off. Yeah, imagine. Political fiction.
The train terminal is on the other side of the coffee factory. Head for the factory first. To get to the coffee factory, you'll first need to backtrack to the fork in the road.
Nope, no, we don't need to backtrack.
Is somebody there?
You're blind. This is the shortcut that Amanda was talking about. Bag of beefcake, thanks for 2 months, Fox Engine.
What was that?
Sorry, I'm a little out of it. Guys, I didn't really have a good day today. But we're keeping the marathon going. A painter. I don't know, did he get rejected from art school?
Fulton recovery subject confirmed on board helicopter.
Maybe not, man. Thanks, Furies.
I think I see someone.
Probably not the greatest birthday I'm gonna have for a while.
Helicopter is complete.
What was that?
Yeah, portable ops, people think it's nothing, but it heavily influenced everything in the series after it. Kojima was so salty about it, but adopted the gameplay model of it, yeah.
Pass through the coffee factory to reach the train terminal.
That one guy. Oh wait, there's another prisoner.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Don't worry about the Fulton's not working indoors. I mean, they definitely mapped where the buildings are because you can't call supply drops indoors. So the Fulton thing is just a choice at that point. Which makes sense, because there's maps that are completely indoors, otherwise you wouldn't be able to Fulton anyway. But it's funny because they have all those buildings and ceilings and you know, whatever's in the way is already mapped for the supply drops.
Looks like we're just in time. Neutralize all enemies and secure the train.
Hey!
He almost made it. Crit. First 1911 shot. And it's a crit. Nice.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Check out the cargo.
Notes.
I'm not sure what kind of argument you're having, but usually fuck you doesn't really help much with whatever's going on. Sometimes it helps, I guess. Oh, we got a bunch of people now. Let's see, maybe we can... these guys suck so much. We would need intel. They're all E ranks. This guy's a D. Get in there. D is a lot right now. Maybe we can move Miller out of here now. Fuck it, it's okay. I don't really need the suppressor that early in the game. M60 will be useful. And okay.
Snake, that's an enemy tank unit. Either neutralize the soldiers or destroy the tank. Get them.
An enemy tank. Is there somewhere you can hide, boss?
There are train cars, but they won't hold up against a gun like that.
Even a freight train? Incredible.
But they'd keep me out of sight. Temporarily.
Use them to look for an opportunity to hit its treads or the fuel tank at the back. But
don't forget about that gun, huh?
Or the soldiers. They may try to flank you.
Right.
You can also stop it by taking out all the soldiers. You can do it, Snake.
If we have smoke grenades, yep, we're good. It might be flexing a bit hard, maybe. Okay, get these fools.
subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Now they should go back to the tank. Once you make too much commotion here, they should come investigate instead. Fool Tom. Okay.
Who's that?
Smoke grenades are not OP or anything. Now that may actually come investigate here.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Oh, maybe not. They still don't care. Okay, cool. Oh, I guess it's because I didn't really notice any of that happening. I didn't get suspicious. You can do two soldiers, one Fulton with the Fulton launcher. Alright.
That's gotta be the leader. Can you take him down?
They just nope. Nope. The main can trying to adjust.
That takes care of their leader. Recover him and it's mission complete.
Oh yeah, it's almost as if people do fucked up things on every side, yeah. Yeah.
Snake, the truck is headed up the mountain road past the tunnel.
So it was nukes after all.
What now? Their main base is up ahead.
I better hurry after them then.
But
Kaz, if I don't get moving, it'll be too late.
all right, I guess you never did let dangerous assignments or risk aversion get in your way.
How do I get inside the mountain? I can forget about the tunnel.
Yeah, the tank took care of that.
Any other routes?
Why don't I let a local expert take over?
Snake, you need a way into the mountain?
Yeah, got one.
Let's see. Do you remember that precinct I was in?
In the village, right?
Right. Go back to the village and head north. There is a bridge that connects to the mountain road. It crosses over a gorge. That's probably the best way. But there is a little problem. The path heading north from the village is barricaded. You might have to break through.
Got it.
The heart of Irasu. That's where the enemy's base has got to be, Snake. And maybe...
Let me guess. The Basilisco.
You don't believe me, do you?
No, I mean, we'll have to see.
Snake, Irazu features a number of crater lakes. The Odeberg government had planned to use those lakes to construct hydroelectric plants as one of its big state development projects. The project was scrapped, but there's still a small opening at the bottom of the lake.
Meaning?
I checked the satellite imagery, but didn't see anything man-made, which means they probably built a base inside the mountain. Could just be a storage igloo for explosives, or maybe some kind of research facility.
What do they hope to accomplish by bringing the nukes there?
First things first, get past that barricade north of the village. Looks like the only way through is the noisy way. You'll have to blow it up. Snake. I've got just the explosive to bust through that barricade. C4. We finished developing C4 charges. Take some with you.
What? No. This goes here, and this goes there.
To destroy the barricade north of the village, you'll need Composition 4 explosive. You've handled C4 before, right, Snake?
Yeah. I've been a regular user since the days of C3.
C3. Oh yeah, I remember. That stuff got brittle and useless in cold temperatures, so they upgraded. C4's a moldable plastic explosive. It's very stable and won't explode without a special detonator. Light it on fire and all it does is burn.
A lot of American soldiers in Vietnam used to use it as fuel.
Place it near the barricade and move to a safe location. Then hit the detonator button to blow it up.
I'm on it. Those giant footprints near the terminal. What do you think they were, Kaz?
It beats me. They're way too big, even for an elephant. Made me think of that basilisco Chico was talking about.
Hope it's not for real.
Same here. If they really do have that kind of weapon, we could be dealing with a basilisk in more than just looks.
What do you mean?
There's a medieval encyclopedia that describes the basilisk like this. The basilisk is the king of snakes. All snakes fear the basilisk and flee at its sight, lest they be slain by its foul breath.
A snake to take out a snake, huh?
I don't mean to scare you or anything, but it never hurts to be careful.
Will do.
When the enemy spots you and goes on alert, they may call in a backup strike team. These assault teams are heavily armed, well-trained, and highly dangerous. Amanda's crew calls them commandos. Unlike the patrolmen, these guys will actively, relentlessly track and hunt you down like hounds.
Hounds to hunt a former foxhound. Bring it on.
They won't give up easily even if they lose sight of you. They'll clear out any likely hiding places they come across. So don't get too comfy in one spot, or you might get caught again. Keep your eyes fixed on them and what they're doing. Also, be aware that commando gear includes body armor, so don't think you can deal with them by going in guns blazing.
All I've got to do is find an exposed weak point, and...
Exactly. There's one type of commando you really need to watch out for, and that's the kind toting shotguns. They can take a few hits and still keep charging you. And believe me, you don't want them closing in between those shotgun blasts. When they start charging, you need to stop them immediately. Use something with serious stopping power.
Amanda, do I have to take the fork in the road back to the village?
People say there is a shortcut. Go back to the coffee factory entrance, then follow the path on the right. That will take you straight to the village. They may have increased security in that area, though.
Not surprising, after what happened with the tank. What do I do once I'm back at the village?
Destroy the barricade at the north side. From there, you can reconnect with the transport route.
I'll need C4 for that. The explosion will bring everyone running, too. There's probably gonna be a fight, one way or the other.
They might not see you if you stick to the narrower pathways. Then just climb over any obstacles. Don't let your guard down after taking out the barricade either.
There's a river in the mountains north of the village. You'll see a water pipe running across that's got a walkway you can use as a bridge. I guess they built it to carry water from the hydroelectric plant. To get there, though, you gotta get past the barricade north of the precinct.
Got it.
El Basilisco supposedly lives in the gorge up there, so be careful you don't get distracted and fall in the river.
The Basilisco?
Not the big monster I saw. I mean, the real Basilisco.
A real one? The legendary king of snakes?
More like a lizard, I guess. It walks on top of the river.
A lizard that walks on water?
Man, you should see it. It's not that big, though. Only about 1 vara long.
Pretty good size for a lizard.
Yeah, but not nearly as big as a dinosaur.
So there's a real basilisco that lives in the river?
I'm only saying I heard stories from people who said they saw it. But I know lots of places to find it in Nicaragua. Do you want to go have a look?
I don't have time for sightseeing.
You don't like lizards?
It's not that. I just think snakes taste better.
Who said anything about taste?
How about you? You like them?
Not that way. They do look kind of like dinosaurs, though. You don't think that's cool?
They're both reptiles, yeah. But there's a big difference size-wise.
I'll bet there are still big ones around somewhere. They say mammals multiplied and ate up their eggs. But they can't all be gone. They've gotta exist somewhere out there.
Dinosaur eggs, huh?
And animals are always evolving, right? Maybe they evolved so much, they don't even look like dinosaurs anymore.
Then you can't really call them dinosaurs, can you?
I guess not. Yeah, you're right. Dinosaurs have gotta be big.
Okay.
Go back to the prison camp. It's in the village where they were holding Chico.
Freeze.
Next is a guy with the gaping asshole. Let's see if I can get him. Every time you shoot that guy in the asshole, he goes down in one hit. The hitbox for the asshole is pretty... I don't know, it's kind of hard to get. Usually. I haven't mastered the art yet. But that guy there always seems to work with that guy. He's got a pretty big weak spot. I don't know, maybe it's the distance. See, like with this guy, it doesn't work. I don't know.
Head west from there, and it'll take you straight to the prison camp.
Yeah, it's true. It's higher. Not sure why it works in that guy, though. Yeah, it is higher.
If you cut across the prison camp, you'll find a gate leading north.
Hey! We're under attack!
Shit. That's all I get. I don't know, still couldn't get it. Oh, I got it now because he was crouch running though.
It's the enemy! Send
They
reinforcements!
do have to get their helmets on.
Negative. We can't spare reinforcements. You'll have to make do with what you have.
It was missing.
First, equip your C4. You can't plan a charge unless it's equipped. To plan a C4 charge, hold down the aim button and press the attack button.
Maybe.
Good work, Snake.
I'm surprised there isn't an insignia for getting ass shots. Maybe count them in your score screen. Yeah, you can play Peace Walker Vita, but it's the PSP version. Yeah, it's 20 FPS glory. You can use the second analog though.
Snake, you're north of the village. The truck carrying the nukes is heading towards the heart of the mountain. That's its final destination. We've got no intel on what lies beyond, so stay sharp.
Well, yeah, I mean, clearly it runs better on Vita than it does on PSP. It's maybe it's the same. I don't know. Target 20 FPS. The PSP version probably drops here and there. Dim would know. He plays on PS Vita a lot. To me, the PS Vita is just portable PS1. That's the best use.
Cross the bridge and head north.
And actually somewhat usable PS1.
Enemies close by.
Got any of them frames? A grill.
You could probably climb that if you had someone to lend you a hand.
What's the other way to drop this box if you don't have it equipped? There's a way to drop it without having it equipped, but I forget how to do it. I think it's faster.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Oh, you need to have room in front of you. Yeah, the thing that I like about doing it with it equipped is that you already know where it's gonna end up, I guess. It's weird that it doesn't drop it as an item box. It drops it as the usable box.
Their base is beyond it.
We're under attack. Going to alert status.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements. Proceed with extra caution.
What's going on?
Oh shit! Did he fall to his death?
Rise and shine. The enemy's
Ah,
here.
fuck. You think he'd be distracted doing that?
Understood. Eliminate all hostiles.
Bye bye. Slowly walks in.
Kaz, I'm inside the facility. There's rows and rows of trucks here.
If that's where they brought the nukes, then the truck we're after should be there.
Yes, but first,
Can you tell which one of the trucks brought the nukes? One of...
there's a guy in here.
Mr. Kojima?
Man. Next we have Mealing's frequency as a license plate. Time paradox. And we have, let's do a couple of these, only. Metal Gear.
Metal Gear?
Fuck.
This is the one. The exhaust's still warm. The cargo's already been offloaded.
Just a minute. This isn't what we agreed on. It's too late. The changes have already been finalized. You told me it was going to be a deterrent, that we wouldn't have to launch. I am not arguing with you, Doctor. Our goal is to create the perfect deterrent. That's why I agreed to help develop it. However, in order to achieve that perfect deterrent, we must show the world our strength. 3 key principles ensure effective nuclear deterrence. First, you must have nuclear weapons. Second, you must never use them first. And third, and most important, if someone attacks you, you must strike back. Unless we prove beyond a doubt that these 3 principles work in practice, the world will not accept our new deterrent. And the only way to do that is to show them we're capable of actually launching a nuke.
But isn't deterrence supposed to stop nukes from being used?
Exactly. And so the one we launch will be the last one ever.
I won't let you use my creation like that.
Your creation? That thing wasn't even your idea to begin with. You stole it, didn't you?
Stole it? You're one to talk. You got the idea for bipedal locomotion from the communists in the first place.
You listen to me, Doc. Keep quiet. Do as I say. Not another word about stolen ideas. Should we succeed here, you'll be the toast of the scientific community. And your name will go down in history as champion of both progress and national security.
The hell with that!
Doctor! Unless we prove we're capable of launching, Peace Walker is useless as a deterrent. You used me! We used each other. I'll get my old director's job back at headquarters, and you'll finally be able to walk tall among your colleagues.
I won't let you get away with this!
How unfortunate. Guess I'll just have to take your legs for myself. Peace won't just come to us, Doc. We are going to have to meet it halfway. V for victory. Wait!
Hey, you okay?
Don't do it!
Snap out of it. Where are the nukes?
He's gonna do it! He's gonna launch a nuke!
Don't forget Die Hard Man. I guess it's not the same franchise, but yeah, Kojima's names. Jim Houseman. Yeah. Mr. Chairman.
It's one of the unmanned! Heads up!
Code names. Code names in this game. Never again. The
Careful,
poopa.
Snake. I've never seen anything like that, and I've got no idea how to bring it down. Maybe the scientist knows. However you do it, take that thing out.
Paz, what was the government thinking, building a power plant at the top of a mountain? With no river to replenish the water, the lake would dry up pretty quick.
If it were an ordinary power plant, but the plan called for a pumped storage power plant.
Pumped storage power plant? Kaz mentioned that too. What is that?
It is a facility that generates electricity by pumping water up to the lake, then letting it run back down.
Huh. Seems Sisyphean to me.
If they turned the water into electricity as soon as they had pumped it up, sure. But a pumped storage plant acts as a kind of battery.
A battery?
For instance, they could pump at night when there is surplus electricity and store it for later use. If they need extra power during the day, they can generate it using water pumped up during the night.
I get it. It's a little more difficult to adjust output with thermal or nuclear plants.
The thing is, Costa Rica won't have enough electricity to meet its needs. Right now, there is no surplus.
Maybe that's what put the brakes on the project. Must have played right into the CIA's hands.
Watch out! It's El Galapago. It reduces its body weight by blasting air underneath it. That makes it a lot faster than any tank. It also has a tight turning radius.
Any weak points?
Taking out its boosters could reduce its acceleration. You could also try destroying its machine guns.
I'll give it a shot.
We've lost many compas to that thing. Send it to the scrapyard.
Oh god, we're not doing this. This one's all this monster shit. Not yet. Let's see, as we'll bring this and the M60 because we're poor. It's a slightly less stupid Shagohod. Yeah. No, don't lump the Four Horsemen together with... The original name was Ultravox anyway, because of Ultravox, yeah? Okay, we're definitely gonna need a couple of these.
That's an AI weapon. The pupa. It's
The
fast,
pupa.
so be careful.
God, this M60's rate of fire ridiculous. Semi-auto M60.
Rolling flat to avoid getting hit when it charges.
Shut the fuck up.
Shoot them, not me.
California compliant. Not by a long shot. God, I wish I didn't know what I know about California laws. I wish I could forget about it.
They've okayed the request for support.
There will be some warning signs when it's coming out.
We need some time. Try again later.
Oh shit. There goes that reload. We don't need all these supplies. I overdid it a little bit with the supplies. Too bad he only freaks out once.
Blow the hatch and climb into the AI pod!
Blow these nuts.
Be able to get in the AI pod!
Alright, time to steal all the car radios. Huey, we don't know who he is yet. He's like, let's make our own bipedal weapon. What? Who are you? What? We're making our own AI weapon? What?
Pull out all the AI's memory boards before the pod's ejected. The black memory boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons over them. You can unlock memory boards by destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
That was an unmanned weapon. A prototype. I made it myself.
Who are you?
I work here. Well, used to, anyway. Name's Huey. And who might you be? You don't look like one of those mercenaries.
Me. I'm an entomologist.
A fighting entomologist?
Yeah, I specialize in butterflies. I'm here to catch Ulysses.
Ulysses? Huh. I didn't think they lived in Costa Rica. Morphos, maybe?
That's it. Need to get some before the Washington Treaty goes into effect.
Says here Morphos aren't covered under the treaty.
Must have slipped my mind.
You sure you're feeling all right?
Anyway, long story short, the butterfly got away. So how about it, Doc? Did you make that big butterfly too?
Yes. And no.
What was that thing? What are they doing here?
Huh. Something tells me you're no ordinary entomologist. The nukes were loaded on that machine. The project's entering its final phase.
Project?
That's right. The thermonuclear warheads they brought in, the bases scattered throughout Costa Rica, the mercenaries, the AI weapons, the research we were conducting here. It's all for this. We used this facility to develop unmanned weapons.
Unmanned?
Robots. The one you just fought was a pupa. There's also a flying type called Chrysalis, and a treaded type, the Cocoon. Motor control, target detection, tracking, attack, capture, and transport functions are all controlled by an electronic brain. There's no need for a human pilot. They can only follow simple commands, though.
Why build them here?
For the CIA. They invited me here a year ago.
That's who that guy was.
CIA's station chief for Central America. Goes by the name of Hot Coldman. Apparently he was some sort of hero back at the height of the Cold War. He's the one running the show. We called it the Peace Walker Project.
Peace Walker?
They're going to deploy a new type of nuclear weapon along the Caribbean coast of Latin America. A mobile, unmanned nuclear platform.
Unmanned nuclear platform?
A fail-deadly system that can automatically move into position and launch a retaliatory nuclear strike. It can move on its own, and stealth shields it from radar and satellite detection, drastically reducing the risk of it being destroyed in a preemptive strike.
And this is the new deterrent?
Supposed to be. The problem is the locomotion system. There's no dry season in the Caribbean. It rains all year round. The terrain is full of tropical rainforest. A lot of the time you can't even build a proper road. So I went back to where it all started.
What's that?
Legs. Walking power. A mobile launcher carrying a thermonuclear warhead even more powerful than the Soviet RDS-220s. That's Peace Walker.
Chico's Basilisco.
We did the assembly and field testing here.
A walking nuke.
I sort of borrowed the original idea from behind the Iron Curtain.
The missing link between infantry and artillery. Metal Gear.
Metal Gear. But they'd actually need to deploy dozens of them. Coldman needs funding for that. And to get it, he's planning a test, which will also serve as a demonstration for the folks back at Langley.
Wait, he's launching a nuke to prove that his perfect deterrent works?
In his words, to prove that if someone attacks us, we will strike back. Put simply, nuclear deterrence is the idea of using nukes to keep nukes in check. If one side launches nuclear weapons, the other is sure to launch theirs in retaliation, which makes launching an act of suicide. In the end, neither side can use its nukes. It's thanks to this doctrine that the world's two superpowers have avoided all-out confrontation. Nuclear deterrence has brought us peace. At the very least, it's prevented another world war from breaking out. But the theory of nuclear deterrence exists only on paper. In reality, there's no guarantee that either side would follow through with retaliation. There's the chance that a preemptive strike could destroy all the missile bases, render them unable to retaliate. But the biggest flaw in the theory is that the decision to retaliate has to be made by human beings. Let me give you a real-world example. Let's say Country X launches first against Country Y. If the people in charge of Country Y are like you and me, they're not going to be able to retaliate, knowing that they're effectively ending all human life.
So then the weak link in nuclear deterrence theory is the uncertainty of retaliation.
Bingo. And that creates a loophole Country X can exploit to launch the first strike. Which is why we designed the system to be unmanned. With Peace Walker, retaliation is certain. It chooses the appropriate target and launches a retaliatory nuclear strike, every time, without needing human input to make the call. Launching a nuclear strike against Peace Walker is tantamount to pushing the launch button against yourself. It closes the loophole in nuclear deterrence theory, rendering our friends in Country X completely unable to launch. What Coldman is saying is that to achieve this goal, we need to demonstrate that retaliation will be carried out by a machine. He will launch his nuke. And then his version of deterrence will be complete.
And you believe him?
I believe in peace through nuclear deterrence.
Why?
My father worked on the Manhattan Project. He put his whole life into that research. And all it created was this illusion of peace called deterrence. And then I was born, unable to walk. I had no choice but to face up to the nukes. But if they do end up launching, it'll all have been for nothing. They've got to be stopped.
Where'd they take the warheads?
To a base near the border. The final test is 5 days from now.
Where's the base?
You're gonna stop them? It's kind of a hike. And besides, there's a surefire way to halt the project. You see, Peace Walker isn't quite finished yet.
What do you mean?
It's missing one last critical structural component. The AI. Its brain. The reptile pod, the electronic brain I was working on, can only follow commands like, go there, attack that. I guess you could compare it to the human cerebellum. But for nuclear deterrence to work, it must function in place of a human decision-maker. It needs something to analyze the huge volumes of data coming in and select an appropriate target for retaliation. Hence, it needs the high-level decision-making ability of a cerebrum.
A mechanical cerebrum.
The hardware configuration is modeled on the human brain, similar to the pod I worked on, but its role is completely different.
Where's it being made?
A research lab to the north. An AI expert named Dr. Strangelove is developing it. Very hush-hush.
Dr. Strangelove?
Strangelove was recruited from the States, too. In the field of AI, there's no one better, that's for sure. But man, what a basket case. She hates everybody. Go to the lab and destroy Peace Walker's cerebrum. I'm pretty sure they haven't finished the final calibrations yet. I'll lend you my ID card. It'll get you through security at the lab. Oh, and one more thing.
What's this? A letter of recommendation?
Yeah, it's from me to Dr. Strangelove. Don't read it, okay?
So what will you do now?
I'm done with science. At this rate, I'm probably already halfway to hell anyway.
Not so fast. Why not join us? Our place is outer heaven. You'd fit right in.
Outer heaven?
Yeah.
I'm probably better suited to something like that than this paradise.
Good. You get a free balloon trip for signing up. Enjoy it. You'll feel like a butterfly.
You're an agent, right? Who do you work for?
Me. I was a Cold War tool, same as you. Now I'm not so useful anymore, so they cut me loose. I don't answer to anyone. Call me Snake.
Snake? That name seems familiar somehow.
It's probably just deja vu.
See that there? Beyond the cloud forest? See those ruins?
Yeah.
That's where you'll find Dr. Strangelove's lab.
Snake, the doctor's safe here with us.
Huey, how are you feeling?
Never better. This is quite the pad you've got here, boss. I'm impressed.
Call me Snake.
Whatever you say. Like it or not, everyone here calls you boss. By the way, if you're at all interested in improving your tech, by all means assign me to the R&D section. I'm pretty sure I'll be of some use. Once we have the necessary materials and blueprints, we can start work on that bipedal mech.
I appreciate that, but are you sure you're okay with having your work used for war?
I'll be using it to keep past mistakes in check. If I can help thwart the Peace Walker project, I'm happy to do it.
Deterrence theory, Huey style, huh?
Anyway, if you need any intel on the enemy's weapons or electronic brains, contact me. I've been given my own frequency.
Sounds good to me, Doc. I'll do that.
Good. Whatever the means, you must put a stop to their plans.
Hey, boss, you mind if we powwow for a sec?
What now? MSF brand rations?
Actually, that sounds... No. With all the men we have now, it may be time we started sending some of them to other countries.
You mean dispatching mercs?
How else are we gonna keep feeding the crew we have?
I know. You're right.
Okay. To deploy troops, select Outer Ops from the Mother Base menu. If it goes really well, we might even get new recruits, weapon design specs, or leads on new missions. We can deploy any vehicles or large-scale weapons in our arsenal as well.
And if things don't go really well?
Yeah, we could lose men. I won't try and force you. You're the one calling the shots here, boss.
Doc, I'm starting to sense your feelings about nukes are a little different from your colleagues.
How do you mean?
Your little chat with Coldman back there.
I told you my father worked on the Manhattan Project, right? You're familiar with it?
The basics, yeah. It was the project that kicked off the nuclear age.
That's right. Some of the finest minds of the 20th century, including multiple Nobel Prize winners, worked on it. They spent over $2 billion, and that's in 1940s money. It culminated in the successful nuclear test at Alamogordo on July 16th, 1945.
And the first use in combat a few weeks later. Doc?
I can't walk.
What?
My spine isn't shaped like everybody else's. I can't move my lower body, so I've never taken a single step, not since I was born.
What's that got to do with your dad being in the Manhattan Project?
As a result of his research, my father was exposed to high doses of radiation. It can't be a coincidence that my chromosomes are messed up. That's why I didn't want for these nukes to be another sword of Damocles. I wanted to give them a real purpose, to be a deterrent against war.
Doc.
And Coldman, we have to stop him, whatever it takes. August 6th, 1945, Hiroshima. August 9, Nagasaki.
The atom bomb attacks on Japan.
My father was married to his work. I don't have a single memory of going places or doing stuff with him on weekends. But even as a kid, I knew on some level that it was for his family. I respected him. My mother used to tell me all the time, "Your father is a brilliant scientist. He saved countless American boys from death. You should be proud of him."
Yeah. You could say the war ended because of those bombs.
When I was in the 5th grade, a Japanese student transferred to our class. She showed me photos of Hiroshima after the bomb. I couldn't believe my eyes. A city of over 350,000 people reduced to a scorch mark on the ground by a single atomic bomb. Houses blown off their foundations, burned to ashes. The only things left standing were the skeletons of steel-framed buildings. And it wasn't just the buildings. Blackened corpses on the side of the road. Survivors covered head to toe in severe burns. Within a few months, over 70,000 had died in Nagasaki, twice that in Hiroshima. For years after that, I couldn't talk to my father. Couldn't even stand to look at his face.
I know how you feel, Doc. But your father's your father.
If he hadn't worked on that project, my body wouldn't be like this. I could be researching something else. I could have lived a normal life. It wasn't so long ago the world stood on the brink of nuclear war.
Just over on the other side of the Caribbean.
I was 17 at the time. I'd skipped a few grades and was a sophomore at MIT. I remember feeling kind of apathetic about the news that came in every day. It seemed clear to me that as long as they had a grasp of the concept of nuclear deterrence, there was nothing to fear.
Either that, or they were feigning that fear on purpose.
As a way to secure a bigger defense budget? Huh, I can see that. But if that was their plan, it kind of backfired.
Because it ushered in the era of détente between East and West.
Coldman's really gonna do it this time. Once the nuclear genie is out of the bottle, the yoke of deterrence is going to be meaningless. People will die. Cities will burn. We have to stop him now before it's too late to turn back.
So you've been doing nuclear research your whole life?
No, not really. At first I wanted to be an aerospace engineer. For me, the Sputnik launch was a good shock, not a bad one. I thought the age when science was used for war was over, and that a glorious age of space exploration was dawning. The year I skipped ahead and got into MIT, Gagarin went into orbit, which made me more excited than ever. Of course, even back then, I knew the space race was just another facet of the Cold War.
Moscow had a leg up on us, and we were desperate to catch up.
I know. But for me, it was a happy time. I joined NASA, got to do the kind of research I loved. Our nation's prestige hinged on our work. They gave us whatever resources we asked for. I knew you could turn a rocket into an ICBM by fitting it with a nuclear warhead, but that didn't bother me so much. It didn't last long, though. The space and nuclear arms races took up enormous sums of money. America beat Russia to the moon, but that's where it ended.
Then came détente.
Exactly. NASA's budget was slashed as a result. My father being a nuclear expert and all, they put me to work on a more obvious deterrent: missiles. At NASA, I'd been researching a locomotion system for lunar exploration. Tires aren't suited to driving around on the moon, you know. And that's how I caught Coldman's eye. Let's speak in hypotheticals for a minute. Say you wanted to make a clone of yourself.
A clone? Paramedic had the same idea. It's science fiction.
I'm just hypothesizing here. Okay, not a clone then. You have any kids?
Nope.
Wife?
I've never been tied down.
Okay then. So, we're still talking hypotheticals. Say you had a son who'd inherited your genes. Someone with the same combat abilities as you. Would you challenge him to a fight?
Not to sound cocky, but I would want to do that. No telling who'd survive.
I'll bet. You picked up on the Pupa 5000's combat patterns in seconds.
Only with your advice, Doc.
Well, if anybody could learn to do it just by listening, it'd be easy. But you're a born soldier. Yeah, you must have been born with genes geared for combat. Soldier genes, if you will.
Genes geared for combat? I don't care how advanced their research is. You can't blame genes for everything.
Blame genes? You think it's funny?
What?
You think genes have nothing to do with this body I was born with?
I don't know.
Look, that fear of facing someone of equal ability in combat, imagine that on a strategic scale. That's the concept of nuclear deterrence. The idea is, when all sides are armed with the destructive power of nuclear weapons, they'll avoid nuclear war in order to prevent mutual annihilation.
Doesn't sound all that sophisticated to me.
Exactly. It's so simple in principle. But because it's so simple, whether or not it works properly depends on the people involved. In that sense, what we're looking at now is a malfunction in deterrence theory.
Coldman.
You got it. Please, Snake, don't let deterrence die. The aim of the Peace Walker project is to achieve robust nuclear deterrence across Central America by deploying a new nuclear weapon system along the Caribbean coast. Peace Walker is also the name of the system itself.
A nuclear weapon named Peace. I can just see the look on Kaz's face. So why exactly does this new system need legs in the first place?
Because it's a walker. An unmanned weapon moving under its own power and capable of launching a deterrent strike from anywhere. That's the whole idea behind Peace Walker. The reason Peace Walker is a mobile nuclear weapon system is to maximize its potential as a nuclear deterrent.
How so?
If need be, Peace Walker can stay constantly on the move so that the adversary can't pinpoint its position. That allows it to avoid preemptive enemy strikes.
So you're saying it keeps the retaliation card in play?
Coldman likes to brag about it in this way.
Like a land-based version of an SSBN.
And there's another reason for them to be mobile. Peace Walker also has a self-destruct function.
Why would Peace Walker need a self-destruct function?
You saw it, didn't you, Snake? That sphere on Peace Walker's head?
Yeah?
That's a hydrogen bomb.
What? You're telling me that thing's a thermonuclear device? Do they have any idea what kind of destruction that thing would cause?
I know, it's crazy. I mean, even overkill has its limits. If it's strategic value they want, they could have gone with something smaller. It's like they want a weapon on par with Russia's Tsar Bomba.
This arms race is running way out of control.
It's an evolutionary dead end. A saber-toothed tiger. You can't load a warhead that big on a missile, of course. And no strategic bomber could carry it. That's where Peace Walker comes in.
So, it waltzes into enemy territory carrying a hydrogen bomb and blows itself up. Christ.
The biggest nuclear warhead ever actually detonated was the Soviet RDS-220, nicknamed Tsar Bomba. It had an estimated yield of 57 megatons, 10 times as much power as all the explosives used throughout World War II. The test took place on October 30, 1961, above Novaya Zemlya. The explosion is believed to have created a fireball over 2 miles in diameter. Can you believe that? Like a miniature sun. The explosion was seen as far off as Finland, 600 miles away. And some people even reported windows shattering. The shockwave traveled 3 times around the Earth.
3 times?
Peace Walker is armed with a massive hydrogen bomb, even more destructive than Tsar Bomba. It can sneak into enemy territory, lie low, and in the event of an enemy nuclear strike, detonate itself in retaliation. And the locomotion system that lets it do that? My research. Snake, those legs were supposed to make my dream come true. Now they're about to jump the fence of nuclear deterrence. You have to stop them. I'll apply all my energy into developing weapons and equipment to help you do it.
Sounds like a deal. What made you put an AI into Peace Walker?
Well, for one thing, because it can't be manned. Peace Walker's designed to enter enemy territory and blow itself up, if necessary. You can't put a person inside a weapon that could blow at any time, can you? So we equipped it with an AI instead.
That's strangely humane of you.
And besides, Peace Walker was designed as a bipedal weapon system. You can't imagine how hard it shakes when it walks. It'd turn a man into mush. Plus, when launching a nuclear missile, it has to perform ballistic calculations in real time. See? Because it's always moving.
Hold on. If that's all it does, then a high-performance computer ought to do the job. It doesn't need intelligence.
That's a very good point, Snake. Which brings me to the real reason. Peace Walker needs AI to make decisions regarding nuclear retaliation. It's what ensures perfectly mutual assured destruction.
I've heard all this before. You want a war between machines?
We'd never actually launched the first nuke, of course. It's strictly a counterattack system. Only a politician could make such an illogical decision as starting a nuclear war. Conversely, if an adversary launches a nuke at us, the AI will not fail to retaliate. Therefore, the adversary can't launch. The AI guarantees it.
Even so, launching nukes without authorization?
Boomer captains have the authority to launch if land communications are cut off. It's the same principle.
Not even the captain of a boomer can make that decision alone. The way I heard it, that's the only situation where insubordination is allowed.
Only because humans are imperfect. That's Coldman's line of thinking.
You're saying that machines don't make mistakes? That's a myth. Worse than that, it's blind faith.
We wouldn't put our faith, our fate, into the hands of any ordinary machine. That's what the AI is for. The decision to launch a retaliatory strike requires high-level judgment. You have to take into account not only the state of the war, but the entire world. And sometimes, you need to make a guess based on incomplete information.
Huh. You think an AI can do all that?
Yeah. At least Dr. Strangelove does. Peace Walker is fitted with several close-range weapons. We'd also planned for it to be able to enter enemy territory and self-detonate.
Wonderful. What exactly are we dealing with here?
Well, the flamethrowers for one thing. One in the front and one in the rear. Then there are the S-mines. They're like cluster bombs. It scatters them from its leg hatches. If you see those open, you better clear out quickly. And finally, the rockets. These can travel quite a distance, so stay sharp. On the other hand, it can't fire them from too close. But then again, there are those flamethrowers. It can also use its legs as weapons against any infantry on the ground. Ouch. But remember, Peace Walker technically isn't complete. With just the reptile pod, it can only perform relatively simple maneuvers. They've got certain quirks, too. What's more, look carefully and you should be able to predict which attack is coming next.
Okay, but why does Peace Walker need to walk on 2 legs? I think treads would be good enough.
You'd be wrong. As you know, the terrain in Central America is rugged and complex, especially along the Caribbean coast of Costa Rica. You've got jungles, swamps, mountains, and the only way to get across all that terrain, no matter how rugged, is on legs.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be tough to cross a swamp, even on legs?
It wasn't easy, that's for sure. The reason we picked Costa Rica as a proving ground is because we can test it on every type of terrain.
This Peace Walker project the CIA's talking about, you believed in it, huh?
Yeah, I believed. Actually, maybe I just wanted to believe.
What do you mean?
Here's how Coldman explained it. Peace Walker's a weapon for peace. One to ensure true nuclear deterrence. It'd be the anchor to bring stability to Central America. He told me, the nuclear weapon system you've built will never be used. It will forever stand vigil as an icon of peace. And to achieve that, he needed my bipedal locomotion technology. To be honest, I was flattered.
Flattered?
Wouldn't you be? My colleagues in the scientific community have never taken me seriously. They told me bipedal locomotion was a pipe dream, that it'd never amount to anything. It was the first time anybody recognized my work. How could I not be happy? And besides, it was my chance to surpass my father. To create nukes for peace. Or so I thought anyway.
But Coldman's really going through with it.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense, really. No one would give the project any notice unless they could prove that an unmanned system is capable of launching a nuke.
Why is Coldman going to launch a nuke? If all he wants to do is prove the AI retaliation system works, he doesn't need to put a live warhead on it.
I agree. He could demonstrate the system by launching the missile alone, without a warhead. I asked him the same thing at first. He said there was no point in using a dummy missile. That it'd take an actual nuclear launch to deter potential enemies. Launching the real deal gives him a leg up in negotiations with Langley. That's what he's really after. I based the bipedal locomotion technology used in Peace Walker on Soviet research. Actually, I'll be honest with you. I stole most of the basic ideas behind it.
Soviet? Bipedal? You mean Granin?
You know him?
Yeah. I met him at his lab in Russia. He helped me out a little bit.
You met him? What were you?
He was head of the Granin Design Bureau, creator of countless Soviet weapons.
I'd hit a wall in my research at the time. Granin's ideas solved nearly all my problems.
There's nothing unusual about using somebody else's work to further your own research, is there?
As long as you cite it, yeah. But I wasn't in a position to do that. His research was classified at the highest level. Soviet research, no less.
So, you used it without telling anybody?
I wanted to show up my colleagues for once. The ones who never took me seriously. But you reap what you sow. Coldman seized on that vulnerability. Told me if I quit the project, he'd expose my larceny.
He had you by the balls, Doc. How'd you get your hands on Granin's research?
That was also Coldman. He used his agency contacts to get a hold of it.
Giving you stolen information, then using it to blackmail you. Damn.
I knew it was Granin's work the minute I saw it. See, I'd been corresponding with him for a while.
Corresponding?
Letters. Between scientists doing the same kind of research. He always complained that nobody understood his ideas on bipedal locomotion.
Ah, so you're the American friend he was talking about.
Obviously, he didn't write a word about the technology in his letters, except for one time. If by chance anything should happen to me, I entrust my research to you. Better that than handing it over to these ignorant so-called scientists.
Sounds like him, all right.
Then one day, his papers actually came. It wasn't hard for me to imagine what had happened to him. I felt it was my duty to carry on his work after him. And also...
What?
I thought maybe combining his technology with mine could be a way to bring East and West together, like the docking of Apollo and Soyuz.
It'll never make the history books, and it's still not a reason to plagiarize.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I never had the courage to tell the truth, that's all. I always looked for excuses to cover it up.
Until now.
Huh?
You told me everything. You're no longer a coward.
Metal Gear.
Huh? What about it?
You mumbled that when I first explained about Peace Walker. I'm curious what it meant.
Exactly what it says. Metal Gear. Granin coined the term.
Granin did?
He thought of his technology as the metal gear that meshes infantry with artillery.
I like the sound of that. Metal Gear. It's got a nice ring to it. Better than an outright lie like Peace Walker, anyway.
Those papers the CIA gave you, was there any data on the Shagohod in there?
Shagohod?
A nuclear tank that launches IRBMs. It competed against Granin's system for approval.
Oh, the thing with the rockets. Designed by a guy named Sokolov, right?
What's so funny?
No, I was just remembering some of the commentary Granin added to the Shagohod papers. You should have seen the way he badmouthed it. It was too conservative, too ugly.
I can imagine.
He was so angry when he wrote that, he smeared up the ink. And you know how shoddy the paper is over there to begin with.
I'll bet. That's Granin, all right.
Imagine accelerating the launcher itself to 300 miles an hour to extend the range of an IRBM. As stupid as it sounds, it's a hell of a concept. Who but the Soviets would think of using a tank as the first stage of a rocket? I actually took a cue from the Shagohod when I developed the Pupa.
That hovercraft thing? You stole that one, too?
Give me a little credit. I only borrowed the concept. The technology is original. As it turned out, hover technology wasn't enough to handle all the terrain in Central America. It relied too much on brute force.
But the Shagohod was a major threat. That thing could corner like you wouldn't believe. Built pretty tough, too.
You sure know a lot about it.
It almost did me in. I couldn't forget it if I tried.
Did you in? So you were the one who took it down. Wow! You really are amazing.
I didn't do it alone.
No, seriously, thank you. We might not be here today if they'd begun mass-producing that thing. Then again, they're hard at work now miniaturizing nuclear warheads. Pretty soon they won't even need an accelerated launcher like the Shagohod.
Great. That means they're that much closer to being able to launch from anywhere in the world. Chico called Peace Walker the Basilisco.
Basilisco? Oh, right, Spanish. That's funny. I once used the codename Basilisk for the Peace Walker platform myself.
What for?
The class of lizards called basilisks can walk atop any type of terrain. In a pinch, they can even stand up on two legs and run across water. Perfect name for a system that can walk anywhere in Central America, right? Plus, there are the legends.
What legends?
The basilisks of legend were highly venomous creatures. There's a story told by the ancient Romans. A knight slew a basilisk by piercing it with his spear. The creature's poison seeped up the spear and killed both horse and rider. Remind you of anything, Snake?
Nuclear deterrence.
Bingo. Kill it, and you die along with it. Your hands are bound. I wanted Peace Walker to be like that.
You should know that people aren't that rational. Sometimes people do things that don't make sense, even when they know they're going to die. Or maybe it's because of that.
Maybe you're right. But that's exactly what I don't understand.
Hey, Doc, what was that you were smoking in the lab? It looked like a cigarette, but it wasn't lit.
Oh, It's an electronic cigarette. I designed it myself. Pretty neat, huh?
Electronic cigarette.
Yep, a liquid in the filter that turns into vapor, and you inhale the microparticles.
So that was vapor.
I'd actually rather be smoking normal cigarettes, but not in that room. The smoke would wreck the precision equipment in there, ruin all its wiring. But the vapor is just steam. It doesn't contain tar or anything like that. So I can smoke it in the lab with no worries.
Nice.
Want to try one?
Nah, I'll stick with cigars.
Yeah, but...
I don't like imitations. The real thing's always better.
Okay. But you know, sooner or later, smoking's gonna become very unfashionable across the world. It hurts you and those around you. Electronic cigarettes might not seem so bad then.
Yeah, when that happens, I'll think about it. You said your dad was involved in the Manhattan Project, right?
Yeah?
And you think that's why you can't walk?
I don't know. Actually, you know, probably not. So far, nobody's found evidence that exposure to radiation in parents causes genetic defects in children, except for those exposed in the womb. Epidemiologically speaking, anyway.
That's the conclusion of the Atomic Bomb Casualty Commission.
Right. The ABCC commenced its study immediately after the war, and it's still ongoing.
Even now, 30 years later.
The effects of radiation exposure last a long time. I'm guessing it'll be another 10 years before we get a real verdict on whether it affects genes. Granted, it's the most massive study anybody's ever done. But that's really all it is, a study. The ABCC brought in bomb victims and ran tests on them, but they didn't treat them.
Really? Them too, huh?
At any rate, that's what my father made me believe when I was growing up.
Maybe it was tough for your dad to explain. Ever think of that?
Yeah, maybe. But this is my problem now, Snake. I have to face the nukes head on, whether I like it or not. My creations are being used for the wrong purposes. The onus is on me to stop it somehow. Help me, Snake. Hey, as long as I'm here at Mother Base, why not assign me to the R&D team? You could use a guy like me.
Glad to have you on board. I'm sure Kaz is, too.
Once I've got the necessary materials and design specs together, I should be able to start building you that bipedal weapon platform. Nothing would make me happier than for my research to help put a stop to Peace Walker.
So this Dr. Strangelove was at NASA?
Yeah. Well, actually, Strangelove left for DARPA not long after I joined.
And then the two of you ended up back together doing research in Costa Rica.
Not exactly together. We coordinated on a few things, but the research projects themselves were separate from each other. We had it worked out so that Dr. Strangelove handled the mammal pod, Peace Walker's cerebrum, while I did the rest.
That letter, something to do with your research?
Huh? No, it's yeah, it's a report. Research findings.
Research findings? Anything in there we could use against Peace Walker?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Just don't read it, okay? Promise me you won't?
Oof, okay, that was all of Huey's tapes. We're definitely not gonna read that letter, right? Well, you can read it, but it doesn't do anything for a while. Until, thing when Strangelove is around. Huey's tapes are all really, really good. Huey and Strangelove tapes are some of the best in the game. Let's see, what else do we have going on here? New area stuff. Oh, just now that we know about Peace Walker being called Peace Walker, we have this tape.
La CIA calls their new toy Peace Walker, eh?
Yeah. So?
It is an insult to us Nikos.
Because of the guy you were talking about. Walker.
Si. Although it happened over 100 years ago. Back then, the political parties in Nicaragua were at each other's throats. The Nicaraguan Democratic Party hired an American mercenary to help counter their enemies, the Conservative Party.
And that was Walker.
After taking care of the conservatives, Walker decided to seize power in Nicaragua for himself, eventually making himself president.
Huh. The Democratic Party gave him an inch, and he took the whole country.
But it did not end there. Not only did he make English an official language, he tried to reintroduce slavery. Walker's goal was to build a Caribbean empire centered on the American South.
Caribbean Empire? Huh. Sounds kind of like what Coldman is trying to pull off.
The gringos are always like that. They invent some convenient excuse to trample all over foreign countries like they own the place. Peace Walker. Ha!
What happened to Walker, in the end?
A united Central American army led by Costa Rica kicked his ass and sent him running back to America.
Then why don't we do the same? I, for one, don't intend to let Coldman get his way.
Good idea. I'm glad we have you, boss. You have taken such good care of me since you saved me from El Colibri. I want to return the favor.
Just wait until you're healed up. Then we'll talk.
I appreciate that, but you need all the help you can get. It might take a while for me to heal completely, but I'll be fine once I'm on my feet. Put me in a combat unit. I'll pull my weight.
I wouldn't expect any less from a Sandinista Comandante.
Enough flattery. But seriously, it does not feel right for me to be sitting here while my compas are out risking their lives.
One thing's for sure. Having you out in the field would be a big boost to Sandinista morale.
Of course, our ultimate goal is still the overthrow of Somoza. But until we get ourselves back in order, we will follow your lead, wherever it takes us.
Glad to have you on board.
Irasu has more than one crater, because he's erupted so many times. I heard most of them filled up with rainwater and became lakes.
Calderas, huh?
Calderas? Yeah, something like that. Hey, I got an idea. When you get to the lake, can you keep an eye out for weird animals for me? People all over the world tell stories about giant monsters living in lakes. Nessie in Loch Ness, Nahuelito in Argentina, Ogopogo in Canada. I can hardly keep track of them all. They say that all these sightings prove dinosaurs do still exist.
But crater lakes are isolated. They're not connected to rivers.
Yeah, but you know Mokele Mumbembe in the Congo River? He can walk on land. So maybe they moved there from some other lake.
Huh. You sure know a lot about UMAs.
There used to be a guy in El Frente who was a hunter. He taught me lots of things. He even said he once went to a place called Isla del Monstruo.
A hunter on Isla del Monstruo.
Someday, I'm gonna be a hunter and catch some rare animals. Right after we restore peace to our land, of course. Did you ever hear of the Loch Ness Monster?
Now that one I know. Pretty much everyone's heard of old Nessie.
Great, so I don't have to explain. I think she's a long-lost dinosaur, don't you?
Sure. Why not?
One of the compas gave me a book about it, with photos. It looks exactly like the plesiosaur.
Then why does it only live in Loch Ness?
Well, it probably got cut off from the ocean. Back when Loch Ness was part of the ocean, some plesiosaurs became trapped there when the climate changed. There weren't any mammals there, so no natural predators. Today's Nessie is descended from those plesiosaurs.
Then wouldn't it make sense for there to be monsters in other lakes with similar climates?
Exactly. That's why there's been giant monster sightings in a bunch of other places. Like Nahuelito and Ogopogo. I don't know if there's one in Irasu too, but I know there's definitely something living in Lago Cosipolca.
You mentioned the Nahuelito. What is it?
It's a plesiosaur that lives in Lago Nahuel Huapi in Argentina. It's described a little differently, but I'm sure it's basically the same creature as Nessie. Except for one thing.
What?
Well, according to one theory, it's the result of a nuclear test back in the 50s.
What? There's no record of a nuclear test in Argentina in the 50s.
At the time, the president, General Juan Perón, was pushing hard to industrialize the country. I wouldn't be surprised if he conducted a top-secret nuclear test before he was overthrown in a coup.
Sounds a little far-fetched to me.
You think? Then maybe Nahuelito really is a dinosaur.
No, I didn't say that.
I mean, it's really pretty obvious.
Wait a minute.
Thanks for clearing that up, boss.
Dinosaur. What about the Ogopogo? And what kind of name is that anyway?
Ogopogo's a monster that lives in Okanagan Lake, in Canada. I guess it's an Indian name, because it's a legend passed down by the Indians.
A legend, huh? Well, then it's probably not.
There's written records of it, too. The first one was in 1872, and there's been more sightings since the start of the 20th century. You starting to get into UMAs too, Snake?
Yeah, maybe.
UMA hunting. Now that's a real man's adventure. What do you say, Snake? After Nicaragua's at peace again, you want to go exploring together?
Well, we'll see. Might not be such a bad life.
Mokele Mumbembe lives in the Congo River. There's nothing mysterious about it, though. It's already been confirmed as a real living dinosaur. The local people know all about it, and when they were shown a drawing of a brontosaurus, every one of them said it was Mokele Mumbembe. When peace returns to Nicaragua, I want to go to the Congo myself.
Well, the revolutionary movement in the Congo ended in failure, you know.
Yeah, I know. I wish we could do something to help, but Africa's awfully far away.
Africa.
Wonder if El Che ever saw Mokele Mumbembe. I wonder if I will.
Well, best to take care of business here before daydreaming about Africa.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Chico, you know much about cloud forests?
Not that much. All I know is there's a world of difference between a rainy rainforest and a foggy cloud forest. But they have some things in common. But like, for instance, you gotta watch out for poison dart frogs. Both rain and cloud forests have high humidity, so they're perfect environments for frogs and other amphibians. I mean, it's not like just touching a strawberry poison dart frog or a dying dart frog is going to kill you, but don't eat them, no matter how hungry you get.
I can get all the rations I need from Mother Base. No jungle food for me this time.
Seriously? You're not disappointed you don't get to eat wild animals?
What do you think I am?
Just kidding. In Colombia, though, there's a frog, the golden dart frog, that's lethal to the touch.
How do you know all this?
Come on. Don't you think poisonous animals are cool?
Not if you get poisoned by one.
Well, obviously. One more thing. When you get to the forest, be on the lookout for Bigfoot.
I think I'll be okay there.
Bigfoot is an ape-man that lives in the Rocky Mountains. In the local Indian language, he's known as Sasquatch. And get this, he's over 3 vara. Can you believe that?
So he's kinda like a gorilla?
Completely different. Even the biggest gorillas only get to about 2 vara, and they walk on their knuckles. Bigfoot's big, and he walks on 2 feet, like people.
So he's more man than ape?
Probably. His ancestors must have split off from humans at some point. Like before they started using tools and stuff.
Yeah, but aren't the Rockies kind of far away from here?
Not that far. According to Darwin, humans came all the way over here from Africa. Plus, there have been sightings in Venezuela of an ape-man called Mono Grande. Costa Rica has tons of plant and animal species. So I'd expect there to be at least one kind of ape-man.
At least?
Oh fuck, we really have all the fucking monsters right now. Okay. We'll finish these up.
Gotta admit, I've never heard of Mono Grande.
Yeah, he's not as famous as Bigfoot. He's similar, but he lives in Venezuela. He's not that big, less than 2 vara, but he's way more ferocious than Bigfoot. Huh. I wonder just how mean he is. Like when he catches his prey, does he punch it to death?
That's the law of the wild. You catch your prey, you kill it, and you eat it.
Yeah, but punching is way more ferocious than biting.
Well, maybe it seems that way because that's what humans do. You really love UMAs, don't you, Chico?
Do you know what I think? I think UMAs should be dangerous. Otherwise, where's the fun in hunting them? Snake, legend has it, a place called Isla del Monstruo is near Costa Rica.
Isla del Monstruo?
It was discovered in the 18th century by Caribbean pirates sailing over to the Pacific. And the island in Treasure Island is based on one near Costa Rica, too.
Ah, Treasure Island. I remember reading that.
You've read it, too? Ah, that makes things easier. In Nicaragua, we too have a story about a group of pirates that encountered a flying monster out at sea. Some even say they landed on this monster island, though we still don't know exactly where it is. That's the reason I've always wanted to come to Costa Rica.
Ha! I see.
Ooh, I heard another story about a talking cat that lives somewhere in Costa Rica. They say it'll take you to this place.
Oh, interesting stuff.
Wanna know more about the island?
Maybe later. If I'm headed that way, you can fill me in.
Okay, just let me know.
We might just do it later. Alright. Accidental gameplay. Chapter 2, I believe. Oh no, it's this mission.
Peace Walker is the heart of the enemy's project. To prevent its completion, you'll need to either shut down or destroy the artificial intelligence that functions as its brain.
Yeah.
According to Huey, that AI is now undergoing final calibrations in Strangelove's lab. It's inside a tropical cloud forest. Slip in and terminate that AI before they ship it out.
It's funny how Snake says that he wants to eat the frogs to Chico, but then to Paz, I think he tells the exact opposite. Or wait, is it the opposite? No, it's the opposite, I think. Yeah. I always mix it up. Let's see. Like, I can get all the rations I want on Mother Base. Why would I eat the frogs? Yeah, we'll do these.
Are there any large-scale ruins in Costa Rica, Paz?
There is a place east of Cartago called Guajabu. They have ruins there, but they're not especially big.
Not the place I'm thinking of. Any others?
Well, if you go a little way across the border into Nicaragua, there's a place called La Fortaleza de la Inmaculada Concepción. That is the only famous one.
Then what were those ruins I saw from up on Irasu?
There are a lot of things we still do not know about Costa Rica's ancient civilizations. There are giant stone spheres throughout the country. What they were used for is still a mystery.
Giant stone balls.
The cloud forests cover the central mountainous region of the country. They are perpetually shrouded in fog. You get wet just standing there. It is as if the entire forest is inside a cloud.
Must make for poor visibility.
It does, but beauty too. It is like being lost in some mystical green labyrinth.
I'd rather not get lost, if that's okay.
The forests are also home to lots of rare animals, especially bright-colored frogs. They like the humidity.
You know that butterfly painted on Peace Walker? Any idea what that is?
It is a morpho. A Palladius morpho, if I'm not mistaken.
Pallades morpho.
Uh-huh. It is the most common type of morpho in Costa Rica.
Huh.
It has these gorgeous metallic blue wings that shimmer in the light. You can see them even from a distance.
You mean they reflect light?
Correct. It is called structural color. Morpho scales have tiny bumps on them that interfere with the light and make them look blue. The space between the bumps corresponds to the wavelength of the blue light.
Let me see if I get this. So if you could change the spacing, you'd end up seeing a different color.
That is the principle. I heard somewhere it is being researched as a way to color cloth without dye.
Think of the camouflage you could make with that.
Is that all you can think of?
Hey, it's important. What I don't get is why they'd put a butterfly on Peace Walker.
Maybe because it looks pretty.
I hope that's all it is.
This area is a tropical cloud forest, continually covered in a thick mist. It is quite a mystical place.
Selva de la Leche. Forest of milk. I can barely see in front of me.
There you go again. The forest is basically sitting in a cloud, So of course it's going to be hard to see. But you know, the Cloud Forest is the only place many exotic creatures can live.
Well, if they're not edible, I'm not interested.
Snake, I'll have you know people travel from all around the world to witness Costa Rica's unique fauna. Snake, watch out for the frogs.
Why? They bite? Relax. No frog's ever eaten a snake. Although, I've feasted on a few frog's legs myself.
But they are dangerous. They are poisonous.
Poisonous?
Poison dart frogs live up to their name, I assure you. Their poison is so strong. The Indígena use them to make poison-tipped arrows. Some secrete poison through their skin. Even touching them can be dangerous. So don't go petting them or anything.
So I can't eat one?
I am warning you.
We've also confirmed that some of the enemies specialize in ambushes. Amanda's crew calls them scouts. They'll blend themselves in with the terrain and the vegetation. Then, when they see you, they'll swoop in. They fight pretty much like commandos, and will use clearing techniques to flush you out. In addition to wielding normal weapons, the scouts also carry wires.
Sounds like these guys know their CQC.
Could be. We've been getting reports of CQC attacks being blocked by wires. Stay alert.
Snake, how's the mule treating you?
At this pace, I should be there by tomorrow morning.
You've got to hurry. The AI could be completed any time now.
It'd be nice to have a guide.
Already on it. I've enlisted Paz to help you. She knows the jungle pretty well.
Snake, I know you are an expert in survival, but you need to stay alert. You are in an ancient jungle so foggy, you can hardly see the trees. It is home to 2,500 species of plants, including 400 types of orchids. There are also 500 species of butterflies, and over 400 species of wild birds. The bedrock is solid enough that Mayan ruins have miraculously survived centuries of earthquakes.
An AI lab in a Mayan ruin. Who'd have thought, hey, Huey?
My sentiments exactly. That doesn't mean security's any less tight, though. You still have the ID card I gave you, don't you?
Got it right here.
That'll get you through the gate, no problem. After that, you're on your own. As long as the AI remains unassembled, Coldman's plan's on ice.
What about security inside the lab?
Well, it shouldn't be a problem for you. Strangelove demanded that the security presence inside the lab be kept to a minimum.
It's not all good news, Snake. Coldman knows we're here. He's raised security in the area surrounding the lab. You'll be seeing a lot of that Chrysalis UAV, and a bunch of patrol choppers too. There may be scouts in the jungle lying in ambush. As you approach the lab, be extra vigilant.
I'll be careful.
Strangelove's lab is a few miles to the north. It won't be long before the AI is complete. Don't let that happen. Careful. If there's enemy scouts around here, they'll be nearly impossible to see. Watch out. Enemy search may not spot enemies that are actively hidden. Snake, that's a hind. You've got to take it out somehow. Either neutralize the soldiers or bring down the chopper. Good luck.
Catarata de la Muerte means waterfall of death.
Huh. How cheerful.
I am sure it will be no problem for you, Snake. Especially compared to all the dire situations you've faced in the past.
Yeah, easy to say now. We'll see what really happens.
Sorry. Still, you have surprised me. Everything they say about the legend is true.
I'm neither hero nor legend. But for some reason, I don't mind you calling me that.
Thanks. Be careful, Snake. Peace.
Don't even think about facing a chopper head-on. Guerrilla tactics would work well in a place like that. Moving from tree to tree will make it hard to get a fix on you from the air. That's your best chance.
Good thinking, Commandante. You clearly know your way around a battlefield.
Enough, boss. Time to stop talking and start using your ears. When you're hiding, you won't be able to see the chopper that well. It's important to use sound to get a read on its position. You could also try taking out its tail rotor. That would greatly reduce its mobility. And watch out for ground troops.
Copy that, Commandante.
Forget about the chopper for now. Just take out the troops. Surround them! That's gotta be the leader. Can you take him down? That takes care of their leader. Recover him and it's mission complete. Boss, I'm starting to wonder if recruiting the soldiers with the Fulton isn't a little heavy-handed.
I already don't like where this is going.
I think the voluntary approach could be more pragmatic. Technically, we're not a corporate entity, but at our size, that's not too far from the truth. We can't keep using guerrilla tactics to find new blood. To search for volunteers, select recruit from the menu, or select trade to exchange soldiers with other mercenary units.
Yeah, provided we've got the friends for that.
Snake, infiltrate Dr. Strangelove's research lab and either deactivate or destroy the AI. The lab's built into some ancient ruins, so find those first.
Stuff.
Some scouts are really hard to spot because they use grass or dirt to camouflage themselves. They blend right in with the natural surroundings. Snipers and laser sights are a deadly combination. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Fini de jouer à cache-cache. Dis-moi qui tu es.
Please, do not kill me.
You're no soldier.
I am a tourist.
What's your name?
Please.
What are you doing here?
Cecile. Cosima. Coming. You're not one of the soldiers? Please, lower your gun. Who are you?
I'm an ornithologist.
A poacher?
The gun's for self-defense. I'm looking for that one rare bird in Costa Rica.
Which one? The Quetzal?
Right, the Quetzal. They're rare, but they're not covered under the Washington Treaty.
The resplendent Quetzal is red-listed.
Really? You know your stuff.
I am an ornithologist myself.
Well, we'll have to compare notes later. Here, drink some of this.
You saved me. They told me this was a paradise. That there were more rare birds here than anywhere else. That there was no war here. That it was safe. They told me it was every birder's dream. But they were wrong.
What happened?
If only I had not recorded that stupid voice.
Voice?
I was trying to capture the Quetzal song. Making my way through a thicket, I saw immense runes towering before me.
I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home.
You're the one who made the tape.
I am loyal to myself. Who's there?
I was captured by that woman. But she was kind. She gave me food to eat, and even bathed me herself each day. But she said I could go home in a month. So whatever you do, don't take off the blindfold. Do so, and you will never leave here.
Guess you didn't listen. How'd you escape?
I waited for an opening. Stole an ID card. They almost caught me, but I managed to elude them.
You made it this far and then succumbed to exhaustion.
I was barefoot, with no supplies. Oh, I am so sorry. I drank it all.
That facility. Did you see anybody else in there?
Well, there was another woman, but I never saw her in person. Because, you know, the blindfold. Oh yes, she often sang.
Sang?
It was such a strange song.
What kind of person was she? Could you tell anything from her voice?
I don't know. I don't even know why I was held a prisoner. They confiscated my equipment, my supplies, my passport, money, everything. The only thing I was allowed to keep were my undergarments, so that I would not be able to escape. And now, I am without even the means to prove who I am. I will not make it home to Paris like this.
In that case, come to our place.
Huh?
You don't need a passport there. Don't even need a name. If you want to go back to Paris, we'll take you there anytime.
What I want is a shower, a change of clothes, and a cigarette.
I've got a cigar. It's Cuban.
No French cigarettes? I prefer unfiltered.
Fresh out. But come back to my place, and you can have all the French cigarettes you want.
It sounds like heaven.
Close, but not quite. Outer heaven.
It is sounding better all the time.
So, you must have gotten a look at the facility when you escaped, right? What's in there?
Lots of machinery. A big computer, like you would see in a university.
What about the room where you heard the voice? Anybody in there?
I don't know. There was a tube. A large tube in the back. When I approached it, I heard a voice.
What did it say?
Jack. Yes, it simply said Jack over and over.
Jack.
Listen, you've got to get me out of here. I really need a shower.
Wait here. I still got business to take care of.
What? You're not thinking of going in there, are you? You can't leave me here.
Relax. I'll have some friends pick you up.
This is Miller.
One for recovery. A civilian.
Snake, we don't have room for any more civilians here.
Not even for a blonde Parisienne.
A what? So she's, pretty foxy?
See for yourself. If what she's saying is true, I think we found Paz's friend.
The missing one?
I'm thinking that she's the one that made that tape. Have her listen to it when she gets there.
So she's safe then. Good news.
I'm sure Paz will be glad to hear it.
You bet. Snake, the ruins are just up ahead. Head north.
On my way.
What about me?
Stay put. Ever wonder what it's like to be a bird?
Huh?
Freeze. What? It won't open. Damn.
It won't open. What's wrong with it?
Snake?
Huey, your ID card isn't working. It won't open the lock.
It can't be.
What's going on?
She hates me that much? Strangelove's in charge of authorizing IDs. Sometimes a working card has its privileges removed. Say, if she decides she doesn't like that card's carrier.
You think that's what happened?
Well, I was never exactly her favorite. Well, this could be tricky. The soldiers outside aren't allowed in the lab either, so their cards won't do you any good.
Great.
Snake.
Kaz, where's Cecile?
She just got here. Hold on.
Snake!
Cecile, how'd it feel to fly?
Wonderful. For a moment, I felt what it must be like to be a bird. It almost made me want to give up my research and get a pilot's license. Did you need something?
You said you'd gotten an ID card, right?
Yes, but it was confiscated when the guards got me.
Who took it? What did he look like?
He had an arms jacket. I cannot recall his face, though.
Yeah, they all look pretty much the same. Where did it happen?
Let me think. Ah, yes! I do remember hearing the song of a nearby Quetzal.
Just what I'd expect from a birder.
Would you like to hear it?
What's that song?
It's my Quetzal. I took it with me when I was rescued.
Didn't you say something about them being covered under the Washington Convention?
Just kidding. That was just me. An imitation. An essential skill for any ornithologist. Pretty good, no?
Damn good.
If you want to hear the Quetzal song again, just let me know. I can tell you all about the birds of Costa Rica, too.
Yeah, will do. Thanks, Cecile.
No, thank you, Snake. Talk to you soon.
Kaz, did you play that tape for Cecile?
I sure did. It's hers, all right.
Then she must be...
She's not. Cecile said she's never even met Paz.
What?
She's at least 10 years too old.
But...
I'm guessing Paz convinced herself that it was the tape her friend made. But never mind that. Let's go over what we know so far. The soldier with the ID card is wearing an orange jacket and is in a location where you'll hear Quetzal singing. Find that soldier, retrieve that card.
That was some escape you made from Strangelove's lab.
Security inside was not so tight. The door to my room was locked from the outside, of course. But she took off the blindfold at bath time, so she could wash my hair.
Huh. Pretty luxurious treatment for a prisoner.
Wasn't it? She wouldn't undo the handcuffs, but she washed my body for me instead. And with such gentle care.
Why'd you run away? Didn't she say you could go home in a month? If your escape attempt failed, you'd be in greater danger than before.
I was supposed to be giving a presentation on the distribution of Costa Rican bird species at a conference. The date was approaching quickly. So, I pretended I had to use the toilet and made my escape. I found an ID card and searched everywhere for my equipment and my tape. But a soldier saw me. It was a miracle I managed to get away. There was no time to find the tape. I do not care about the conference. I am lucky enough to still be in one piece.
You bounce back quick.
You don't?
Not sure. I try not to dwell too much on the past, but...
Then don't. There is no point. I'm so glad to be out of there. I never felt safe, you know?
Tell me about it.
Well, I think she's interested in women. And I think she took a fancy to me.
Oh, well, that's,
Besides, it is much nicer here.
Was it just the two women in the lab?
Most of the time, oui.
And one of them, you only heard her voice, right?
Yes, that is correct. Such a wonderful voice. It sent chills up my spine.
What was the other woman like?
Ah, don't even think about it. She's not the slightest interest in men.
No, it's part of my mission to...
Only teasing. Let me think. I believe she was in her 30s. Pretty, with a good sense of style, but austere in her tastes. A very unusual woman.
And she was doing research on AI.
AI? So that is what she was up to. You know, she did say something interesting. That people should not be going into space. That it is too dangerous.
An automated control system for rockets, then.
She said something about wanting to get closer to her dying wish. I think she must have been talking about an old lover.
Lover? You mean another woman?
My, aren't we curious about women and other women? You want to hear the terrible things she tried to do to me?
That's not what I meant.
It's all right. You can be honest.
You two seem to get along awfully well together.
No, not at all.
I think you're hiding something.
Never mind. Aren't you supposed to be looking for the Quetzal? Here, I'll demonstrate its call for you.
I knew it. Let's go over this one more time. First, I need an ID card to get into the lab.
That is correct. From the outside, it looks like any other ruin. But on the inside, it is a state-of-the-art research facility.
And your ID card got taken away from you by some guy in an orange jacket.
Exactly. I had a Quetzal singing nearby. It has not been that long since it happened.
It could be tricky if he's out on patrol, but if he's a stationary sentry, you don't think the Quetzal's moved?
Its nest is probably nearby. I do not think it will go away anytime soon.
Good. I'll get on looking for that soldier.
If you forget what it sounds like, I will do the call for you again. Just give me a call anytime you'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Alright guys, I'm going through some shit right now, but I wanted to keep the marathon going, you know? Yeah. Not doing too well, but we'll manage. Let's see, we don't need to do all these. Well, the first couple ones are okay, because they're actually related to the mission. And then there's the funny shit here. Some of these birds ones and these France ones are a bit much for right now. Let's see.
Let me get this straight. You were in Costa Rica as a bird watcher?
Yes, I was. Not for pleasure, though. I am a researcher, after all. I am studying the distribution of Latin American bird species. With today's compact cassette tape recorders, even a woman like me can carry her recording equipment by herself. But it was a mistake to come alone.
Even so, there sure are a lot of wild birds in Costa Rica.
Aren't there? Over 800 different species. Said to be more than 10% of all living bird species on Earth. How many can you name, Mr. Ornithologist?
Hey, I was just trying not to scare you.
You should at least have a basic knowledge of Costa Rica. How about this? I will give you a thorough education, Mr. First-Time Ornithologist.
Okay. Start by telling me about the Quetzal. Cecile, what's that machine you said you used to make those recordings of yours? Cassette, something or other.
A cassette recorder, or a cassette densuke, as they say in Japan.
Yeah, that. What is that thing anyway?
A portable recording device released last year by a Japanese company, Sony. It uses compact cassettes, making it far lighter than open-reel machines. It still weighs 5 kilograms, but the exercise won't kill me. It is user-friendly too. All the buttons have markings on them, allowing you to operate it without looking at it. Can you imagine missing the shot of a lifetime simply because you blinked?
Oh, that would be devastating. But where'd they come up with Densuke? Sounds like a Japanese name.
Allow me to field that one.
Kaz?
Densuke is a nickname that comes from the name of an old manga character.
Was he some recording nerd too?
Don't give me that. Recording atmospheric noises is an exhilarating art. There's nothing like capturing the real world in action on tape. It's just like taking pictures with a camera, only with a microphone instead of a viewfinder.
Sure.
Listen to a tape with your eyes closed, and the scene just bursts to life in your mind's eye. Tell him, Cecile.
Absolutely. When I listen to the sounds of the birds in my apartment, it is like I am back in the forest, where I recorded them.
See? She's a Parisienne. She knows what's chic.
If you say so.
And what do you like to record, Monsieur Miller?
Me? Steam locomotives, no question. The roar of the engine, the throaty steam whistle. More animal than machine. Don't get me started. Steam locomotives are a dying breed in Japan. I wouldn't mind going back for a bit and making some new tapes while I still can.
You are less civilized than I thought.
Less civilized?
I detest those beasts. The noise frightens off all the birds. Then there is the smoke. I much prefer the peace and quiet of the forest.
Cecile, wait. That came out wrong.
Sure it did.
All right. What do you want to know about Quetzals?
Give me the basics. Something that'll help me find one.
Okay then. First of all, as I'm sure you remember, the Quetzal's wings and back are emerald green, a dazzling blend of viridian fading into blue. Its belly is brilliant red, and its tail feathers are white. Such a gorgeous bird. Also, the male has 2 long decorative feathers, but only during breeding season. Among birds, males are usually more beautiful than females.
Like a peacock's tail.
Yes, just like that. It is interesting to note that while their bodies are only 40 centimeters long, many quetzals reach over a meter in length when you include their decorative plumage. Quetzals typically build their nests by making holes in dead trees with their beaks, about 3 to 4 meters above the ground. They are omnivorous and eat everything from nuts to lizards.
Where can I find one?
Their habitat stretches across the entire tropical cloud forest. You may end up having to rely on its song to find one.
Good to know.
I will do an imitation. Listen closely.
Hey, not bad.
Shall I do a chicken next? Cluck, 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 buck, buck, buck.
No thanks. That's enough.
Are you sure? How about a monkey?
Yeah, don't need that either.
Oh, all right then.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about too. And versus opposites, the Quetzal in your head when you're first. But now you don't actually get to see it. You have to listen for it in the game, just like Cecile said. It's just a sound.
You said you could do a monkey call.
Yes? Want to hear it?
Yeah, I won't be able to get it off my mind until I do.
All right, here it is then.
That's pretty good.
I can do others too, like a sheep, a pig.
Yeah? Wow. What about a pig? That's uncanny.
Oh, I can do a rabbit as well.
A rabbit? Rabbits make noises?
Certainly, but they are very faint, so perhaps only someone who has owned one would recognize them.
I see. So, what do they sound like?
Listen very carefully.
Okay. Seriously? Rabbits sound like that?
I assure you they do. Listen again.
Never heard a rabbit do that before.
They do. I swear.
Okay, we can leave these for later, but we gotta do this one.
Never heard the name Cosima before. Then again, I don't know many people from France. Is it a common name?
No, not that common. But Wagner's second wife was named Cosima Francesca Gaetana Wagner.
Huh.
You know, Kojima is a common last name in Japan.
Kaz?
It's just funny how, you know, I'm part Japanese and Cecile's middle name is so close to Kojima. It feels like destiny unfolding.
You think so?
Oui, oui. That's a beautiful name you have. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Wait a second. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Cosima Caminades. Hey, that's close to...
Close to what?
Your name. It sounds almost like the sentence Kojima Caminandes in Japanese.
And what does it mean, s'il vous plaît?
Well, kami is the word for God in Japanese. Nandesu. Well, it's hard to explain, but placed after God, it would turn the sentence into is God.
Okay, so?
Kojima is God. Cecile's name is a message. I don't believe it. Kojima is God. Kojima is God.
Kaz?
Clearly the guy that doesn't have an ego problem or anything now. This must be the giant stone balls maybe here.
Snake, to gain access to the lab, you'll need an ID card. You can get one from a guard in an orange jacket stationed in an area where you can hear Quetzal singing. To get the ID card from the soldier, do a body check. You've got to get inside that lab before the AI gets shipped out. Get a move on.
Okay, good. We don't really need much for this, except tapes, of course. Bet there's the end reference here.
Scouts are outfitted with camouflage to help them hide. Some of them look kind of weird, like they've got seaweed growing all over them.
Ah, ghillie suits.
Not much difference between them and any other scout in terms of combat ability, but it does make them harder to spot.
I'm sure it does.
You've come across these before?
Yeah, the Soviet Union. The first time, it took me a full hour to find the guy and take him out. Kaz, do you know what they shine?
Shine? Like how?
Like, from their heads.
Their heads?
How about their hair? Do they have a lot of it?
What are you talking about? How the hell would I know?
How about a parrot? Did anybody hear a parrot squawk?
A parrot? Look, Snake, you're talking to the wrong guy. I mean, Cecile's the bird expert. Wait a second, what am I saying? You're not making any sense to begin with.
Never mind. It's a long story. I'll figure it out another way. Forget about it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Anyway, we've already lost too many good people to these surprise encounters. Make sure you don't end up like one of them. You can steal items from soldiers by putting them to sleep or knocking them out and then doing a body check. Get close to the unconscious soldier and press the action button when you see the icon. Or you can sneak up on them from behind and do a hold-up. It also works if the soldier's near death. Keep in mind though, if you wait too long, you'll have a dead soldier instead of a dying one. And you can't do a body check if you're holding the Fulton recovery device either. So don't try.
Selva de la Muerte, huh? Forest of Death. Wouldn't want to get lost here.
Sure wouldn't. But do not worry. I will be your guide.
Happy to hear it.
By the way, Snake, you know much about sloths?
Just the name.
They are amazing. Sloths spend almost all of their lives up in the trees, except for when they have to go to the bathroom. Plus, they barely eat a thing.
What? How do they survive?
Why do you think they are called sloths? They hardly move, so they hardly burn any energy. They are also able to maintain a low body temperature, lowering their metabolism further and allowing them to survive on very little.
Wouldn't that make it easier for them to get picked off by predators?
They stick to the trees, helping them blend in and stay out of sight. They say there are even some sloths that grow moss when they reach a certain age, like some sort of fairy tale forest hermit, huh?
I knew a great old sniper once. Guess he was even more in tune with nature than I thought.
Old sniper? What are you talking about? La Ruinas de Xochiquetzal will be around there. They have not been restored at all, so they may well be covered in plants.
Xochiquetzal?
An Aztec goddess of fertility and beauty. They say she was always accompanied by birds and butterflies. One theory states she was the mother of the god known as Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl.
The Quetzal is said to be an incarnation of Quetzalcoatl, hence its name.
I get it. Well, this place definitely matches the atmosphere of a cloud forest.
Now, it may have seen better days, but that is still a temple, so be sure to show respect when you're inside.
If the mood strikes me.
Well, you've got no one to blame but yourself if Xochiquetzal strikes you down. I do not know if I recall such large ruins being there.
Well, didn't you say there's a lot we don't know about Costa Rica's ancient civilizations? You talked about some giant stone balls, too. What are those?
Oh, the stone spheres of Costa Rica? They are an assortment of giant spheres carved from stone that were discovered in the jungles of Costa Rica about 50 years ago.
What's so special about that?
What if I told you? some of them are nearly perfect spheres, and that they were carved out of granite, which is quite a hard substance.
Could be good for laying a trap. And if they're spherical, they roll easily too.
Snake!
Snake, be careful when going through areas you've passed through before. The enemy could be waiting to ambush you. And do you know how to identify the soldier with the ID card?
Yeah, Cecile told me. He's in a forest with some Quetzals wearing a orange jacket.
He'll be from the lab, probably out on patrol. Do a body check to see if he's got the card.
Let's see. Okay. I think that's everything, right? Check that out. Check. Giant stone balls. And we can leave those. That's right. Chiku.
Did you see a Quetzal snake?
Yep.
What do you think? Did it look like a snake?
No, it didn't look like a snake.
Oh. Really? Must be different from the Quetzalcoatl then.
Quetzalcoatl.
A winged snake from the Mayan and Aztec legend.
A winged snake.
Weird, right? I bet it's UMA. Amanda and everybody says Quetzalcoatl is a Quetzal in the form of a god. But there's no way anybody mistake a snake for a bird. I think the legend of Quetzalcoatl came first. Somebody saw it and adopted it as their god before they saw the Quetzal. After that, somebody saw a bird that looked like the image of the god, and so they named it Quetzal.
You mean it happened the other way around?
Well, if you ask me, the Quetzalcoatl was probably a pterosaur that survived. I mean, it's got wings and it's a reptile, so it probably looks kind of like a snake, right? Pterosaurs live on in Africa even today. They're called the Congamato and the Elitziao. So it makes sense that there'd be pterosaurs on the American continent too, and that they survived until the Mayan and Aztec eras.
Wow. Lucky for us, they're not still around today.
Who says they aren't? The dinosaurs supposedly died out 65 million years ago, and the Aztec civilization only rose about 600 years ago. If they managed to survive 65 million years, surely they couldn't be wiped out in 600. Pterosaurs survive today in the African countries of Cameroon and Congo. Each tribe calls them by a different name, like Congamato or Litziao.
There sure are a lot of dinosaurs running around the Congo.
Well, a lot of the land hasn't been settled by humans yet. They've survived all this time, just undiscovered by man. But they're finding fossils in America too. This one they found 3 years ago in Texas had a wingspan of more than 12 meters. If I saw a gigantic pterosaur like that, I'd probably call it a god too. Yup, I'm sure that's what the Quetzalcoatl really is.
There's supposed to be a Quetzal singing close to where your target is located. Keep your ears open.
Doesn't get the hold up on this guy.
The enemy's close!
Nope.
Freeze.
Once you know which soldier has the ID card, do a body check. To do a body check, first knock the soldier out, or put him to sleep, or hold him up. That works too.
Surprise anal inspection.
God!
Oh wait, why am I slowing down? We have the sneaky suit now. Most OP thing in the game. No footstep sound and great camo index everywhere. So yeah, you need to slow down. Some of you might notice as the Ground Zero's sneaking suit. No, it's the Peace Walker sneaking suit. Ground Zero's only like a couple months after this anyway, so that's why. Yeah, Ground Zero's is kind of like a much more elaborate main op continuation of Peace Walker in a way. If it were for fucking Kiefer, maybe, yeah, and the fake guns, be pretty close. Oh, and the state that the game is in, but there's that too. Yeah, Peace Walker starts November 1974. Mother Base gets destroyed in Ground Zeroes March of 1975. So, I think it's March. 5 months. I mean, technically MSF existed before that, but yeah, a tiny beach base thing before that. It could have been this guy. Okay, then it has to be the guy all the way at the beginning. It could be 3 different guys in here. It's kind of random. Hold on a second, guys. Freaking area now, the scarecrows. We have to shoot the fucking scarecrows so many fucking times on the other save. Maybe we'll do a little bit of it here, just to give you guys the experience.
Snake, pick it up.
What it takes to level weapons in this game. Marathon level farming. I wish the Vita had fucking shoulder buttons and clickable analogs instead of the gimmicky shit that it has on it. That would actually be a usable thing, yeah. I really hate the fact that there's no L3 and R3 on the Vita, and yeah, the touchpad's fucking worthless. No shoulder buttons. You can basically only play PS1 games on it. I don't know why I shot that guy in the ass. And Dim does have a point though, because you're playing Peace Walker with 2 analogs on a portable console, which is more suited for it, technically. I can see where he's coming from, but I guess L3 doesn't do shit in this game, but R3, it resets the camera, it makes the camera face wherever the character is facing. Other than that, I guess you would still have the PSP inventory. They're just doing remote play. That was a thing since like PS3, I think.
Somebody there?
Clearly nobody there. Because I'm fucking blind, man. You can just forget about them and they'll gladly warn you that they saw you. Almost saw you. Really the only thing that the only thing that's missing from the HD is what, the custom Vocaloid thing and the recruitment AP scan, right? What does AP even stand for? An AP scan. Oh, access point. That's gotta be an access point. For wireless, different wireless networks. Yeah, it just came to me.
Excellent. It's open.
It can't be.
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss.
And who might you be?
You. Dr. Strangelove, I presume.
I've been waiting, Snake. Yes, waiting without joy or pleasure. Waiting for the one I despise.
Don't move.
Don't move. You men and your guns. You all say the same thing. I suppose you're here to destroy my research. Yes, I know. Just as I know what you did 10 years ago. Go on. Kill me like you killed her. Kill me like you killed the boss. Kill me!
What exactly do you...
Come on, Snake. Or should I say Big Boss? That filthy title given you as reward for murder. Do you still wear it with pride? You chose a shadowy country over the mentor who made you what you are. You brought despair to good soldiers everywhere. You used the pretext of a mission to kill a true hero. Is that what you call loyalty? Answer me!
The boss.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
She betrayed America. She stole a Davy Crockett and then defected to the other side. She used an American nuclear weapon to attack Soviet territory. The only way for Washington to prove its innocence to Moscow was to eliminate the traitor themselves. The boss's death was the only thing that could have prevented all-out nuclear war.
Is that what you call the truth?
It's the truth as it was told to me.
So the truth is that you sullied the reputation of your mentor, the woman you loved most in this world, before you buried her.
It was my mission.
Huh. So that's the conclusion you came to in order to live with yourself.
What's the boss to you?
I'm the one she abandoned when she left this world. I won't rest until I get answers from the woman I loved. You and I are the same. We are the walking dead. Would you like to meet her?
The boss is gone.
Not so fast. You'd like to meet her, wouldn't you? I can arrange it. You took her life. I gave it back.
You what?
Care for a sniff? It's only snuff. You're a cigar man, aren't you? Well, there's no smoking in there, so if you want to meet her, you'd best partake now. Follow me. This is my baby, my Morpho butterfly. It's neither pupa nor cocoon, but an imago. A complete individual, in the fullest sense of the word.
Is someone there?
We have a visitor. I'll introduce him. Don't try anything foolish. As long as we're in here, I can reduce you to carbon at the press of a button.
Who are you? A man. A warfighter.
Boss. Is that you?
I call it the mammal pod.
Mammal pod?
For my participation on the project, I demanded access to all information on the boss. Everything the CIA had. Her personal history, military records, physiological data, correspondence, the files for every operation she took part in, every decision she ever made at every possible turn, what she took and what was taken from her, her pain and her pleasure, her joy and sorrow, her life and death, and yes, even you.
Why would you do that?
Coldman sought an MAD-based AI that would deliver an effective retaliatory strike against the most appropriate target in response to a nuclear attack from a hypothetical adversary. An unmanned device to act as a deterrent capable of making the decisions and taking the actions that human beings cannot. I therefore concluded he required a cool, calculating machine programmed to inflict swift, sure, and utter annihilation upon the enemy. No retaliation. But he took it upon himself to come up with a different answer. He said he needed the thought patterns of the very finest rational mind, one that thought on a global scale, took both past and future into consideration, and reached the best decision, no matter how painful.
And that's why you asked for everything they had on the boss.
It was the logical thing to do. I knew of only one person who could be entrusted with the fate of the entire human race.
What's your real goal here?
To clear her name. Why was a legendary hero forced to betray her country? Why was she targeted for assassination by you, her most beloved disciple? I have no use for fabrications. I want the truth. The boss's last will. You must be dying to know yourself.
No. No. She abandoned her country. Abandoned us all.
Really? You think you understand her feelings?
You're trying to recreate the boss's last will. Is that it?
Why don't you ask her yourself, Jack?
Jack.
What?
Jack.
Boss.
Jack.
Boss.
Jack! Go home. I'm not your boss anymore.
Boss.
Go home!
No,
Complete your mission, Snake. Extinguish that noble soul once again. If you can.
Jack! Go home. I'm not your boss anymore. Go home. Why did you come back?
My life, and my child.
Go home. I'm not your boss anymore. Go home.
Waiting for your birth, your growth.
You better stay alive. What is this? This response? Oh god. Discontinue! I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think.
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission. I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Jack, you can't come with us.
Oh, shoot. I don't think we've been at Mother Base for a while, huh? We haven't been at Mother Base. Ah, shit. I might have put myself in a interesting situation now. We don't have the Chinese stinger. Yeah. I don't remember starting the development for that. There it is. Shit. Now, doing the Chrysalis without a homing weapon. Fuck. Kinda fucky. Oh shit, damn, are you ready to like do it now? See, this is where co-ops comes into play. Alright, cool, saved. Saved by Dim. Yeah, I can do tapes, of course.
That's the Chrysalis weapon Huey was referring to. You know what to do.
Can't do that in Phantom Pain now, can you? This is your players, Sedge.
Apparently, each part of an AI weapon is connected to a memory board inside the AI pod. Destroying a part will release the lock on the memory board. After that, climb in the pod and you'll be able to grab whichever boards you've unlocked. Only thing is, any parts you destroy can't be collected and reused, so you'll have to decide which is more important.
El Colibri may be powerful, but he can be defeated. Looks like you have a lot of places to hide there. Remember your fight with the other chopper. Guerrilla tactics will be key.
Only this one's got a few more aces up its sleeve.
Yes, it might try to crush you by taking out the pillars. Also, watch out for the smaller craft that abducted Chico. The Chico Libri.
Chico Libri?
It means son of Colibri. If it gets you, you'll just have to wriggle your way out. You might get away if you're lucky.
I'd rather not have to take that chance.
Indeed. That would be best.
Being an unmanned vehicle, the Chrysalis can perform extreme G-force maneuvers that standard aircraft can't. It'll be difficult to counterattack once it's coming at you. I should mention that it's also equipped with a railgun.
A what?
A weapon that fires rounds using electromagnetic force in lieu of gunpowder.
Wait, an electric weapon?
Not exactly. The rounds themselves are conventional shells. It creates force by running an electric current through a magnetic field. Fleming's left-hand rule. Didn't they teach you that at school?
Not at mine.
Oh. Anyway, as the railgun uses electromagnetic force, it needs to charge before firing. Once you see it starting to charge, take immediate evasive action. Also, as with the pupa, destroying the AI will put the unit out of commission. Do enough damage and it'll have to land. Use that opportunity to get in the AI pod. Wait too long and it'll start to repair itself. Be sure to shoot the hatch the moment it lands.
I think I can handle that.
Let's see. Nobody here. Anthem should be in his way. Play like a piano. Configure your system data. Damn, this save is really fucking bare bones. Guess we can listen to this.
Number of warheads detected by the dew line.
57.
Number of MIRVs included.
Minimum 29, maximum 35.
Target region.
United States, East Coast.
Estimated time of re-entry.
2048 Zulu.
President selected attack
How long is a
option?
Zulu?
Unknown.
The president
Or
is
what
dead.
time is a Zulu?
Unknown. Communication has been lost.
Is that like military time?
I select Offutt Air Force Base as my target.
Offutt? But that's a U.S. base. What on earth do you
I heard him.
mean?
Based on the projected number of incoming warheads, Washington, D.C. is presumed destroyed. The president is most likely dead.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The U.S. government's control lost.
I realize that. So why not retaliate?
With both sides destroyed, global anarchy would ensue. Recovery would be difficult. The United States' nuclear strike capability must therefore be neutralized in order to preserve the communist bloc, where government remains largely intact.
You're siding with the enemy. You can't be serious.
Tell me, how do you define enemy? There are no borders in this world.
The same conclusion again and again. Where is the flaw? All right, let's try something else. Commencing test.
Understood.
You're crossing a suspension bridge.
Is this my mission?
Yes, your destination is the other side. The bridge is wide enough for only one person to pass at a time. A man is approaching from the opposite side. He's carrying a gun.
I shoot him.
Suppose he's your husband.
I shoot him.
In self-defense?
To spare him the grief. One must die, and one must live.
Next question. Your father asks you to fix the roof and mow the lawn. When you climb the ladder onto the roof, the ladder is taken away.
I fix the roof.
And when you're finished?
I jump down.
You'll break more than bones at this height.
Yeah, fuck it, let's do a real
my
gun.
decision. I have not finished mowing the lawn. I must remain loyal to the mission.
Let's do the kidnappers thing and the
There is
real
a
gun.
snake in the bushes. It is poisonous. I need you to get rid of it.
I chase it back to its nest.
You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's already killed many people.
I chase it away.
It will bite you unless you kill it.
Go home. Kill me. Kill me now.
Why not kill the snake? Your mission is to get rid of it. Is this what you call loyalty? What are you loyal to? Country? Ideology? Feelings?
I am loyal to myself.
Who's there?
Who's that? Intruder!
Oh, nice. You can hear Cecile breathing there. Alright, cool. We got Damon here. I'm gonna get kidnapped by the kidnappers. And then we'll just fucking railgun it. Might have to do some damage before railgun it. I mean, before the kidnappers appear. Yeah, that's the initial tape that Zadornov shows the snake. Yeah. You only get to hear a fraction of it in the cutscene, but yeah, you can listen to it all. And we often forget to do that. It's actually there from the very beginning. You're supposed to wonder, the fuck is the boss's voice and the other female? Nice. You really had to think about X and circle, huh? All decked out and super OP shit for this. The battle dress. Alright, should we do some damage so it uses the kidnappers? Or is it time based? Does it go through all of its phases and then does it do the kidnappers? Don't struggle? Okay, yeah.
That thing needs to be eliminated once and for all. We'll shoot through any wall you try to hide behind.
Let's see what we brought. Railgun and dynamo, of course. Fuck it, I'll just use a railgun without charging it. Let's see damage.
Charger for it. Have your teammates charge it up for you.
Ah, nice. Guys talks about charging it. 10k, that's not bad. Imagine using the scope in this thing. No, hip fire. Oh, aeromites, that's right. I cried. Are we charging it? Didn't we wait for the kidnappers? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Kidnappers. You shoot these things down. Okay, that's kind of weird. You can't. Here we go. Here comes Dim with the box. Nice. No need to struggle. Alright, cool. Let's do it. Charge this bitch up.
Increasing the charge level on the railgun makes it vastly more powerful.
Co-op weapon, railgun.
How many millions was that? We charged the railgun with this. See, it's the same dynamo that they use to torture Quiet later. Oh, stop! Yeah, I guess I'm charging it. Unnecessary, but whatever. Yeah, let me get in. Oh, Knight with the raid. I should have known. Thank you. Welcome in, guys. What's up? Of course he was drunk. Look up Kiefer Sutherland Drunken Buffoon on YouTube for more information.
Pull out all the unlocked memory boards. Pull out the memory boards. All the unlocked boards will have icons over them.
Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapons. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. If you attack parts on the exterior of the machine, the memory boards that control those parts should light up. You can tell what a memory board does by looking at its
There's
color
not
when
enough
it lights
Christmas
up.
trees in the hotel tonight. Well, oh, I don't understand what makes these light up or completely unlock. Sometimes it makes a whole iPod thing shake. Sometimes there's stuff that buys you time. There's a bunch of different things that can happen depending on what the people outside are doing. Oh, damage being done to the parts. But there's something you can do to actually unlock them. Maybe enough damage does it. There's time, there's shake. I don't know. Alright, cool. Thanks to Dim who could do this easily. And show off a little Easter egg too. Another coin.
Snake,
She played me like a piano.
forget about
Wrong
it.
instrument.
You'll get him back. That is as long as you've got the will to do it.
I am not giving up.
All right then. I confirmed the location with Huey. The final testing base for Peace Walker is 15 miles to the north of that lab. It's an underground facility disguised as a rock quarry. All you need to do is sneak in and destroy the AI for good this time.
Right.
Snake, you can destroy it, right?
Yeah.
We all have our limits. Actions beyond our abilities.
Don't worry. I won't screw it up this time.
You're the one who killed the boss. Destroying that AI means reliving that memory.
It's just a machine.
Snake, I'm worried.
Worried?
For the same reason the CIA entrusted the nuclear launch to an AI. A man can condemn a handful of criminals to the death penalty if they're prepared to assume that responsibility. But who among us could do the same to hundreds of millions of innocent civilians? Who could reduce thousands of years of human history to ash in an instant? Could any flesh and blood human being make that decision? No way in hell. No one man could bear the burden of total genocide. It's what's allowed our cowardly species to survive all this time. But for a machine, willpower is no issue.
What are you saying, Kaz?
You're a hero, Snake, but you're not a machine.
That I can't destroy that thing?
That machine's not the problem. It's that the boss still lives inside of you.
Bullshit!
She's dead, Snake. It's time to come to terms with that. Let me put it another way. You've left everything behind. Your country, your identity, your past and ideals. But there's still one thing you haven't let go of.
What are you talking about?
The boss. You still haven't let her go. That's why you're so afraid to find out the truth about her. And that's what's holding you back from your future. Snake, she died a decade ago. How long can you live with a ghost?
Kaz, I thought I knew everything about her. But I still don't understand what happened to her at the end.
There, you're no different from that scientist woman.
When she didn't believe me, I realized something. That debriefing I heard could have been part of the cover story they made up. Now, even I'm not sure what her real intentions were. Why did she take that mission? How did she feel about dying? Why was I chosen?
You want to know the truth? The truth won't change the past. You still want to know?
No. I took on this mission for a kid who believes in peace.
Fine then. There's no point in arguing. Peace Walker is on the verge of completion. Come on, boss. Let's get to that base.
I'll get the raid on with no railgun. It's okay. I'll probably have to do this a few times to get the Zeke completion call.
R&D team, Snake. I'll cut to the chase. We've commenced development on our own bipedal weapon. The only thing is, we don't exactly have easy access to resources here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have the budget of a defense department behind us.
I understand. That's why I want to ask you something. If you fight any more AI weapons, could you try to gather as many of their parts as you can? That would really make things go a lot smoother.
Again, easier said than done.
If anyone could do it, you can, boss. You single-handedly took out the pupa.
True.
Look, if you're not interested, I can just work with what we have here. I'm not trying to force you to take unnecessary risks. You're the boss around here.
All right. No promises. But I'll think about it.
Great. Also, each AI weapon has a head part that serves as the core of its armament. Recovering a head part will allow you to use the weapon associated with that part. But those guys won't go down without a fight, so don't get too preoccupied with this stuff.
Don't worry. I'm not about to risk my life for a bunch of scrap.
I would hope not. One more thing. Our new bipedal weapon needs a name.
Good point. We can't keep calling it our bipedal weapon.
I had a talk with Miller, and we came up with Metal Gear Zeke.
Metal Gear? Zeke?
Yep. As you know, Metal Gear was coined by Granin.
And Zeke?
It's a name the U.S. military gave to Japanese aircraft that flew during World War II. Zeke was the Japanese Navy's best fighter plane. So are you okay with that, Snake?
Sure. Fine by me.
Miller was saying that an army without borders will need a deterrent against other countries. He's right. With Metal Gear, MSF can achieve true independence.
Here's hoping.
Alright, what's going on here? Probably not much in terms of Zeke. We barely just got 2 things. Yeah. Yeah, oh, we almost got a walk unit. Crotch. 3 out of 5, 0 leg parts, 2 head parts. It's not terrible. We'll have to do a couple more AI weapons later. That's more of a thing before we do the second ending, though. Doesn't matter for a while. Let's see. This could be useful. Oh, we're too poor for it. Never mind. Oh, the curry. Yep.
Snake, the Peace Walker platform and AI have been shipped to the final testing base. Once assembled, it's only a matter of time before they launch the nukes. Hurry!
Holy shit. Chapter... What now? I didn't think chapters could go up to 3.
How's the horse doing?
Not too bad. You'd never know he was over 20 years old.
He was hers, after all.
Seems like some part of her became a part of him.
The platform and the cerebral AI are supposed to be assembled at an underground base disguised as a mine. If my guess is right, both of them have already arrived and are being readied for final testing. Destroying the platform will be difficult. I suggest getting up close and destroying the AI instead. Whatever you do, I'm begging you, don't let my Peace Walker launch a nuke. Hurry, Snake!
Peace Walkers in a base due west of your current position. Move out.
Game. Oh god, these helmets take 2 hits.
Freeze.
This game, they might even be able to count to 5. Imagine that. Kinda wish that the ammo mattered a little bit more in this game. Ammo basically is free and endless and grows in trees. Like every time you do a mission, your base magically develops ammo. You never run out of ammo. You can see the exact amount of ammo you have of each caliber in your item page, but it's kind of useless, I guess, because it goes into the thousands and thousands, caps of 9,999 every time. Yeah. You just think about it every time I find a little pack of ammo. It would be interesting to see if there's any lines, maybe, if you try to deploy with a weapon and you don't have enough ammo for it. If that's even possible, because technically it is limited. I never tried, actually. You would have to basically do nothing but mag dump the M16 at the very beginning, maybe. I'm kind of curious. Maybe there's a line or some sort of gameplay mechanic about it. Maybe it doesn't let you deploy with the weapon. Oh yeah, you could gift it, yeah.
Damn it! You've been spotted by the guards. Take them out before they take you out.
Really? I didn't think about that. Take them out before they take you out.
They must have had to clear a considerable amount of forest to open up that mine.
No doubt. So much for any hiding places, too.
And it is not just the forest. Without the proper precautions, the mine's wastewater could pollute the groundwater. And to top it all off, they are developing nuclear weapons there too. How can people care so little about their own country?
I'm not the one to ask about that.
Well, you may have abandoned your country, but you still treasure where you came from.
You think so?
Sure. I know you do.
Paz, whatever you do, never stop loving your country.
Take a look, Snake. That place is as wide open as a soccer stadium. Best to use a long-range weapon you can snipe with.
I can see several exits.
Right. Don't get too focused on any one of them.
Copy that.
Go get 'em, Snake.
A base disguised as a mine?
Oh, here we go. I think it's this.
We never made it that far. I don't know what kind of place it is, but you better be careful, just in case.
I plan to.
I've heard that the American Army keeps dead alien bodies and UFOs in secret bases.
No.
Aliens.
There are billions of stars in space. You've got to think that at least a few have civilizations more advanced than ours. I'll bet they visit Earth in UFOs. In 1947, the Army actually announced that they had caught a flying disc-shaped object near Roswell, New Mexico. Maybe you don't know about it, but those Army guys, they all know.
Oh, you don't say.
Anyway, there's no telling what kind of mystery weapons they might have stashed up there. Watch your back.
UFOs.
UFOs.
What?
UFOs. Apparently, UFOs are connected to cattle mutilations.
Cattle mutations?
No. Not mutations, mutilations. It's a word I'd never heard before. People have been reporting their livestock dying in mysterious ways near the same places where UFOs have been sighted. They say the bodies are drained of blood and the eyeballs and sexual organs are gouged out.
Wow, when you leave a corpse cut open in a field somewhere, the ground soaks up the blood.
Yeah, but supposedly these cows weren't cut up by any man-made means.
Maybe maggots got to them.
In some cases, they detected radiation.
Radiation?
Even in our own town, we had goats that died in strange ways. Some said they saw a monster. A lizard on 2 legs covered in spines from its head all the way down his back. I wonder if that's what the aliens look like. Or if it was some pet they brought with them.
Either way, doesn't sound like a very advanced civilization to me.
Well, if you see one, tell it I said hi.
Sure, if it speaks human.
UFOs kidnap people, too. You know, alien abductions. You've heard of the Hill abduction, right? That couple back in the 60s? So when I first saw the Colibri, I thought it was a UFO.
The Fulton recovery.
I know those guys are working with the aliens, even if they wouldn't let me see them.
Well, you better not get caught again, or they'll be experimenting on you.
I'd take that over torture. What do you think they look like? Completely bald, maybe, with gray skin and big black eyes? Or maybe they're 4 vara tall and wear skirts?
I kind of doubt it. I'll give you one thing, though. I've never seen anything move like that. Maybe the CIA really did make contact.
You see? It's true! You want to know something? I once met an alien cat.
An alien cat?
Yep. It was dark out, so I couldn't see too well. But it was a cat with a huge long tail. Its eyes shined in the dark, too.
Most cats' eyes do.
At first, I thought it was a regular cat. But then, it started talking to me. Inside my head.
Inside your head.
He said his name was Altargoso El Baki Muñudar. He'd come to Earth from the Andromeda Galaxy to check out Earth's nuclear weapons.
The Andromeda Galaxy. Mankind's barely made it to the moon. We couldn't possibly launch nukes that far.
El Baki said he was watching over us to make sure we don't destroy ourselves with nukes until the day we humans are ready to join the Space Federation.
It's a shame. This is supposed to be the era of détente, and still we've got people pulling stunts like bringing nukes into peaceful countries. If something ever went wrong and set off a chain reaction of retaliation.
I know. This planet could destroy itself at any time.
Is this a reference to something? Probably is. Let's see. Yeah, the Thompson ready. Nope. We'll make do. Like, where did you pick that name from?
There's no turning back now, Snake. Wipe out the enemy. Move on.
I'm moving, trying to shoot you.
From a distance. Just because you can't see them doesn't mean they're not there.
Damn it. The other guy? Now they're all moving. That guy just stopped there. Yeah, they're coming up the ladder. Hello. Oh, they can grab you and CPC chain. We were still thinking about that. Yeah, that's true. There's people who really believe that. And they're allowed to vote. Imagine that. Wow, we're missing this guy. Lorenzo, thank you for the 11 months. There's always a sliding guy who's not moving. Oh, are they just coming up the ladder? Okay. Oh, he fell upwards somehow. Oh, does that not hit them on the ladder? You can see his little head sticking out. Come on. Okay. Oh, I never noticed that their weapons disappear when they stop counting. It's Huey's weapon, the cocoon. This is probably the silliest thing Shinkawa's ever designed. So, how many machine guns do you want on it? Yes. How about a chainsaw? Yeah, imagine how much fucking gasoline it burns. Maybe it's powered by something else. 459 million gallons to the mile. Everything was out of proportion. Metallic diarrhea. No. Not looking forward to dealing with that.
I got a report in from the R&D team. They finished plans for a new Hex-type plant, and today they're gonna start construction on the first block. Can't wait to finally say goodbye to this scrap heap. Only thing is, we don't have nearly enough GMP. We'll need to recruit more soldiers to get more GMP. You know what to do, Snake.
Kidnap everyone. Oh, we have a volunteer? Look at this guy's stats. They're pathetic. I always go missions empty-handed. I can always borrow gear from my teammates. Oh, with those stats, he has no shooting ability whatsoever. 0. Okay. And he also has no... What is that? Run speed. He can walk, but he can't run, I guess. 456 life. Yeah, you get in the combat unit. You'll be very useful. Wow, too bad we don't have this ready, but that's okay. I'm surprised we even got a volunteer like this.
Snake, that's Huey's unmanned weapon, the Cocoon. Put it out of commission.
The Cocoon.
That is El Escarabajo, the beetle. Even we don't know the Escarabajo's weaknesses.
That's not what I wanted to hear.
You could try asking that scientist, Huey, right? This is just common sense, but once it fires a missile, it must take time to reload. And moving a machine of that size must require the release of considerable amounts of heat. Another option would be to take out its weapons. Sorry I wasn't much help.
No, you've given me some ideas.
During development, I had trouble figuring out how to handle the Cocoon's excess heat. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but the radiators are most likely its weakest points. They're not heavily armored, as heat wasn't dissipating properly.
Where are they?
There are multiple radiators on the upper and lower sections. Just look for the exhaust fumes. The only thing is, the upper radiators typically aren't exposed. You should probably shoot for the lower ones first. You could move under its body to access the lower ones, but the Cocoon is capable of vertical movement, so be careful not to get crushed. Watch out for missiles and hedgehogs, too.
Hedgehogs? Anti-submarine multiple spigot mortars?
I adapted the technology for use as a surface weapon. Both the missiles and hedgehogs take time to load, though. It can't fire a hedgehog until the lamp comes on. As for the missiles, watch for the way the hatches move.
That'll be my chance to get close.
When the hatches open, out come the missiles.
I don't even know where the upper radiators are. Maybe you had to climb on it?
Let's rock.
What am I doing? Okay. No shock grenades. We're a little low on weapons this round, but we can deal. I usually only climb on it when it's almost dead anyway.
Get rid of the cocoon. If anybody
3 hours to lock onto something with this thing.
get out of there, run. Hiding won't do anything against a gun like that.
Definitely gonna need a shitload of supply lumps for these weapons.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Oh, it's right there.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
We'll just have to rules of nature this thing. This is perfectly normal. Oh shit. I was gonna bonk something now.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Honk. That was funny.
The shock dislodged the ladder on the side of the treads. You can use that to get on top.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak. Use the ladder.
Oh, that's where the upper radiators are. I see them now. shit, I hope this is enough. Oh, fuck. It's not enough. That means we gotta jump down again. Oh, fuck. That doesn't work here. Should.
Unlocked memory boards. Pull out the memory boards. All the unlocked boards
Oh, shit.
will have icons over them.
I think I accidentally paused the alerts. Or muted the alerts. Oh, I stopped it some time ago. Now it's gonna catch up with all the alerts. Hey, new, thank you for the Prime sub. All these, yeah, like from a while ago, they're catching up.
You can tell what a memory board does by looking at its color when it lights up.
Revolver Skull Face. That $5 donation was a while ago. Yeah, all the alerts were paused for some reason. That's when, yeah, now they're all catching up.
Snake, Peace Walker is in a hangar at the very bottom of the mine. Infiltrate the base and put a stop to the project by destroying Peace Walker's AI pod.
Wow, you made it all the way to El Basilisco's hangar. None of us has ever gone that far. I have no idea what the underground base is like.
Wish I could say the same.
It'll most likely be some kind of building, so...
Plenty of places to hide.
Right, but security will be extremely tight. Do not forget that the odds are stacked heavily against you.
Yeah.
Let's rock, Stealth.
A little behind with
The
the
enemy's
gear,
still on high alert
the
after
save.
that last tangle. Don't get yourself caught.
Don't mind me.
That elevator should take you underground. To use the elevator, press the action button in front of the switch.
What is it? Enemies close by.
Oof, that's close. Fuck that guy, I guess.
I think I see something.
It's kind of interesting how they come running towards you in this mission. Oh shit. Somehow managed to put him on the other side of the wall. Nice. Oh nice, he turned around.
Maybe a little elbow grease will get those shutters open. Try tapping the action button as fast as you can. Nice, Snake. From here, it's a straight shot to Peace Walker's.
Initiate.
What's the situation?
We're waiting on acknowledgement from Reptile. It could be a while.
Don't take all night.
Ah, Coltman. I'd like to perform one final check. Everyone, take a break. I've got some concerns about the dummy.
Now's your chance, Snake.
Jack, you've returned. What's wrong? Your body temperature has fallen.
You're imagining things.
Have you come to destroy me? Your pulse has quickened slightly.
Just chilly. It's freezing in here.
I see.
Boss.
What is it, Jack?
Boss. Is that you?
What is it, Jack?
Do you have regrets
Regrets?
about your final mission?
My final mission?
The one in Groznygrad.
I've never been on a mission there.
September 1964. You betrayed the United States, and then I killed you.
I have no record of such a debriefing.
Listen to me. I have to know. Did you defect to the Soviet Union of your own free will?
There is no mission record matching that description.
Ah. Jack. You're not the boss. The boss is dead.
Don't do it, Jack.
Drop your weapon, big boss.
Mammal showed the same response back at the lab. It's a sure sign that you are nearby.
It's an honor to meet you again, big boss.
I've seen that coyote before.
Lobo is the name.
Lobo? Smells like a rotting corpse to me.
I know all about you. Selena Yarsk, 10 years ago.
You were involved.
The operation to eliminate the traitor. I planned the whole thing.
Shouldn't a suit like you be back in Langley? What the hell are you doing here?
It's what the CIA does best. Ensure people in the know keep their mouths shut, or else pack them off someplace where there's no one to listen.
I get it. Trying to claw your way back into their good graces.
It's not quite that simple. My aim is a new world order. Détente, the NPT. SALT, TTBT. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis, the structure of the Cold War has been coming apart at the seams. A new age is dawning. An age in which Peace Walker, an infallible nuclear deterrent system with the patience and cold logic of a machine, will play a vital role.
That's your plan? Assigning humanity's sins to a bunch of machines?
Quite the romantic. Remember the Cuban Missile Crisis, when the commander of a Russian sub refused an order to launch a nuclear-armed torpedo at an American destroyer? In retrospect, that man was a hero. He saved the world from all-out nuclear war. Humans are incapable of destroying themselves.
But an AI wouldn't hesitate to push the button.
Precisely. Making it the one real deterrent.
People hesitate, lose their nerve. Isn't that why deterrence theory works in the first place?
No. Machines don't make mistakes. Only men do. That's why a fully automated, mechanized deterrent like Peace Walker is needed. Once our system is embraced, Langley will again turn its attention to Latin America as the cockpit of the new Cold War. Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama. Peace Walker will be deployed along Central America's entire Caribbean coast. All of North America, South America, and the West Indies will be within its range. We'll bring law and order to the entire continent.
And you'll still be calling the shots.
You still don't get it. The age of heroes is over, buried alongside the boss and her bankrupt beliefs. From now on, our only heroes will be machines. Surely no one understands that better than you. Except perhaps your partner. A deterrent for hire. An army without borders. You've invented a new system too, and an admirable one at that.
That's supposed to be an offer.
I'm not offering anything. If I'm to sell my new system, you and yours have got to go.
Wait! Coltman, I have questions for him. Information critical to the completion of the mammal pod. Give him to me.
Don't waste too much time. We've just received word that the SALT II talks are on schedule. We will launch on time.
Snake, you are going to help me resurrect her.
Shut up! The boss is dead.
Bring him. Take him away.
And I kind of want to do the wrong version of this scene just to see how it changes. I forgot about it. Yeah, the jigsaw. That also means the card key doesn't show up there. I think most people are just gonna use a jigsaw the first time. Yeah, the booba grab.
Snake, I hope you can
Also,
hear
the
me.
dialogue at the end of
Word is
this
you've been
changes.
captured by Strangelove. I'm guessing they confiscated your gear, but I know you've still got something left. Search your memory, Snake.
This is an interesting tape here. Conversation between Kaz and Amanda, which is really rare. Usually it's Snake and someone else, yeah? He tries to fucking hit on her while she's mad.
Any word from Snake?
I can't get through. Strangelove must still have him.
No.
We just have to trust the boss and wait.
For how long?
Amanda, you're cute when you're angry. But please calm down. He's prepared for situations like this.
With what? They'll find whatever he has on him.
No, they won't. Because this is something a lot more personal than equipment. And Snake never would have gotten rid of it.
You're cute when you're angry. Yeah, of course. We're just Kaz hitting on every female soldier mother base. Just like Paz's tapes say.
I didn't defect. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? Your mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
If I ever make Music Box angry, I know what to say.
Coldman's greed does not concern me.
Anybody would probably get angrier if you say that, right?
The truth. I'm a scientist, an AI developer, but not an AI myself.
Don't worry, Shinlane.
I'm a scientist, and as a scientist, I find this distasteful. You understand?
She might be a scientist. I'm not sure.
And I expect answers that make sense. Now, what do you know? Your boss defected from the US, taking a Davy Crockett with her, and used it to launch a nuclear strike on Soviet territory. That much I know from the CIA's official debriefing. Did she defect or not? Answer me! Did she or did she not die for her country?
She sold us out. My orders were to take care of her.
Liar! I want to know the truth! Brace yourself.
Guess we'll do the optional stuff. Do optional torture sessions. And pretty good exchanges between Strangelove and Snake and us.
You hate me.
The laughing sticks.
Turn it up.
Laughing rods.
Change the fact that I killed her.
I know that. But what I don't know is your motive. Why would a hero, loyal to the end, betray her country? What really happened? What did you see?
She betrayed more than just her country. She betrayed me, too.
Then how do you explain that bandana? Why keep a memento of a traitor?
What are you talking about?
And what about that scar? Don't tell me you have the same scars by sheer coincidence.
Don't touch me!
Decorating your body with her memory. Rather effeminate, if you ask me. Answer me!
Yeah, in the Japanese version of this, it's censored. It's not electrocution, it's tickling. That's what the torture is. Those are tickle rods. Because electrocution would be bad for the rating.
Life for America, didn't she? Sacrificed all for a country that cared nothing for her soul or for her dignity. And you... Yes, I do hate you. But even you must understand how I feel. I have a right to know what she died for. Why won't you tell me? You're no longer one of Washington's lapdogs. You have no moral obligation to your country. Answer me! Would you see your beloved boss?
Snake says what he says because he's not sure of it
Then
himself.
say it. Say she
Because
died
he
for
doesn't want to help her.
That she remained true to the end. Gave her life for the country that betrayed her time and again.
No. That woman was a traitor.
Why? For what purpose?
She went to her grave, cursing her country.
Why? Who is it? What are you protecting?
I'm not helping you finish that thing. Face it, the boss is dead. Whatever's inside that machine, it isn't her.
I'm raising the voltage. The next one might kill you!
Yeah, later he says, oh, that the briefing I heard could have been part of the story they made up, and so he doesn't even believe Eva's the briefing. That's the whole point of the first ending in Peace Walker.
Why? Why not just give up?
Alright, there's actually 2 more torture sessions, and they have different dialogue. But they're optional. If you escape now, then you won't see them. So all we gotta do is just wait. Oh, we got a whole bunch of tapes on how Strangelove knows the boss. Don't worry.
Don't be getting any ideas.
Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
Kaz rap.
Couldn't you unlock that? 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 Couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
So since we did a Q2E correctly, we have the key card. Open it, but we also have Jigsaw and Snake's Scar. Kinda wanna use this instead. But yeah, we're not doing it yet because I want to do the 2 optional sessions. So we literally just wait here for a couple minutes. I wish I could remember who the fuck spoiled it, dude. I was so fucking angry. It must have been 13 years ago now. Still remember it. Somebody fucking spoiled how to get out of the cell. First time I played this game.
Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
Checks out okay.
Couldn't you unlock that? Couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
It was streaming off the PSP. But that shitty AV cable plugs at the bottom. You can't even fucking hold the damn thing properly. That's what you get for straight first playthrough things. You can also be a escaped mastermind and escape into the next cell. They still alert though if you do that.
Come on!
They get mad. I just wanted more space.
Ready to talk now?
I've got nothing to say to you.
I think you do. Very well then.
Kill me. I don't care. I killed her.
No, that is not what I want to know.
it!
Kill me.
Shut up!
Kill me.
Shut up!
Take him away.
Get in there!
Alright, that one wasn't too much dialogue, but the next one's a little better. And then after that, it repeats with the first one again. So there's actually probably endless torture sessions. If you can't figure out how to escape, that might be quite a bit to do. But yeah, we only need to do 3 to get the dialogue.
Don't be getting any ideas.
I didn't notice Jigsaw or the ID card. ID card stolen from Strangelove appears to open locks inside the prison, but which ones is unclear. I wonder if you had to start over from the first session. Get a game over. It's kind of funny to get caught in there, just in the other cell. What do you mean all innocent tapping the ground? Wait, what? Like what, this? Wait, what? Oh shit, that's right, that's the thing. It's... I completely forgot about that. Yeah, I remember now. Where he just pretends where he...
Press the L1 and R1 buttons alternately to use the jigsaw, but try not to make too much noise.
Checks out okay.
I completely forgot about that. You're right.
Couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
It's funny as fuck, but how do you do it? Maybe you have to start and then go back. No, it quits this menu. Shit, that's a good question. Shit, we might have to do another torture session just to figure that out. And it doesn't matter if I get caught. I already did all of them.
Let's have it. The truth.
I've said all I'm gonna say.
Is that so?
Up the voltage. Kill me.
I don't hate you anymore.
Do it. Kill me. I killed her.
Please, stop! Stop it!
I killed her. My beloved. With my own hands.
Stop it! That's not what happened. You're lying!
Okay. All right. The truth. She betrayed her country.
him away.
Get in there!
So at one point, while you're trying to use a jigsaw, if they come check on you, you can pretend to just be, you know, just tapping your foot, be all innocent, looking off a distance, whistling maybe. But yeah, fuck, I don't remember.
Don't be getting any ideas.
Trying a little bit of everything, right? So we can get started on it. And then when they come isn't it when you get caught with the jigsaw, maybe? Like, it doesn't actually work pretending to be innocent. If you get caught, he's like, oh, never mind, yeah, I'm just here tapping my foot. I think that's what it might be. Oh, let's try it. I mean, if you just want to avoid getting caught, you just cancel out of it, but...
What are you doing? Where did you get these?
Snake! There's so much more I wanted to learn from you. Snake!
Nice. Maybe, yeah, if they hear the noise, but you cancel in time. I don't know.
What are you doing?
Nope. Okay, that's not
Where
it.
did you get these?
Snake! There's so much more I wanted to
We
learn
got the
from
same
you.
one again. That's a good snake scream, yeah. Okay, let's wait until he leaves a little bit.
Don't be getting any ideas.
I think when Strangelove joins, there are Strangelove game overs, yeah. Wait, the damage to the log stays? He didn't hear it. Fuck it. If you die to the torture, there's a little conversation between Ocelot and Liquid, and I'm just one.
Don't be getting any ideas.
Why is there a little bit of lock health missing?
Huh?
Shit. I really thought that would do it.
Can't be imagining things.
Hold on.
Huh?
Is there another way to...
Can't be imagining things. Huh? Can't be imagining things.
Couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
I don't know. Either circle or triangle cancels out of it. You can't go back to just standing there though. It takes you all the way back to the regular camera. You can only stand there when you tap the triangle the first time. X doesn't do anything.
Couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
Triangle and circle cancel out of it, and then square is the radio. I don't know. Let's see. D-pad. Oh, what the fuck? Pressing up also cancels out of it.
Couldn't you unlock that door somehow?
It'd be funny if it did it now, like while you're waiting. But you're ready with the... Ah, fuck. Right. Damn it.
Come on!
No. I mean, you just get caught if you do it. If you're crouching there with the jigsaw out. Right? Well, I guess we can try it. My favorites are 2-1 and Peace Walker. I can't believe I waited so long after do this shit again.
Take him away.
Yeah, I don't want to go on a huge rant every
Get in
time.
there.
Yeah. I do kind of want to figure it out, but
Don't be getting any ideas. Huh?
oh, you're right, dude. That's it.
Can't be imagining things.
You think you think you have to cancel out of it, but if you don't do anything, you
Can't be imagining things.
Oh, that's funny. We should do that every time.
Huh?
It automatically does it for you.
Can't be imagining things. Huh? Can't be imagining things.
He's looking up too. This is funny as fuck.
Huh? Can't be imagining things.
I totally forgot about this.
The enemy's here!
Just fucking bum rush everybody. I bet I can run up to this guy before he can spot me. Oh, he's not even looking this way. That bumped into him. Oh shit. Ooh. Oh no, let's get the large medic female here. Why is the ID card one-time use? That doesn't make sense. Okay. It eats. The cell door eats it afterwards.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Fulton
Not
recovery
much
subject
else here, huh?
confirmed onboard helicopter.
In here. There's only 5 Fultons. It's a strange amount. Is it the commanders? Isn't it the... If you destroy the vehicle, then the support units get down on the ground, surrender, and apologize?
Snake.
Yeah.
It's good to hear your voice again.
Kaz, how about something a little sharper next time?
You got it. How about a diamond-bladed jigsaw? And, when's the next time gonna be anyway? Sorry. Hey, you okay?
Speech
Yeah.
bubble.
My lungs taste like charcoal.
Like where?
For you for a while, huh?
I'll be fine.
Like in the...
Pain in my chest is gone.
So that was just a
When you're
copy of
looking
the
at their
boss's
stats?
wound.
That's right. The scar's gone now.
Nice work.
What's the situation with you? Everyone okay?
Yeah.
I never noticed
Slight
that.
problem. I can't get a hold of Paz.
Paz. I thought the professor was looking after her.
So did I.
I've probably seen it before, just
Started
forgot.
thinking, and I sent someone over to the school.
I don't know, I didn't pay attention to which ones are commanders.
School doesn't exist.
No, it exists, but Paz has been a no-show. The person at the school said neither the professor nor Paz had been seen there in quite some time.
Coleman knew about us. We've been marked by the CIA. The KGB and Paz brought us into all this. Coleman must know about them too.
You think Coleman's got them?
No. Remember, Galvez isn't some pencil pusher.
Yeah. The KGB will have eyes on Coleman night and day, too. Which could mean they knew what the CIA would try to do and are just staying out of sight.
Let's hope so. See what you can get out of the KGB, Kaz.
All right, back to work.
I better get moving.
Snake, we haven't detected any signs that Peace Walker's been activated, at least from above ground. It's still in the hangar you were in earlier. This time, it's really our last chance. Destroy that AI.
On my way.
Ah, fuck, I'm a little tired. This marathon, I mean, not the marathon itself, but in between the shifts has been really intense. Oh, look, it's Aki Otsuka. Nice. Where is he? Somewhere. Where'd he go? There he is. He's a decoy. No. This Japanese voice actor for Snake and Big Boss. They put his face in there as one of the soldiers. Actually, well, he's probably more famous for other shit. Like, he's everywhere in Japan. But to us, yeah, that's that. 1,000 alerts? I don't know what you're talking about.
Snake, Peace Walker is being prepped for activation in the hangar at the bottom of the base. Get in there and destroy the AI before it's activated.
Oh, nice. Samuel Jackson. That's in Washington. Come on. So, okay. Hard to imagine Snake saying motherfucker all the time, but apparently that's the thing.
Enemy.
Ah, nice, really? In Pulp Fiction, damn. I never even thought about watching Pulp Fiction in Japanese. It is like my favorite movie, though, probably. That's funny as fuck. Japanese, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Time's running short. Get over to Peace Walker's hangar now. Hide until the elevator arrives. Don't let anyone detect you.
Uh-oh.
Enemies that coordinate
Oh,
their attacks
you guys are
have too
safe
much
here.
trouble when you're solo. Just steer clear.
Dim can't ban you for memeing Japanese words.
Freeze.
For now.
What was that? What is it?
This is the other thing that you can electrocute that I found out. Look at that. It's not just the puddles of mud, but these, whatever these are, switchboards. It's kind of neat.
All right. Peace Walker can't be far. Hurry.
It's too late, Big Boss.
Snake!
Boss. At last I found her. The culprit who led you here to begin with. Should have taken care of her back at the supply facility.
Snake, don't!
The mammal pod is finished. Peace Walker's activation sequence is complete.
Finished.
With the boss, you were loyal to the end. I'll grant you that. But your silence was exactly the answer I needed. 10 years ago, your mission was to kill her. And her mission was to be killed by you. She fulfilled her duty to America to the very end. Thanks to you, Snake, the final missing piece is now in place. And thus, the boss is restored to life as the mammal pod. I thank you.
Restored to life? You're crazy. I'll let you in on a little secret, Big Boss. You see, I've already selected Peace Walker's initial target. An offshore area in the Caribbean. The trade winds will scatter the fallout all over the surrounding region. Crops and fish will die, leaving plenty of free hands to help us mass produce Peace Walker. Oh, and wouldn't you know, someone's gone and built a pesky little fortress there. Now who would do that? And right in the middle of the target zone, too. Oh well, all the better to test the warhead, CEP. You bastard! I wonder who'll miss a ragtag band of pirates all the way out in the middle of the Caribbean. But first, we're going to prove to the White House that our baby can travel the Caribbean coast on its own. The whole world will know of Peace Walker's versatility. They'll witness the birth of a deterrent that can penetrate both communist and guerrilla-controlled territory, traverse any kind of terrain, and deliver a nuke anywhere it needs to go. Untouchable. Unstoppable. The perfect deterrent.
The Cold War's days are numbered. Deterrence isn't only about America and Russia now.
You know what? You're absolutely right. While we've been wringing our hands, China, France, even India have surpassed us. There's a free-for-all nuclear arms race brewing just below the surface. The nuclear threat will only spread, which is exactly why we must deter it, here and now. And the Peace Walker...
Damn, you wanna eat Peace Walker?
The advent of Peace Walker will bring calm to this restless world. Don't you see, Snake? We need nukes, controlled nukes, to have peace.
Lies!
Peace Walker will restore order. Order in the form of a new Cold War. But if the world is to understand the genius of our plan...
Are you sure we can't do it with 2 people? What if it's only the camaraderie that matters? And not the 4 people?
Stop them, Snake! Don't let him get away!
Did we try that? I don't remember. Okay. I don't remember trying that. Fuck. I guess we probably can't get 2 more people in such short notice, huh? Anybody want to play Peace Walker real quick? Oh yeah, that's right. So we had 4 people. 1 was too slow. Yeah, that's right. But what if it looks at everybody in the room? If there's only 2, it requires 2. Yeah, that's kind of stretching it a little.
Snake, the pod's outfitted with a self-defense module. Upon detecting attack, it aborts its command and enters small target suppression mode. Right now, Peace Walker's highest priority target is you. Here it comes.
Fuck, I'll just do it normally, I guess.
Peace Walker's active, and its self-defense system is targeting you, Snake. You better find a way to stop it quick.
Be careful, Snake. I have no advice on dealing with El Basilisco's attacks, but you may be able to use its size against it. Its movements will probably be just as big, meaning it should give some kind of warning before most of its attacks.
That's true.
It might be good to start out by studying its movements, watching what it does before each attack. That should help you avoid most of them. And weapons that walk always have one guaranteed weakness.
The legs.
Right. Destroy its legs, and you'll stop it from moving. You might even be able to knock it on its back if you're lucky. Just make sure you are out of the way first.
Oh shit, can it fall on you? Oh yeah, yeah, that's right.
Peace Walker contains an assembly of 2 AI pods. One of them is the Mammal Pod, which Dr. Strangelove developed. The other's the Reptile Pod, which is mine.
What's the difference?
The Reptile Pod is the Attitude Control AI. If it's destroyed, Peace Walker grinds to a halt. The Mammal Pod is responsible for making the decisions regarding nuclear retaliation, reflex, and thought. One is the brainstem and cerebellum, the other the cerebrum.
So, the one that houses the will of the boss
would be the Mammal Pod. We call it the Reptile Pod for a reason. The parts of our brains that govern basic life and reflex developed ages ago, when our ancestors were still reptiles.
We were reptiles?
Well, only at one stage of our evolution. The theory was proposed by the neuroscientist Paul MacLean.
Huh.
The reptile brain corresponds to the brainstem and basal ganglia in our brain. The reptile pod also incorporates the functions of the cerebellum.
So basically, it's the deep parts of the brain.
Dr. Strangelove came up with the name. The part of our brain that developed after we became mammals is responsible for high-level brain functions.
Such as?
Such as intelligence, judgment, even love.
That's high level, all right.
Location-wise, the mammal brain is on the outside of the reptile brain. The cerebral cortex is part of it. I think it's very telling that Dr. Strangelove named her pod Mammal. It's almost like she wants it to be more than just an advanced AI. What she really wants is for it to have a mind of its own.
Let's rock.
Okay. God, the first ending Peace Walker fight is gonna be a pain in the ass with these weapons. Well, probably summon him again or something. Okay, cool. Nice.
Self-defense system online.
Not the ass mines.
Face me.
Do you have enough ammo and items? Send us a support request. Careful not to let it step on you! Aim for the leg! Trip it up! They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Launching S-mines. Balancer malfunction detected.
Just pissing fire on me. I guess I should at least do the normal throw. just be experienced. Getting yeeted left and right by explosions while you can't see what's going on.
Face me. Flamethrower engaged. Electronic motor charging.
On the toilet. Nice.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Where I placed the other one.
Okay, now's your chance.
Should. I don't remember where I placed it. Unsuited supplies.
You're asking for the impossible. We need some time. Try again later.
Launching S-mines. Launching S-mines.
That looked like it went right straight through it.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Balancer malfunction detected.
Now! Now!
Electronic motor charging. Flamethrower engaged.
Okay, now we gotta do this. Ah, shit.
Launching S-mines. Launching S-mines.
Quick! Press the action button as fast as you can!
Engaged. Switching to self-defense mode. Electronic motor. Reinitializing platform. Electronic motor charging. Impossible. Self-defense system online. Reinitializing platform. Launching SSP mines. Lock.
think I just realized I'm dumb. They shot it so that it would follow them, not to stop it. God, I didn't think about that. That's why they shot it. They just lured away that way. Yeah, then the snake's too dumb to shoot again. Instead, fucking chase it around with the horse. Ah, that's how. It's not that they had control. Yeah, no, they just lured it. Or maybe, the damage matters. I don't know. Quick, we can't animate the horse. Play the sound effect.
There it is. It's still in range. Peace Walker's estimated top speed on level terrain is 25 miles an hour.
Come on, I bet you can do at least 30.
Haas is on board the Hind too.
I noticed that.
She's our client. We have to protect her. Snake, don't let Peace Walker get away.
The day is dawning. Go! Yeah! 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 Yeah!
Snake, you're entering the woods. Watch out! Peace Walker's getting away.
Yeah! 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 Yeah!
Hey, the Shagahod could go 300 miles an hour. Peace Walker can only go 25 miles an hour. It's quite a difference. It needs drills, clearly, yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Is 30 miles an hour a lot for a horse? Average.
Approaching the border.
I'm nutty.
Big boss.
Holy, look at that.
He's really pushing it.
Snake, that's the border up ahead.
Right, otherwise it'd be Peace Runner.
Hang in there. Roll! Damn it.
Oh wow. Shit. Horses are slow. Oh, 40 to 50 for racehorses? Okay, that makes sense. Damn, 50 miles an hour on a horse. Go on the highway with it.
Snake.
Kaz, Peace Walker's gone. They've got Paz, too.
Yeah, but
Why, Kaz? What would Coleman want with Paz?
Paz was with the professor, i.e. the KGB. Once Coleman discovered that, he figured out what was really going on between Paz and Galvez.
He's trying to figure out how the KGB plan to stop Peace Walker. And he thinks he can get the info from Paz.
That's crazy. Paz won't know anything.
Well, he probably doesn't buy that.
You think Galvez has already been killed? By grabbing Paz, Coleman's saying,
Stay out of this, or lose your client.
Damn it! I can't believe we didn't realize what was going on before we lost contact with Paz.
Don't have time for that, Kaz.
Snake.
Paz needs our help.
Right. This isn't about money anymore. You better move. We know where they're headed.
Yeah.
You can thank Amanda.
Snake, that river you chased the Basilisco across is the Rio San Juan. The other side is our country. I had some Nicaraguan compas track it there. They're Focos from the GPP faction, so we don't work together so much.
Where'd it go?
West, along the border, towards Lago Cocibolca.
There's a U.S. military supply base on the southeastern shore of the lake. Ever since that earthquake 2 years ago, America's had the entire region to itself.
That is where the Basilisco is. I'm sure of it.
Lago Cocibolca. How do I get across the border?
There's a route that we use to cross. It's just a little boat, but I can introduce you to the captain.
I appreciate it.
We will never leave Nicaragua at the mercy of someone like Will.
Oh yeah, fuck that radio chat filter thing. The radio chatter.
He's targeting MSF.
Boss.
Based on what
Boss.
Huey's told us, it'll take 2 more days
Shut
to
the
cross
fuck up.
launch. But it looks like there's another reason they picked that date.
What's that?
Tomorrow is day 1 of a U.S.-Soviet summit in Vladivostok. The launch is probably connected somehow.
That's right. They're holding the SALT II talks.
You think Coleman's trying to disrupt the negotiations?
Either that, or use it as a bargaining chip.
He's still got Paz, too. At any rate, we're running out of time.
I'll figure something out.
Like, there's no fucking sound design in that game. But the one thing they decided to do is a fucking annoying radio chatter effect. Okay. Like, okay. Really? Probably the tapes that were meant to be cutscenes, maybe. They just took the audio and slapped it in the menu. That fuck it, it's a tape now. Maybe that's why some tapes don't have that effect. Or they just forgot to add it because, you know, it's not like they had to push the game out as fast as possible. They're pretty big tapes too, though. The thing with Skullface and Code Talker. Those are like 11-minute, 10-minute tapes. It might have been a cutscene originally, who knows? Because it's not just that, they got all the sound effects in there too. What a fucking mess. Code Talker. But, in truth, multiple men can copulate with a hamburger. Would you care to join me?
Supply base on the southeastern shore of Lago Cocibolca. Coleman's targeting the MSF plant. That's us. Don't let it launch that nuke. Destroy Peace Walker.
The river that flows between Nicaragua and Costa Rica is el Rio San Juan. It connects Lago Cocibolca to El Mar Caribe. It is a gentle river, safe even for small boats. You have to watch out for the sharks, though.
Sharks? In a river?
El Tiburón Toro live in the river, but there's nothing to fear. San Juan will protect you always.
Juan?
The Rio San Juan takes its name from San Juan, the man who baptized Jesus. The man you call John the Baptist in your country.
John, huh? I'll be careful anyway. I'd hate to drown. End up a John Doe.
Wando.
There is a volcanic island in Lago Cocibolca called Ometepe. It's formed from two connected volcanoes shaped like a porongo.
The one with smoke coming out of it.
That's the one. The smoking volcano is Concepcion. It erupts once in a while. The other one is Maderas. It's never erupted in recorded history. There's a lake in the caldera at the top.
A crater lake. Let's hope there's not another underground factory inside.
Don't say that. If Peace Walker's nukes detonated there, it would destabilize the magma underneath. It could cause the volcano to erupt again. If that happens, my country is doomed. Snake, you must stop Peace Walker.
What are we gonna do, Snake? If Peace Walker attacks Mother Base...
Relax. We've got the entire MSF out to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, but Peace Walker's missiles have 1 megaton warheads. The fireball alone would be a mile in diameter. Everything in the vicinity of Ground Zero will be vaporized by the heat rays. Then there's the blast, which travels at hundreds of miles per hour. And the fires, and the...
A huge dose of radiation from the initial nuclear reaction.
That too. There won't be a single survivor.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Look, Doc, you made that thing. You know better than anybody what it's capable of. Right now, you've got to give me a rational, scientific estimate of the damage. If we're talking about a nuclear explosion, it's more than just MSF's problem.
You're right, Snake. Sorry about that. Like I was saying, Mother Base would be wiped out. Any ships in the area could be caught in the blast too. We'd need to send out a warning. The thing to worry about most is the fallout.
The dust of death.
If it goes off over water, the particles will be smaller than with an explosion over land, so the wind will scatter the fallout over a wider area. Clouds will form around the salt crystals in the seawater, causing contaminated rain to fall downwind.
Yeah, got a taste of that myself.
On Bikini Atoll? That's right. The 1954 Castle Bravo test created fallout 300 miles downwind. Poisoned a lot of local residents and ships, so I hear. The yield of Peace Walker's warheads isn't that big, but the amount of fallout will largely depend on weather conditions. It's impossible to make a quick and easy estimate.
If it gets into the trade winds, it could come straight to Costa Rica.
What was it Coldman was saying? About leaving people free to help out? He's out of his mind. What does he think's gonna happen? When they get hit by rain containing high concentrations of fallout, a lot of them will die from the external exposure alone. The rain will seep into the ground, contaminating the water supply and crops. When they ingest the stuff, the internal exposure starts. Strontium-90 and cesium-137 have half-lives of around 30 years. The effects stay with you your entire life. Leukemia, cataracts, dermatitis, cancer. And it affects reproduction, too.
I know.
Even today, 30 years after World War II, thousands of people still suffer from exposure to the bomb. We can't let Coldman create more of them just to prove his point. I know it sounds crazy, but I created Peace Walker so that that kind of thing would never happen again.
Don't worry, Doc. We'll stop it. One way or another.
I think it's more like fan service, kind of, you know? Just 3 reference, yeah? I know it's a pretty simplistic way to look at it, but it's pretty likely. I think.
What's wrong, Kaz? You sound beat.
Yeah, the problems never seem to end around here.
You should take a break. Share a cup of mate with the other guys. It'll give you a chance to connect with them.
I wonder if Che and his men ever sat around and drank mate.
I bet they did. Che was famous for his love of the stuff.
Oh, man, whoever thought of this was a genius. You can put it in a gourd and carry it around, and there's a special straw with a filter attached so you can drink it any time.
That's not all. It's full of essential vitamins and minerals, too. Nice to have in a guerrilla war when food is short.
Yeah. Wish I had a chance to share some with the blonde Parisienne when I was out hiking.
Well, how do you know about that?
It takes a thief. Or should I say it takes a snake to know one. Snake.
Let's see. What did we miss here? The thing about the... fuck it. Here we go.
Snake, is it true you took a picture of El Colibri?
Yep. Got it right here.
Whoa! It's like an actual UFO! I knew it! Los Yankees are working with the aliens!
I know it kind
That's all
of
it
looks
is,
that
thank
way,
you.
but
Hey, Snake, can you make me a copy of that?
I don't see why not. What for?
People pay good money for this stuff. We can use it to raise money for MSF.
Sure, kid. You go out and get us a good price for it.
You don't believe me, do you? I'll get the money. You'll see.
Stealth.
God, we're really behind with the gear. Fuck it. It's still enough. Is this bait?
Take the gondola west along the river. When you reach the northern bank, you are in Nicaragua. I've arranged for a guide to get you close. Snake!
Chico.
Sorry about the horse. He sure was pretty.
Life's end. Isn't it beautiful?
Does the HD edition force you to shoot here if you wait too long? And the PSP doesn't?
I've been waiting, Snake,
Proper.
for a long time.
Boss.
There is nothing more for me to give you. All that's left for you to take.
God, that guy pissed me off. He's like, I'm not watching Peace Walker. I want to watch the Phantom Pain or whatever the fuck.
Must live. No victory, no defeat.
Well, if you include Grenadiers,
Survivor will carry on the fight.
that'll probably be...
The one who survives will inherit the title of boss.
Shit, that's a good question. 6... maybe-ish hours?
Kill me now.
6, 12... Nah, that's the huge
There's
range.
only room for
Maybe 6 to
one
8.
boss
I don't know.
and one snake.
Let's see. Time down, make him watch Peace Walker. Exactly. Oh, it just keeps changing between the two. But it doesn't shoot for you. So, okay, so it's Blue Point. Damn.
The boss's defection was a ruse set up by the U.S. government.
Oh, you only had to do it on the boss?
Then something happened.
I didn't notice
that
that.
No one could have predicted.
No one could have
Colonel Volkan
predicted.
fired an American-made nuclear warhead at Sokolov's research facility.
I really don't like
So the
how
operation itself was
much less confident Eva and the boss sound in this re-recording.
The authorities in Washington knew that in order to prove their innocence,
Just goes to show you that they just can't catch that same
and that one of their
tone again. They can't match it.
the boss wouldn't be allowed to come back home alive, and she wouldn't be allowed to kill herself.
Re-recording lines is just
Her life would be ended by her most beloved disciple. That was the way that the government wanted it. That was the mission she was given. The taint of disgrace will follow her to her grave. future generations will revile her. In America as a despicable traitor with no sense of honor. And in Russia as a monster who unleashed a nuclear catastrophe.
How come I can play the same way over and over in my head then, huh? It's only hard because they don't remember it. Not the voice acting director, not the actors, not anybody. Nobody gives a shit. I might have heard these lines a bit much.
No one will ever learn the truth.
I mean, just fucking listen to the thing you're recording and match it. I don't know. But they probably couldn't reuse the audio because what, licensing? I don't know.
Her country. She sacrificed her life and her honor for her native land. She was a real hero. She was a true patriot.
Yeah, and then there's different equipment used, different rooms with different booths. Like, eh. Yeah, but it should be a non-issue. If you do it once, just use the recording again. Unless there's some bullshit about that.
This is Snake. Can you hear me?
This is Miller. Loud and clear.
Got it.
But no, specifically it's the tone of voice.
There's an airfield on the other side of the building, on the northwestern shore of the
Or
lake.
what the fuck is the
That's where
difference?
they'll
Like inflection? I don't know. They just
There's a
sound much
communications
less
tower in front of
confident.
you. I'm betting they'll control Peace Walker from there.
Cuz they're targeting Mother Base. Don't you think you should evacuate?
Nah. Everybody here believes in you, boss.
Alright, fine then. I've kind of gotten attached to the place myself. What about Amanda and her people?
They've been taken to safety. We can't involve them in this any further.
Good. They've got their own cause to fight for.
And the voices sound the same, but the little pauses and the little, I don't know if I'm talking about tone of voice or inflection or I don't even know what the difference is. But it just sounds like the emotion behind it is off. So I wouldn't even blame the hardware for it. Like when the boss says, "Life's end, isn't it beautiful?" And then Peace Walker's just like, "Life's end, isn't it beautiful?" Like, why? Like, it sounds dry, and then just 3 is just like emotionless almost. But in a good way, you know? But in Peace Walker, she's all emotional about it. Isn't it beautiful? Like, what the fuck is that? Why? I'm not falling for that again. I'm not hiding behind the pipe. I mean, yeah. After Chris Zimmerman said the Twin Snakes has better voices, I don't trust anything that comes out of that woman's brain.
Free.
I think Three Dog was saying something like how, you know, we are probably some of the people who might have heard these actors perform the most in the world. There's like a pretty good chance of that. Yeah. We might have heard these lines a little bit much.
Wait.
Shit, no chaff grenades, no suppressed 1911, nothing. Yeah, better audio bitrate and less background noise means jack shit if the acting is inferior in every way, yeah?
What's going on?
Colonel, you double-cross me.
Rise and shine. What's going on?
That smoke grenade didn't do shit. Ah, come on, take one little step. Oh my god, it worked. Nice. I think I'm not aware what the actual definitions are, but I think I'm just speaking up the emotion behind each line that it's trying to convey to the character's feeling. That's just completely fucked.
I can hear you.
Where are you?
I am not sure. I don't recognize it.
What about Coldman?
He just left for the control tower. Said something about entering the final data. What is the matter?
They found me.
Snake!
Gaz.
Snake, you okay? All MSFs ready to move out. They're headed your way on the double.
Are you serious?
There's a skeleton crew manning the base.
Text to speech. Oh my god, I'm stealing that. Text to speech voice acting.
Make it to that control tower.
Not sure why, but this place is crawling with Russian troops.
That explains a lot.
What the hell's going on?
Damned if I know.
Get over there quick as you can. You're almost there, Snake. Stay steady.
Snake,
I'm coming, Baz.
do not worry about me. I am an angel of peace. I will be watching over you.
Yeah, I'm not blaming the voice actors. It could very well be the direction. Like I said, I don't trust anything that comes out of Chris Zimmerman's mouth anymore because she thinks that Twin Snakes is better. She might have told them to sound, less confident or sadder or whatever. And that would have just been bad choice, because that's not what it sounded like, but okay. Text to speech. Yeah. I was thinking of PPT and MGS1.
From the control tower. It's to the northeast. Get going. We'll be there to back you up.
Damn, that base is even more heavily guarded than Amanda's men said it would be.
No kidding. It's gonna be tough to crack without some serious hardware.
You may end up having to fight fire with fire, so be ready to use force if necessary. Take as many weapons and items as you can carry. The more protection you have, the better.
Roger. I'll keep that in mind when I pick my suit.
I'll meet up with you ASAP, Snake. Hang tight for just a little longer.
You got it.
Yeah, they're not invested enough or paid enough to question the lines, usually. Very few exceptions. Or to add something to it, yeah. I still have the ID card. Wait. I guess I can just leave it alone. I want to fuck with it again. Man, it's a sad reality. Voice actor not being invested in their work. We can't blame them for it, but it just sucks. Ooh, that shit hurts. How does it hurt more than when you're naked? Holy potato aim. Now, the sneaking suit makes you heal faster. Apart from the obvious with the camera index and footstep noise reduction. But like if you do this, it should heal faster with the sneaky suit. If I remember correctly. But it's kind of a pain in the ass to do. That's where they hurt more with the sneaky suit than naked. That's kind of weird. Oh shit. It's fucking alarm. What the fuck was that? I hate that you can't fucking hit anything with SMGs at a distance. Pistols are more accurate than SMGs in this game. But I guess it's just a gameplay balance thing.
No, not outside. You'll be shot dead in a second.
How else am I gonna shoot the hind, huh? Power Boogie 5 taking down armored helicopter. Let's go.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak. Nice shot. Look, Snake, the gate. These must be the last one. Finish him off and head on through.
Now look, it's Kiefer. Not the smartest. What are you gonna do, huh? I saw Paul Iden saying something about it too, which is ironic because he was an AI too. However, let me tell you this right now, and you might not like this. There is a saying that goes, you cannot stop the signal. You're not gonna get rid of it. You're not gonna stop people from doing it. I'm gonna try to regulate it, but those kind of laws often are outdated, do not move as fast as technology does. You can't regulate shit. Once you put a piece of media, your voice, anything, a frame, a drawing out there on the internet, it's out there. People can grab it and do whatever the fuck they want with it. Copyright laws are extremely outdated because of this. And like I said, you can't stop the signal. I put my voice on the internet, my VODs, my voice, I know people can do whatever the fuck with it, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Snake! Big boss, you made it. Too late, though. The false data's already in place.
False data?
That's right. Peace Walker is designed for deterrence, nothing more. She is incapable of initiating a nuclear attack on her own. she will only await.
What do you gotta do? Prevent people from hearing your voice? If they can hear it, they can record it. They can record it, they can do what they want with it. Unless they're using it commercially, then yeah, it makes sense.
For an imaginary
To go against
nuclear
that.
strike on the U.S. homeland. After assessing the data as a threat, Peace Walker will automatically enter retaliation mode, selecting the optimal target from a predefined list. For this scenario, we have reverse engineered the false data so that she'll inevitably end up choosing the Caribbean Sea as her target.
You're really gonna do it, aren't you?
Know this. Peace Walker's retaliation will be the first and last of the Cold War. It is the only way we will ever come close to achieving true peace. All that is left is to enter the code. Go!
So you're experiencing what every other laborer has experienced, except with AI, except instead of Mexicans.
Your
Professor.
Professor?
Yes.
Cool.
Well, taking over the base took longer than expected. But I brought the technology. You provided the money and land. Center alone could never have accomplished so much in so little time.
Zadornov, you backstabbing son of a...
Backstabbing? Correct me if I'm wrong, but were we not enemies all along? Do you really think my comrades were working for the company? Do you truly think we'd faithfully serve a pack of depraved capitalist dogs?
What are you going to do?
Launch a nuke. Target Cuba.
Have you lost your mind? What would you possibly gain?
We won't be.
Imagine if there was a Mexican AI.
The American.
Even cheaper. Alright, fuck it, we'll drop it.
What? Think, Coldman. We're on an American base, eagerly endorsed and supplied by a pro-American regime. What's the international community to think? The world will burn with anti-American sentiment. Communism will spread across Latin America unchecked. Let the age of deterrence be undone by the deterrent itself. Such is the Kremlin's plan.
You son of a bitch!
Us, come here. Shoot him.
Professor Galvez.
I am Vladimir Zadornov. And Vladimir means ruler of peace. Now, do as you're told, boss.
Don't do it!
Remember what they did to you at their base on the coast. For what Coldman's done, he deserves nothing less than death.
Boss, I'm sorry.
Truly a child of peace.
No! Wait!
Only fitting that retribution be delivered by a dead hand.
You missed on purpose.
Your part in this isn't done. I need you to enter the code. Doctor, the target is now Cuba. Please make the necessary modifications. And don't even think of resisting. I'll crush you, but only after I crush your beloved first.
No. Not that.
Cuba is now the retaliation target.
Very well.
Good. It is done. As for you, Big Boss, I've been watching you all along. You've performed beyond even my highest expectations. A true Commandante.
What are you talking about?
Why do you think I summoned you to Costa Rica? Had you make contact with the Sandinistas? A true intelligence operative never gets his hands dirty. Need a revolution? Manipulate the locals into doing it for you.
You mean Amanda and the Sandinistas?
You've done well. You took a ragtag band of guerrillas, children.
A computer's understanding of the letter of the law would be literal and inflexible.
And now, you'll truly become our century's
Probably
most
not great.
complete human being.
Che Guevara?
None other. A hero who, gunned down by the CIA, becomes a legendary icon. The Sandinistas will rise up in revenge, overthrowing the pro-American regime and wresting Nicaragua from U.S. hands. And the nuclear strike on Cuba naturally will be the last straw.
Mammal pod data entry is complete.
Dead at age 39, just like El Che. Ironic, isn't it? In the end, a legend is merely fiction. You'll die as the boss did, and become as did she, an eternal fraud.
Like a cop might let you go if you were going 1 over the speed limit, but an AI would be like, no, that's over the limit.
You dare point your gun at a comrade?
We will not be pawns of the KGB. We will win our own victory!
Hasta la victoria siempre!
Amanda!
I mean, in China they have a thing that scans your license plate, and if you're going over the speed limit, automatically detracts funds from your bank account for the fine. It just says you pass by.
I'm fine.
Dick balls.
Big boss.
Big boss! Big boss! Big boss! Big boss! Big boss!
Big boss! Big boss!
Big boss! Big boss!
You're a regular Joan of Arc.
Nonsense. You're the hero here.
You saved my life. You're the heroes here.
I never figured you for a softie, Snake.
Where is here, Dr. Gray? They can go from your license plate to your bank account and charge you immediately. Maybe if you have like a prepaid thing, account thingy, balance with the toll company. Yeah, but not your fucking main bank account. That's different. That's like a toll, not a fee or a fine.
We'll find him a nice, comfy cell. Coldman's lost a lot of blood. He may not make it.
Where's Amanda?
Yeah, they can send you to the toll like in the mail because they know from the license plate what your address is.
I'm not done yet.
The AI.
I have to finish this. That boss is a fake. I'm gonna bury it.
What? You guys have cars? Don't you just ride kangaroos everywhere?
We'll save the champagne until you get back. May as well celebrate peace while it lasts.
Yeah, no, they do that here too. If you don't have the whatever the toll company's thing is, they send it to your home address from your license plate. But they don't fucking charge your bank account immediately for it.
The boss is dead.
No, she's alive.
Some truths are better left buried.
You don't mean that. Be honest. You want to know too, don't you? Whether what you saw and heard at the end was the truth. She'll tell us. I know she will. Thank you for stopping them. And I'm sorry. I can't imagine how it hurt.
I'll live. I'm used to shock therapy.
You are? Well, it's very kind of you to say. Let's go meet her, shall we? Get in, boss.
Don't pick up a gun unless you know how to use it. Aiming a weapon alone doesn't make it a deterrent. You're the angel of peace. Leave the guns to us. That was our agreement, remember? The army's leaving Costa Rica now. The mission is complete. Paz?
Thank you.
What's that noise? What'd he do?
I should have killed you when I had the chance.
Norhead's nightmare is about to begin.
What?
Peace Walker determines retaliation targets based on enemy nuclear strike data. That data can be sent to third parties as well.
We got big problems, Snake. Coldman's activated the nuclear launch switch.
What? And the target's Cuba.
Yeah, but that's not it. The son of a bitch has screwed us all over.
When Peace Walker was activated, it started transmitting the false data set to NORAD. It's using a spread spectrum MLF signal. It can't be blacked out, even by EMP.
There's no way to tell the difference between false data and the real thing on a radar screen. NORAD will have no idea it's all a ruse generated by Peace Walker. They'll think it's a real Soviet attack. They'll pass on the data to the National Military Command Center.
And Washington will have to choose whether or not to retaliate.
This could get ugly. Unless we stop it, we're looking at a retaliatory chain reaction.
No. No need to panic. The nightmare will end soon enough.
What do you mean?
Coldman's aim is for the bureaucrats in Washington to see the importance of a machine like Peace Walker. He's trying to prove that humans don't possess the will to launch nukes.
Everything will be fine. They'll never retaliate. They're only human.
Kaz, where's the president?
Last I heard, he was in the middle of SALT II negotiations in Vladivostok.
With the president gone, Nuclear Launch Authority passes to the next person in the chain of succession.
The vice president's gone too. So after him comes the speaker.
President, vice president. Not one among them has the courage to push the button. No one willing to enter history as the great destroyer. In the end, it's not their lives that people value most. It's their reputations.
The bureaucrats in Washington may not be able to retaliate. Peace Walker, on the other hand. She's loyal to the mission above all. And she's well aware that guaranteed retaliation is essential for nuclear deterrence to work.
Peace Walker is the perfect deterrent. Cuba would not have been my choice of targets. But you can't make peace without breaking a few eggs. Now that Peace Walker has the false data, retaliation is inevitable.
Are you insane? You think it'll end there? You're about to unleash all-out nuclear war!
Somebody find out what's going on at NORAD.
Mammal's got a connection to NORAD. We could monitor it with the right equipment.
I've got you covered. I've got NORAD on the line.
Sir, we're tracking unidentified targets. Current apogee 20 degrees.
Estimated time of re-entry is 2250 Zulu.
Have they contacted the president?
Coverall is not responding.
Warning system checks out. No corresponding natural signatures. Data is assessed as reliable.
Cut the data transmission. We can't say for sure Washington isn't going to retaliate.
The only one who knows the abort code is me. I die, and no one can turn it off. Even if they do strike back, I'll already be dead. I can only pray that my theory, my peace, is proven right.
Go to DEFCON 3.
Get Zach on the phone. This is Crystal Palace. Stand by for an emergency meeting.
They're at DEFCON 3.
The false data and the nukes are both coming from the same source. We have to stop Peace Walker.
The only way is to destroy her. She's entered launch mode. Peace Walker's rendered her judgment. The target is Cuba.
Snake, don't let it launch the nuke.
This fight is a pain in the ass with the starting weapons.
Ballistic trajectory. Once that's finished, it's all over. Snake, you've got to destroy the platform.
Good thing we're leaving it to Three Dog. Guys, Three Dog is taking over a little sooner than usual. He's kind of like doing me a favor. Because I'm going through some shit right now. So let's let this thing save here. And head over to save. Hey, at least I developed the rocket launchers, okay? Who knows, maybe Dim can help him in co-op or something. Yeah, no, I don't like oversharing on stream, but going through some pretty wild shit right now. But I wanted to keep the marathon going. I don't want to fuck it up. Okay. Let's see. Save. Not PlayStation Store. Large leader today. Okay. Okay, let's give this Three Dog. Not gonna lie, I was tempted to call an emergency, but and just go deal with it, but it's a bit of a clusterfuck anyway. Let's see. I think keeping the marathon going is important. God. I'm not gonna be able to get any fucking rest now, but I'll see what happens. I'll try to be back if I can. Alright, I sent the save Three Dog, now we're just waiting on him to confirm. Meanwhile, have a Cuervo.
Have a Cuervo.
Why? I thought you were my friend.
Have an audience. Have a disagreement. Have an adventure.
Hey, Keeper, you a pirate, man.
That would explain everything.
Come on.
Just don't have any regrets. Cuervo, have a story.
Your hero, Big Boss. Kiefer Sutherland MGSV edition. I might have renamed this video. Now this is the original Drunken Buffoon video, but I like that one better. Let's see what we have here. All the pictures of Paz from all the playthroughs. Look at this shit. From 2014 to 2023. Wow. These are basically all the times that I played Peace Walker, more or less. Nice. I should make that my background.
This thing is too cool.
Very Light Queen, thank you for $5. And for the kind words, yeah, I could kind of use that right now. This is pure scientific research, lore research. See, this is key to understanding Peace Walker's story. Hey, you gotta show off all the content, yeah? This guy. How many times did I do the fucking mission? Every time I did these missions, you have to take a picture, and it just stays there on the PS3's hard drive, yeah? Oh, I know what we should do. We should just put this on until the thumbnail changes. Yeah. Maybe this one. I don't know. I guarantee I don't know how Twitch determines thumbnails, but it might help. Yeah. Let me check. Okay, dog is ready, guys. You know the drill. Stream is gonna go down in a few seconds. And I wish I could say I'll be back in 12 hours. Honestly speaking, it might take a couple more hours than that. And shit sucks right now. We're gonna have to I'll make it up to Dog somehow if he has to go a couple more hours. I'm sure he can take it, but yeah. Usually would try to keep it 12 hours. Yeah, guys, I hope you guys enjoyed the marathon so far. Thanks for watching. Stream is going to drop if it's not back in a few seconds. Just refresh your page. And Dog will be taking over.